Please mute your microphones, and those people in the room here with me, please stand and join Representative Thomas in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Michael Bose of Epping. As chair of the House Science, Technology, and Energy Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-4, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing of bills referred to the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. Executive session on pending legislation may be held at any time. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing this meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access this meeting, the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce the staff that are on the meeting assisting us today. Jennifer Four, committee researcher for ST&E. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting. That's required under the right to know law. I call on the acting clerk, Troy Murner, to call the roll.
Representative Thomas.
Here.
Representative Harrington.
Here.
Representative Nodder.
Here.
Representative Burnham, present. Representative Homola.
Here.
Representative Breshny.
Here.
Representative Bernardi.
Here.
Representative Cambros.
Here.
Representative Plausi.
Present.
Representative White.
Here.
Representative Somsich. Representative Somsich. Representative Jackie Kelly Pitts. I see her, but she's muted.
Jackie, you're muted.
Here. Callie Pitts here.
Representative Bean.
Here.
Representative Mann here.
Representative Oxenham.
Present, no one else in the room.
Representative Vincent.
I'm here and no one else is in the room.
Representative McGee.
I'm here and I'm alone.
Representative McWilliams.
I'm here with my daughter, Victoria.
Representative Crichton.
Cretin, I'm here and I'm alone.
Representative Pimentel.
I'm here and alone.
Representative Paschal.
Here and alone.
We have 20 members on absent.
I think
For clarification, this is Mike Harrington. My wife is in the room with me.
Representative
Sausage is now here.
Sausage?
He's right there in the bottom right corner,
Okay, so we have everybody.
but he hasn't responded.
Now,
Representative Somsich,
Yes, yes, I'm here.
thank you.
thank you. With that call of the roll, we have 21 out of 21 members
Chairman Bowes.
present. Well, I announced my presence at the very beginning of the meeting, so I trust that that will be sufficient to indicate my presence. We have a series of 6 public hearings this morning. I will be convening the first public hearing in just a few minutes. But before I do that, I wanted to pass along a few reminders to everyone. For everyone who is here in the Legislative Office Building, the state legislative policy about mask wearing is that while you are seated in your seat, it is permissible for you to remove your mask. But if you leave your seat for any reason, you must affix your mask. I will be observing your behavior in this regard, and I will report to the speaker anyone who violates this policy. So please remember to put your mask on when you leave your seat. It's common courtesy to all our fellow legislators and to the members of the House staff who are in the building. Secondly, because of the nature of this hybrid meeting where some of us are here and some of us are on Zoom, we need the people in the room here to speak loudly and clearly when you're recognized to speak, so that the people watching at home on Zoom can hear you. We don't have individual microphones for every member, so we have some devices around the room to pick up sound, but they might not pick up any spoken words unless those words are articulated loudly and clearly. So keep that in mind when you raise your hand to ask a question. We will, in addition, be observing the guidelines that we talked about at our first orientation meeting. We've asked everyone who plans to testify this morning to submit written testimony on their bills. We are going to allocate time for speaking at the public hearing based on the people who have registered a desire to testify. So if we have, in an hour's time, 50 people who want to testify, then each person is going to get very little time to testify. If we have only 2 people signed up to testify, as is apparently the case on HB 80, the first bill we will hear this morning, then time limits will be set aside for the time being, since they won't be necessary to allow us to conduct the business of the public hearing on HB 80. We do ask that when you testify that you make the points you want to make, highlight your most important points, and do not repeat points that have been made by other presenters. Depending on time limits, we will restrict the questions by members to 2 questions per member for a presenter. Before I allow a member to ask another question in excess of the 2, I will make sure that all other members have asked any questions that they want to ask. We also remind members not to make statements that are not germane to the question you're about to ask. And I also remind members that we're not here to engage in a debate with the people who are presenting. We are here to hear their testimony and gather information from those individuals. And with those guidelines in mind, even though I do not have a gavel yet, I will knock on the table to indicate that we're opening the public hearing on HB 80. And we would like to recognize first the prime sponsor of the legislation, Representative Mann, to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill rededicates money in the Energy Efficiency Fund, taking away its current use in reducing energy bills a very small amount, and instead using it to fund energy efficiency. And in process of justifying this bill, I will spend some time talking about energy efficiency itself and about the effects of an energy efficiency program run by the state. The Energy Efficiency Fund gets its money from New Hampshire's participation in the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, or RGGI. It's a multi-state pact that turns CO2 emissions into money. That the utility either reduce CO2 emissions or pay some money into a kitty that we can use for energy efficiency or any of a number of measures. Since 2012 in New Hampshire, most of the kitties been used for what's called direct bill assistance, basically giving back about 90 cents a month per household on average. The New Hampshire Electric Cooperative showed me a 68 cents a month figure for their customers per month. This is practically useless assistance that can be outdone anyway by just handing out a couple of LED bulbs. And so the bill wants to rededicate that money to energy efficiency, which is much more useful. The history of the rebate, however, was not even a decision by any legislatures. It was a maneuver to get a very ugly lobbyist out of the way, essentially. It was a quote unquote compromise. Either we were going to get out of RGGI altogether, or we were going to give some money back to ratepayers and not spend it on energy efficiency. So this has a historical source, and it is not in New Hampshire's interest anymore now that we've gotten rid of that lobbyist. This goes back to 2012. Energy efficiency has a wide range of meanings in industry. It's very complicated. You have opportunities in production processes, transportation, materials distribution, and so on. For residential buildings, it's an awful lot simpler. Basically, it's reducing heat loss and worrying about moisture because, ice dams, if you do the insulation in the attic wrong, things like that. The state buys about 135 million gallons of heating oil per year. It goes to the oil industry. It goes out of the state and out of the state economy. That's money people are not spending. It's money people are not receiving because people are not spending it. It is depressing our economy and our wealth. So I think it's very important, while we have this opportunity with the engineering energy efficiency program available to save a lot of money and improve our wealth and economy. It's so I'm going to show a little bit of a visual, if you don't mind. And the idea is to explain why an energy or how an energy efficiency program accumulates a lot of money. So hang on a second. Sorry to take my time on this, but it was right here a minute ago. Oh, yes, hang on.
Representative Mann, I must warn you that while I will allow this morning because we don't have many people signed up to speak on this bill,
Yep.
I cannot guarantee that we can allow this to happen in future public hearings.
Right, understand. Hang on a second here. I'm going to share the screen now. And
Representative Mann, would you suspend for a moment?
yes,
Jen, do you know if Representative Mann is authorized to share his screen?
He has permission via Zoom. If that's
Yeah.
your question.
Okay, just verifying, thank you.
do you see my screen now? Shows a picture of people doing work on a house.
No, sir.
No, you have to use share screen.
I'm sorry?
You have to use share screen on your bottom toolbar
Yep.
for us to see yours.
Representative Mann, I suggest that you include this material in your written testimony
Yes, it will be.
and forego the use of sharing screen during this presentation.
Okay, well, what happens is this. Let me just do a quick narration. Suppose we're doing energy efficiency programs every year for 10 years. The first year, you spend, doing work on a number of houses. In the second year, you do a bunch of work on another set of houses. Well, while this second year is implementations being done, the work you did the previous year is saving money through energy efficiency. And that money is saved year after year after year after year. So the money the work you do in the third year adds a little more, the fourth year and so on. The way the figure goes, and you'll see it in the visual, and you can run through the slides that I send to you, the total amount of wealth that's saved accelerates. It doesn't grow in a steady amount. The amount of work that's been done goes up linearly, but the total amount of the effect, the savings in the economy go up as a parabola, as an x squared function. And that's really important. Massachusetts has been doing this for over 25 years. If they had been doing it for 25 years, the number of, if you take the years times savings done in New Hampshire over 25 years is 325. That's 25 times 26 divided by 2 squared. So when we're sacrificing energy efficiency in order to give small amounts of money back to ratepayers, we are foregoing an enormous potential growth in our wealth. A good analogy might be Dunkin' Donuts. You can make a lot of donuts, but you can also build a lot of Dunkin' Donuts stores, and each one is a revenue stream. Each year's work on energy efficiency creates a savings stream. So we have this accelerating impact. Now, we either get that savings by doing energy efficiency, or we hand it over to the oil companies. And so if we're going to insist on giving small amounts of money to our ratepayers and pretend that's doing them a favor, the fact is we're robbing them. So we need to pass this bill, and we need to pay attention to energy efficiency instead of giving away small change. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Mann. Do we have any questions for Representative Mann from the members here in the room? Representative Bresney.
Thank you, Chairman, for recognizing me to ask a question. Thank you, Mr. Mann, for your testimony. My question is, you mentioned in the beginning that there were lobbyists who spoke on behalf of the ratepayers to create the rebate. Can you mention who the lobbyists were?
They weren't, that's not exactly what happened. The lobbyist was Corey Lewandowski, and this was in 2012 in a bill 1490, HB 1490. Let's see. There's a piece of your question I forgot. Let me think. Could you repeat your question again?
I was just asking who were the lobbyists who lobbied on behalf of the ratepayers to create the rebate?
Yeah, he was lobbying on behalf of getting rid of Reggie altogether. I suspect it might have been part of an effort by Americans for Prosperity, who he was representing, to dismantle Reggie because they understood what I've described recently. They understood the impact on their revenue of something like the Reggie Pact, a whole bunch of states doing things that were going to reduce energy consumption and oil consumption. So that was his purpose. And I guess he was acting a little bit rough, and a couple of very slick legislators finagled him into this hilarious rebate compromise, quote unquote, which he was unable to.
Okay, Representative, Mann, thank you. We appreciate the answer to the question.
And we've not seen him since, by the way.
Representative Bresney.
No follow-up, thank you.
Thank you. Next question comes from Representative Callie Pitts. Don't forget to unmute yourself, Representative Callie Pitts. We cannot hear you, Representative.
Representative Callie Pitts, and I'm a co-sponsor on the bill, but I'm not presenting. So I believe I can ask a question. Is that correct?
Yes, you're recognized to ask a question.
Representative Mann, do you agree that giving a rebate of roughly $1 a month and not having an insulated house wastes more energy, and that dollar, along with many more, would go out the window?
Yes, I would definitely agree that if that dollar doesn't help if you're not getting the energy efficiency done. I just looked at a 1.5 kilowatt space heater, and it would cost $40 a month to burn for from sunset to bedtime during a month. Just an enormous difference in cost. And so people that are in lousy housing are often using space heaters to try to compensate.
Thank you, Representative Mann. Any follow-up, Representative Callie Pitts?
No follow-up. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes Representative Pimentel for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Mann, you mentioned that the average bill is paying roughly 90 cents a month. How much is being diverted, is currently being diverted from the energy efficiency programs statewide? If we add up all those 90 cents.
Yeah, you're asking me to think. Let's see. Well, it's 450,000 households, and oh yeah, sorry, yeah, the amount actually is $5 million, according to the officials that watch Reggie. $5 million a year.
Any follow-up, Representative Pimentel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, a follow-up. Could you give us an idea of what kinds of programs could be run that are currently not being run right now on $5 million a year?
Thank you. Yes, I would, of course, we have EERS coming online, but generally you would spend that money doing as much energy efficiency as you could. You'd have publicity, you'd have supervision, you'd have quality control and so on. But my view is low-income households can't really stand to wait for maybe 8 or 10 years before it's their turn to have energy efficiency done in their house. So a good plan would be to develop and basically develop a program that would do some minimally costly, but most cost-effective things for houses, for low-income housing, so that at least they are somewhat improved while they're waiting for their turn. Now, the bill, I believe, dedicates, and I was just, I did not make these original suggestions. I was just modifying an existing or prior bill from the Senate. I believe there's a significant dedication to low income so that you would prioritize those since they can't afford to wait, whereas the other families like mine can easily wait.
Thank you, Representative Mann. The chair now recognizes Representative Somsich for a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mann, my understanding is that energy efficiency contributes significantly in reducing the overall demand for energy for the whole state. So that is it not accurate to say that by reducing the demand through energy efficiency or other measures, every ratepayer, every utility payer will get a benefit out of that, not just the person installing energy efficiency?
Yes, that's true. That's true. The economy gets better right away. Even if you have to wait 4 or 5 years before your house is done, the economy is improving. Simply because there's more money remaining in the state instead of flying out.
Thank you. Is there a follow-up, Representative Somsich?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is. Also, is it not true that energy efficiency is the cheapest way of reducing your energy bill, and it also reduces pollution and greenhouse gas emissions?
Yes, I would agree with that, absolutely. And I forgot to mention, of course, there's jobs created.
Yeah, thank you very much.
A lot of people that work with their hands and need jobs. This is great work.
Thank you, Representative Mann. The chair now recognizes Representative Thomas for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. Thank you, Representative Mann, for taking my question. You mentioned a quantity of somewhere between 60 to 90 cents per month return to our, what you consider to be common residents. Can you tell me what that is based on? How many kilowatt hours per month usage?
Yes, that's just taking 450,000 households. That's the Census Bureau tells I found somewhere, tells us that that's the number of households in this state, and divide $5 million by 450,000, you get about $11 a year, or about 90 cents a month.
Follow up, Representative Thomas?
I guess I need to restate the question. What I meant was, is that figure based on an average household usage of, say, some say it's 600 kilowatts a month, some say it's 650 kilowatt hours a month? Is it based on that, or just like you said, it's just based on taking the overall money spent overall by the number of households? Is that how you come up with that figure?
It's not by looking at all the accounts and what they're spending. It's just simply dividing the number of amount of money that's rebated by the number of households that are in the state.
Okay, thank you, Representative Mann. We have two more people with their hands raised.
Sure.
At the conclusion of the second question by the second person, we're going to move on to the next presenter for time because of time constraints.
If there's time later, that'd be great.
Okay. So the chair now recognizes Representative Oxenham for a question.
In the interest of time, I'll pass.
Thank you, Representative Oxenham. The chair now recognizes Representative Partial for a question.
Yes, my school district is struggling to reduce operation costs. May I assume that this bill would help reduce local property taxes by the installation of such things as cost-efficient LED lighting?
Yes, that would be the town would have to push for it, but clearly it would help the ratepayers. I want to thank everybody for the questions, by the way. I forgot to do that.
Thank you, Representative Mann. Representative Partial, was there a follow-up?
No, I just would speak that my local constituents are already pushing for a plan to install this lighting. So that's all I would add.
Yeah,
LED. Thank you, Representative Mann, for your testimony on this bill. We'll move on now to our next presenter. And that would be Michael Fitzgerald from the New Hampshire Department of Employment Security. Jen, could you promote Mr. Fitzgerald to a panelist so that we can see him as he makes his presentation? Oh, I misspoke. It's not Department of Employment Security. It's Department of Environmental Services.
Thank you.
Acronym hell. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Mr. Fitzgerald, are you there?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My computer froze a moment when it was transferring. So are you able to hear me?
We can hear you fine. Can't
Yep.
see you, but we can hear you.
Yes. Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Michael Fitzgerald. I am the Assistant Director of the Air Resources Division in the Department of Environmental Services. And our agency, along with the PUC, is responsible for implementing the RGGI program in New Hampshire. Our agency manages the auctions and the state's participation in RGGI. The PUC is responsible for the use of the revenues in accordance with current statute, or as may be proposed under this legislation. I'm not sure if it's possible, but normally this bill has been heard several times previously. Normally we testify in conjunction with the PUC and my staff, Joe Fontaine, who is also on. I'm not sure if they can be promoted at the same time or not in order to be able to answer questions more efficiently for the committee. That might be helpful if it's so possible. I'd appreciate that. It would be Joe Fontaine and Karen Crampton from the PUC. I'll be doing the testimony, and I believe the PUC also presented some information to the committee, a chart that would help in understanding the reallocation under this legislation. All right. Well, in any case, I see Joe. I don't know if Karen is available or not, but I'll proceed. again, thank you very much. The state, yes, okay, there's Karen. Joe and Karen, you'll need to unmute if there's questions also, I understand. So thank you. The state began its participation in RGGI back in the early 2000s at the time that the Greenhouse Gas Initiative was created. And it's an initiative of 10 states which regulates the emission of carbon dioxide from fossil fuel power plants. Plants are allocated a certain amount of allowances, or an allowance is equal to 1 ton of emissions of CO2. And if they exceed the number of allowances, they have to purchase additional allowances, and they have to surrender them during a certain time frame and true up with their emissions. So those allowances are traded on like a stock market platform, and the allowances generate revenue, which Representative Mann alluded to. That revenue varies with the cost of the allowance. Initially, all of New Hampshire's revenues were dedicated to energy efficiency, and as Representative Mann indicated, back in 2012, there was a compromise when it was proposed that New Hampshire be required to leave RGGI, and it was changed so that if an allowance sells for, say, $5, the way the current allocation works is the first dollar of that revenue for the state is put into energy efficiency programs. The remaining $4 are rebated by the PUC to ratepayers in accordance with the ratio of commercial and industrial to residential ratepayers. And this bill would reallocate. And again, I'll defer to Ms. Crampton of the PUC and her chart to help you understand that. I did provide written testimony, and one of the important things to understand is that New Hampshire is in RGGI because New Hampshire's participation in RGGI is better for ratepayers than not participating. The cost of the allowances for the fossil fuel plants that are covered under this program, those costs are carried into their cost of doing business and are ultimately charged to the ratepayer, just like fuel. If a utility buys coal or oil or whatever, that cost is part of their cost of doing business, and that is included in the costs that ultimately the ratepayer pays. And so that cost is a fixed cost and is paid no matter what. If we participate in RGGI, we're able to recoup some of that those funds, and then again, those funds can be allocated for the policy directive of the legislature. DES takes no position on this legislation. We do believe that there are significant benefits and that there's a significant body of information that suggests that investments in energy efficiency are better for the ratepayer than rebates. However, we believe it's the purview of the legislature to determine, and that has always been the question. So our participation is predicated on the fact that it's better for us to be in the program and get the revenues. Then what's done with the revenues is up to the legislature, and that is directed in statute now. And this legislation would redirect some of those funds, as was described by Representative Mann. I believe my testimony letter indicated some of the studies that have been done both here in New Hampshire, legislative studies, and some studies that were done by reputable analytical consulting firms on behalf of the RGGI program. And So I won't dwell on those. I think they show that there's significant benefit to the reallocation. Another thing that was mentioned was the fact that if these revenues are dedicated to municipal purposes, schools, municipalities, et cetera, that they do provide a benefit not only to the school or the municipality and so on, but also to the ratepayer by reducing costs for the ratepayer, for the taxpayer in the municipalities. If a school costs less to heat or uses less electricity via lighting, then that cost directly lowers costs. That investment rather directly lowers costs for the ratepayer and ultimately the taxpayer. So we again take no position. We're happy to try to answer any questions on the way the RGGI program works or this proposed reallocation. And with that, I will conclude my testimony and be prepared to take questions along with Mr. Fontaine and Ms. Crampton from the PUC. And I don't, Ms. Crampton, if she wanted to add anything to what I've said, I'd be happy to hear that as well.
Ms. Crampton, did you want to add anything to Mr. Fitzgerald's testimony? If so, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good morning, committee. This is Karen Crampton from the Public Utilities Commission. As Mr. Fitzgerald stated, we provided the graphics, which attempts to illustrate how RGGI currently allocates funding and what the effects of the amendment would have on that program allocation. And the PUC takes no position on this bill. However, I am here to answer any questions that you may have on that allocation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Crampton. So the chair recognizes Representative Thomas for a question.
Mr. Chair, I will not defer, but I believe it's Representative Sausage that is hand up first. By microphone.
Okay, let me ask our committee researcher.
Can't hear.
Pardon?
Can't hear Representative Thomas.
Let me ask our committee researcher. On my screen, when I see a list of representatives with their hands up, how can I tell which one put their hand up first?
They are listed in the order in which they were raised. So I'm seeing Representative Samsic, Thomas, and so on.
Well, on my screen, it goes Representative Thomas, Representative Samsic.
You know, do you have the participant list open, Representative Vos?
Do I have what?
The participant list.
I don't have it open right at the moment, no.
Yeah. If you open the participant list, it shows them in order, whereas on your screen, it may be in a different order if you're looking at the tiles.
Okay, I did not know that. Thank you for that information. That's what I was looking for clarity on that. So, okay, Chair recognizes Representative Samsic for a question.
Wasn't there a question from Representative Thomas that we didn't hear and didn't get an answer?
Thank you for that question, Representative Oxenham. Representative Thomas said, and I'm sorry you didn't hear it, but he said that he thought that Representative Samsic was first. So that's what led to our discussion about how to determine who's first and who's not. So Representative Samsic, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. So I just want to clarify what you just said regarding whether our participation in RGGI our non-participation would be a disadvantage. So if I understand what you said correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, because that's why I want to know, since we all buy from the same wholesale energy market, all the producers producing energy into the wholesale market have already factored the cost of RGGI for all the other states involved into their pricing. And so therefore, when we buy energy from them, that's already factored in as part of their pricing. However, if we're not part of RGGI, we don't get any benefits from the auctions to compensate for that additional cost. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. And although this legislation does not address the state's participation in RGGI, it presumes that we continue to participate. I just pointed that out for clarification as background information. But yes, you are correct.
Representative Somsich, follow up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to just ask, in light of the fact that this money is being used currently, the amount we're getting, the $1 out of the 5, how many projects that qualify to get such energy efficiency measures, what percentage are we able to fund with that amount? And how much more would we need to fund all the projects currently in queue?
I will attempt to address that a little bit, and then I'll defer to Ms. Crampton because they're the agency that runs the program. But I just wanted to point out that the first dollar of each allowance sale goes into the energy efficiency programs that are run by the PUC, administered by the PUC, and run by the utilities. And those programs are, by definition, cost effective. It's my understanding that there is a significant waiting list for those programs. I don't know, I could not quote you specific numbers, and that those programs again are continually funded, but the limitation is the current funding. And with that, I would defer to Ms. Crampton to if there's any further information that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Chairman
Before I
Boster.
recognize the next speaker, the next questioner, I would remind all the people in the room here with me that if you have a question, be sure to raise your hand vigorously so that I can
Trying.
See that you are here. Maybe you could move a little bit and get more of my peripheral vision or something, but I will recognize Representative Homo.
Did you want to go to Representative Thomas first, sir? Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair, for taking my question. Yes, sir. Thank you for providing your testimony today. One question I did have, and if you could just clarify, does this bill change the amount of money that's available to residential customers in the New Hampshire Saves program?
Yes, I would defer to Ms. Crampton to perhaps go over that allocation document. But yes, it does in fact increase the amount of money going in to the energy efficiency programs.
Mr. Chair, if you'd like, I can add a little bit to that, a little detail to Mr. Fitzgerald's response.
Yes, please respond.
Based on the illustrative diagrams that I provided, the PUC provided as testimony, assuming that the RGGI auction revenue is approximately $17 million, you can see by looking at the left-hand side of those charts that under the current law, approximately $2.9 million would be used for funding energy efficiency programs in the state. With this amendment, that amount increases to approximately $6.7 million. So yes, there is an increase of funding, and then the boxes below show you how that's allocated, and both bills, or the current law and the amendment, both provide an allocation for municipalities and schools and local government for energy efficiency. There's an allocation set aside for low income energy efficiency, and then the balance goes to fund an all fuels program, which currently is administered by the PUC as a competitive bid. And I can go through those breakdowns, but basically municipalities, schools, and local governments would get an increased allocation from 2 million up to 5 million. The low income goes from a minimum of 15% to a minimum of 35%. And then the balance is, of course, the all fuels program.
Thank you, Ms. Crampton. I'd like you to stop there, please.
Yes.
We're down to the last 10 minutes of this public hearing. So the future questioners will be limited to one question each, and the chair recognizes Representative Thomas for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Really quick, what other programs in the state or federal also contribute to the Energy Efficiency Fund besides RGGI?
Thank you for your question, Representative Thomas. The systems benefit charge from the, again, a PUC administered program, that charge is on your bill. Those funds also are allocated to, portion of them are allocated to the Energy Efficiency Fund. And thus then into the energy efficiency programs.
Thank you for that answer. The chair recognizes Representative Pimentel for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are there other states in RGGI that are diverting their funds to the ratepayers? Or are we the only one?
I believe there are other states that have a portion. I believe ours is probably the lowest amount. We're only allocating $1 out of the 5 or whatever the allowance price is. And I believe that it was in my testimony letter that more than 50% of the states, the total funding from the states does go to energy efficiency, but there are other funds diverted for other uses in the states. And I would also open it up to Mr. Fontaine if he has any additional information that could help with that response. Joe, if you do, you need to unmute.
I could, Mr. Fitzgerald, I could jump in quickly. I think RGGI Inc. Generates or produces an annual proceeds report that shows state by state how every state uses their RGGI proceeds. And now I do see Joe's unmuted. I'm sorry, Joe.
Unmuted, thank you. Yes, that's what I was going to say, Karen, was the answers to a lot of your questions may be found at the RGGI Inc. website, www.rggi.org, and they have an annual report on there that shows how the money is spent by each state.
We could follow up and send to the committee members a link to that report.
Okay, thank you for that response. The chair now recognizes Representative McGee for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is around, I think what the committee is grappling with here is whether this is a good bill for New Hampshire, whether it's worthy of our votes to move it forward. And I wanted to ask the question of, the way I see energy efficiency is that it lowers demand and therefore it lowers costs. And so it's kind of, this program is sort of a force multiplier for helping us to lower those energy costs that come from the transmission piece that we have about 9.5% of as far as, our regional partnership goes. So
please ask the question, Representative.
Yeah, so what I'm asking is that a correct assumption that passing this bill would continue that force multiplier so that we can lower demand? Is that a correct assumption?
Yes, that's correct. And again, investments in energy efficiency, lower overall demand, and in addition, there's another factor that more recently has come to be better understood, is that when demand is lowered, the cost of the transmission system in New England is apportioned among all the New England states based on their demand. So when states lower their demand, they also lower their percentage of the required, if they're going to invest, if ISO is going to invest 10 million over the next 10 years in transmission, say, or 100 million, whatever, that cost it can be reduced by reducing our portion of the demand. In other words, if we're 9.5% of the ISO load, we would pay one cost. If we're 10%, we would pay another 0.5% higher portion of that cost. And so by lowering demand, we not only lower the costs to the direct ratepayer to the direct entity that lowers their invests the money and lowers their cost, but then that lowers demand to all ratepayers, and that also translates into reduced demand for the entire system and reduced costs.
That's the point in your testimony I was trying to get to.
Okay, I'm going to have to cut you off there. It is now 3 minutes before 10. Mr. Fitzgerald, we thank you and Ms. Crampton and Mr. Fontaine for your testimony here this morning. We have one more person who would like to speak this morning. So the chair recognizes now Mr. Joseph Kwasnick. You will be allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and tell us if you have any new points to make other than the points that have already been made.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee. I'm today providing oral testimony in support of House Bill 80. My support is based on the following reasons. One, as a member of the original RGGI Stakeholders Committee, I helped shape the objectives of RGGI. One of the objectives of RGGI was obviously to reduce carbon emissions from fossil fuel power plants in the RGGI participating states. But there was a second just as important objective, and that was to allocate the carbon emission auction proceeds back to the participating states with the intention of reinvesting the proceeds in energy efficiency measures in those states. Unfortunately, at least 50% of current RGGI proceeds are sent back to bill payers as direct refunds. These refunds, which may not even be recognized by bill payers, do nothing to reduce the demand for electricity in the participating RGGI states. If those rebates are invested in energy efficiency, they would, according to reputable studies, return over the long term through lower energy costs, approximately $4 to consumers for every dollar invested in energy efficiency. Much better return than simply returning cash rebates to customers. Second, energy efficiency saves money for all electric bill payers in our New England electric distribution systems by reducing the importation of electricity from out-of-state sources, thus reducing the outflow of our scarce energy dollars to surrounding states. It also reduces carbon emissions, helps lower electricity costs to bill payers, especially to low-income bill payers, enables New Hampshire's distribution utilities to delay or even eliminate expensive infrastructure upgrades, and provides good-paying jobs right here in New Hampshire. How can that be bad for the citizens of New Hampshire? Third item.
Seconds.
Third item. House Bill 80 is consistent with and supports the proposed New Hampshire Triennial Energy Efficiency Plan, now waiting approval by the Public Utilities Commission. And lastly, the bill takes at least one step in the right direction in allocating today's residential rebates for RGGI to effective and ongoing energy efficiency programs within New Hampshire. Let's do what's right for New Hampshire's electric bill payers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the time today.
Thank you, Mr. Kwasnick, for your testimony. Unfortunately, we don't have time to allow any questions of Mr. Kwasnick. I want to thank everyone who presented on this bill this morning. And I would also like to alert everyone that it is possible that there will be an executive session on this bill later today. So with that, I will close. Excuse me, I've been interrupted. Representative Thomas. Representative Thomas will announce now the result of the blue sheet. Go ahead.
According to the sheet here, who signed in, we have 25 pro and 0 opposed, and 2 neutral.
Could that be repeated by the chair?
I'm sorry, repeat that, please.
Could you please repeat that? We couldn't hear it.
Oh, I'll repeat it then. There were 25 people who signed in on this bill. Most were in support. There were 2 that were neutral. So with that, we'll close the public hearing on HB 80. We'll take a 2-minute break before we reconvene for our next public hearing.
Mr. Chair, the last person that testified for this oral testimony, he just read what he already sent us.
Yeah.
He read what he already sent us.
I have it. It's my sheet. I have a sheet for the next bill. Like, just like attached, just attached. Here's all. Here's all. Thank you.
I don't know.
She told me that. I don't know what I'm doing, but I put a stop on something anyway. So just put the asterisk on here.
Exactly, yeah.
I did, so Mike Fitzgerald, not last time. It wasn't. So now I can put these separate. Turn them. So you coordinate like this. So now I got 3 to 2. 3 to 2. Wow. I can start right if I separate these.
It's okay with me. I know.
I'm just gonna put them in the sheet. Sure. So I have it. You want the best bed? You want the bed. After the time, you guys have died for some I drove through this morning. I was in a giant snow blower, going through a pretty notch. Everybody's blowing like hell, it's snowing like this, 5 below 0. The roads were horrible. And once I hit Kangamangas, I knew where at. It took me an hour from my house to the notch. It was snowing up there for a week.
There, yes.
I'll recognize you. I'll recognize you. Read that list, okay?
So, neither one of these have written testimony submitted. You should be able to. Madeline does though, right?
Yes, she submitted.
Mr. Chairman,
No.
I'm just having Joel here. We could just ask Joel questions. I've been looking at things up. I need a copy of this.
I don't have that.
All right. I'm looking up. They have all the remote stuff in here now.
Yes,
It's very updated. Very strange, but you can recognize who every one. Just like a card.
Yes, I recognize that.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure.
So far, it hasn't been an issue being that so few people signed up to speak.
Well, it's only an issue because if we're not logged into Zoom, people in the room can't get their hand up in queue. Like we are waiting till the testimony is over. If you're home on Zoom, you could raise your hand while they're speaking and then all of a sudden you're in queue. So it, people in the room just don't do that, aren't doing that.
Okay. So I erred on that in the first public hearing on learning. So from here on out, before I recognize anybody on Zoom, I will scan the room. If there's anybody in the room who wants to ask a question, put your hand up immediately. And I'll ask the people in the room to speak first, and then I'll recognize people on Zoom. Okay, great. Come to Zoom. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I will now open the public hearing on HB 382. And I will recognize the prime sponsor of the bill to introduce the bill, and that is Peter Leishman. Mr. Leishman, you're recognized to speak. I apologize, I misspoke. That's Representative Leishman.
Oh, not a problem, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm here in support of HB 382. Several years ago, I learned of seasonal demand charges due to a railroad crossing accident with a large dump truck. One of my trains collided with a truck, and the accident prevented the railroad from serving an aggregate plant due to the damage done to some of the railroad's equipment. As a result, the aggregate plant shut down due to the lack of material that the railroad was able to deliver. It was then I learned that the aggregate plant was still required to pay a monthly demand charge, whether they used electricity or not. In time, the railroad did receive a settlement from the truck driver's insurance company, which included a $7,000 check to cover the 2-week portion of the monthly demand charge. This past summer, due to grid issues, the same aggregate plant lost power on several occasions, and electric motors and soft start equipment was damaged. Nearly 3 weeks of production time was lost. The utility was asked for a demand charge credit due to the interruption of power. That request was declined. How fair is that? Prior to the filing of HB 382, I had no idea that New Hampshire's largest utility has more than 78,000 customers that are subject to some form of demand charge. I learned that the monthly demand charges are especially impactful on many seasonal businesses, and oftentimes these charges are dictating when seasonal businesses can either resume operation or cease their operations due to weather or other factors. I know for a fact that in the aggregate business, these monthly demand charges are limiting production, as weather is often a factor in the early spring or fall due to freezing temperatures, and paying a monthly demand charge of thousands of dollars for a few days or a week of production makes little sense. I have also learned that ski areas are also experiencing the same type of impacts during their seasonal operations. As I think many of you know, several years ago, the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services asked large on-site generators to connect to the grid. Economically and perhaps environmentally, this was a great thing at the time. It was felt that by connecting these large industrial on-site generators to the grid would improve air quality as one major interest. At their expense, New Hampshire businesses connected to the grid. It was not uncommon for these business owners to spend tens of thousands of dollars to upgrade their New Hampshire plants. At the time, it was thought these conversions would be a win-win for, again, the businesses and the environment. However, before the conversion to the grid, businesses with on-site generators weren't impacted by demand charges and could make business decisions without the fear of monthly demand charges being assessed for little or no electrical usage. Will these demand charges encourage businesses to return to off-site power production or worse? Mr. Chairman, I believe it is time for a diverse group of stakeholders to take a look at demand charges and the harmful effect these demand charges are having on New Hampshire business. And I thank you, and I certainly would take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Leishman, for introducing Bill HB 382. Do Do we have any questions from the members assembled in the room here this morning? Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Just real brief, this bill, as I understand it, is a bill for a study committee. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Right.
Establishing a commission, yeah.
Commission. So my question is, why do you feel like we need a commission to study on this bill? It seems like your testimony was more as to we need that you wanted to actually do something. Can you tell me why you feel like we need to have a commission on this? Have you determined it's too complex, or what issues did you find out that determines that we have to have a commission on this?
Thanks for the question. Several years ago, a number of issues were raised concerning actually the Secretary of State and the Department of Environmental Services. And some of you may remember Governor Sununu issued an executive order to look into a number of different things to improve business in the state. That was Executive Order 2017-02, I believe. And as a result, members of the House, including former Speaker Hinch and I, were on that committee or commission, and we came up with a number of recommendations based on our work, which turned into House Bill 1104, I believe it was in 2018, which was passed by the House. And the complexity of the things we found at DES, we were glad that there was actually a group put together to look at DES and the Secretary of State's office and other agencies to try to improve the business climate in New Hampshire. And I think, as I found, the complexity of demand charges, and I'll be perfectly honest, this is the first time I've ever even got to the surface of demand charges. And I think a diverse group of a few select legislators from, as the bill calls for, from your committee, and one from the Senate side, but stakeholders, I think, can provide valuable input. The utilities, for instance, I think everyone should be brought to the table, but that it being a very complex issue, I think it needs a great deal of work to come up with some good solutions.
Thank you.
Follow up, Representative Thomas?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members in the room who have a question? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Samsic for a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Lishman. Just a comment, point of order to the chair, if I may. We here have a hard time hearing the voices of the people in the conference room. So if you could please ask them to speak up loudly so we can hear what they have to say, just as a request on my part. Mr.
Thank you for that comment. In case you were joined us late, I did make that request of the members in the room at the beginning of the meeting, but I will repeat it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Lishman, I just wondered, aside from the business community, are you also aware that even churches who may only have one service per week are actually charged the demand charge as well as their electric usage, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense?
Yes, as I've learned, actually, Eversource has been very helpful and provided me with some interesting documentation. And I was completely unaware that, like you just pointed out, even people that may use electricity once a week for, say, a church service are also subject to demand charge. To me, it's something you should pay for when you need it, not to just have it on a standby situation, because anybody that's facing these demand charges, especially during the time right now that we're in an economic crisis, being stuck with these huge charges when they're not even using electricity is just very problematic in my thinking.
Thank you, Representative Samsic. A follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lishman, has it been your experience that the demand charges often are higher than the actual electricity charges?
I have seen some of that. I've heard it. I don't know it for a complete fact, but I believe that's probably correct.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question and the answer. Representative Leishman, I have a question for you.
Sure.
How can the utilities adequately plan for their load if they do not, if they cannot make these demand charges on users who usually occasionally use a large amount of electricity, but not always? So how can the utility plan for and guarantee that the supply will be available without these demand charges?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You raised an excellent point and question. And my feeling and my response to that is the need for a commission to look into questions just like the one you raised.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. So next, we go to, the chair recognizes Representative Oxenham for a question.
Thank you very much. My question was just asked and answered.
Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Callie Pitts for a question.
Representative Leishman, if companies or churches or organizations face these demand charges, can they get around those charges by having a contract rate?
Sure. I can only speak to the aggregate company that I'm familiar with. They have been unsuccessful in developing any sort of contract arrangement with the utility that serves them. I can tell you one of the things that I've noticed, this company operates around Massachusetts and all over New Hampshire as well. They have facilities in Massachusetts that they have left on-site generation in their quarries and their plants, so they're not subject to the demand charge because they found it so punitive. So we're seeing the impact of companies electing to keep their on-site generators because it's cheaper and they can turn on the plants when the weather is conducive to production or shut the things down without being penalized by a demand charge. So the hope that the Department of Environmental Services had put out there a few years ago to get these on-site generators removed to improve air quality, the demand charges are forcing companies to take another look at keeping their on-site generators.
Thank you.
Follow up, Representative Callie Pitts.
No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next, we have Representative Nick White.
Did I raise my hand by accident?
I thought you did.
Oh, apologies.
Did you not?
I did not know.
Okay, I apologize for calling on you. So apparently we have no more questions for Representative Leishman. So next I will call on the next speaker, Madeline Minot, representing Clean Energy New Hampshire. Ms. Minot, you are recognized to present.
Thank you, Chairman Vose, and thank you for hearing my testimony today. Representatives, Clean Energy New Hampshire supports House Bill 382. Demand charges are something that we hear a lot about and that we work a lot on with the work that we do. We hear from churches and schools that are being hammered by these demand charges and trying to understand them better and trying to figure out how they can manage their energy use to better reduce those demand charges. And that's something that we help them with to the best of our ability. But as I mentioned in my written testimony, the information that customers can get from utilities about their demand charges, the detailed energy usage, and how they can manage those demand charges is quite limited. So that can be challenging. We do think that demand charges deserve careful consideration and study, and we want to thank Representative Leishman for bringing this issue to the forefront by introducing this bill. As I also mentioned in our written testimony, we do think, however, that the scope of the commission should be expanded, specifically to address how demand charges affect electric vehicle charging. energy storage battery charging, and how demand charges are calculated affects the payback of energy efficiency investments. We asked that the scope of the commission be expanded to add these issues, as well as representatives on the commission with specific expertise in these issues. That's my testimony. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Minot. So far, I only see a couple of hands raised. Are there any questions from anyone here in the room? I'm trying to be vigilant about making sure I don't miss any hands up here in the room. So before I go to the other questioners, I have a question for you, Ms. Minot. You know that the demand charges come from the regulated utilities primarily, and since they are regulated, one would assume that the PUC has some oversight authority over demand charges. If the PUC thinks demand charges are legitimate and useful, is there question about whether that's true or not? Is that why you think maybe this committee is necessary?
No, as I mentioned in my testimony, we're actually actively working on specific issues related to demand charges in dockets related to electric vehicle charging and energy storage more generally. The PUC moves very slowly, and I think does appreciate policy direction from the legislature. And so I think it may be helpful to specify certain policy recommendations to the PUC if the legislature or this study commission found that that was helpful.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Representative Somcich for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Minot. Can you enlighten me whether I got this right? But I believe that the way the demand charges are usually charged is in any given month, what the highest spike of usage is in a very small time interval, maybe within half an hour interval or something, and that is used to charge, used for the demand charge. Is that correct?
Yes, most commercial industrial customers are on much more detailed metering than a residential customer, for example. And so their usage is considered in 15-minute increments. And it is whatever 15-minute increment in the month that you hit the highest usage, that is what your demand charge will be based on. But as I mentioned, some of the utilities also use an annual ratchet. So it will also be whatever the 15-minute increment was the highest in the whole year. And so even if you make a huge change in your energy usage in November, you won't see a reduction in your demand charge for a whole year until the following November.
Follow-up, Representative Somcich?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what, in response to what you just said, I understand that if I were, and I've done this with my church, I said, you know, if you guys implement energy efficiency, not only do you reduce your electric usage, but you also reduce your demand charge. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. If you can either target whatever is causing that one spike in your usage, or just reduce your usage overall, your demand charge will also be reduced. And so for some commercial customers, that can be a specific piece of equipment that cycles on and off. So you could change that from to a variable drive, for example, so that it doesn't spike on and spike off, or you can put a specific piece of equipment on a battery. It is possible to manage demand charges in many cases, but it can be very costly to hire a consultant to get. Sometimes they have to put on more detailed metering than they're able to get from the utility, and to be able to sort of get to the root cause of what is causing the one, you know, usage spike that causes their demand charge.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Representative Michael Harrington for a question.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My question was simply, I thought there was a way to really reduce demand charges. I looked back to a few years back when Westinghouse was testing reactor coolant pump motors on the seacoast, and they had interruptible power. So the utility was able to say, turn off those pumps now, we can't give you that power. And that was able to drastically reduce their demand charge. Is that option still available for or any large user?
I think you're talking about demand response programs, and yes, as part of our EERS and our energy.
Excuse me, I wasn't talking about demand response. This was interruptible power. What it means is they would test these reactor coolant pump motors, which suck up huge amounts of electricity, and they were customers of public service at the time, and public service can simply say, shut off your motors now. And they agreed to do that. And so they were able to substantially lower their demand. And I believe it's still a negotiable thing that companies can do with the utilities to simply say, during a certain time, I'm going to have to tell you not to use that much power. And they have, obviously, the company would have to agree to it, and then we'd save money. Is that still in effect?
I do believe that is still a tariff in effect for Eversource customers. So they would be able to opt into that.
Thank you.
Follow up, Representative Harrington.
No, that's all set. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The chair now recognizes Representative McGee for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In listening to other folks speak about their specific issues around demand charges, I'm reminded of a conversation that I had with Hollis Primary School. They invested in solar panels on the roof to lower their costs for that.
Representative McGee, could you suspend for a moment?
Sure.
Could you possibly get a little bit closer to your microphone, because it's very hard for us to hear you? Thank you. I appreciate that.
No problem. I usually project pretty loud, so I was just going to say, in my town, our primary school system has invested in solar panels, as many school systems have, to try and lower their fixed costs. And they were among the first people to mention to me the idea of the peak demand charges being something they had not anticipated, because peak charges from their perspective are middle of the day. And as a school system, they can't avoid being affected by those peak demand charges. And so they have not realized the savings that they hoped for, and it's all just policy. So I wanted to see if Ms. Minow could talk about that, the time of use and how that affects various users in the system, because I can't say that I fully understand why the schools are in this situation where they can't realize the benefits that they had hoped to by that investment in local energy.
Yes, that's correct. So with their solar, I'm guessing they're net metering, and demand charges are never credited to net metering customers. And so that's not something that when you export, you can reduce your demand charge. So with solar, the amount of solar that you're using in real time behind the meter can help you lower your demand charge, but that can be difficult to predict when you're developing a system for a specific application, how much will be used at a very fine scale time increment in real time behind the meter versus being exported to the grid. So that does affect those situations. And what you were talking about, time of day, there are more sophisticated demand charges that are called peak coincident demand charges, because really demand charges are meant to allow utilities to recover the cost of serving very high draw customers. But as you all have probably heard many times, peak demand times is when most of the grid costs are created. And so if a high draw demand customer, their peak always happens at nighttime when demand on the overall grid is actually quite low, the cost of serving that customer is exaggerated by their demand charge, because we use blunt demand charges. Doesn't matter when your peak is happening, we're going to charge you based on how high that peak is. And so really there are more sophisticated demand charges, which are called peak coincident demand charges.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, can I just have a follow?
Yes, follow up.
So, Ms. Minow, then I guess I'm assuming the complexities here are significant. So I'm assuming that's why you're supporting the bill?
Yes, correct. I mean, there's a lot of complexity here. And as I mentioned, there's a lot of very important clean energy sectors that are very affected by demand charges, like electric vehicle charging, as DC fast charging stations are very high draw. However, at low usage rates, the cost of running those stations can be so high, because if a car charges there once a month, you're going to be paying so much for that demand charge compared to the electricity used that it completely destroys the economics of developing a DC fast charging network.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Oxenham for a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I very much appreciate you bringing forward the issue of the complexity of this. On first glance, it makes so much sense to, get rid of these demand charges. What's the purpose? There are a lot of reasons for them, and if we eliminate them, those charges are going to be put somewhere else. Those charges aren't going to go away. They're going to be reallocated. And I believe, and I could be wrong here because I'm really not as up on commercial and industrial rate design as I am on residential design, but I very much fear that this could lead to increased rates for our residential ratepayers. So I support the idea, and thank you for bringing up the complexity of this, because it's important in our willingness and readiness to go forward with a study committee.
Was there a question there, Representative Oxenham?
I started with a question and then I realized that it didn't make any sense. So
I can say that generally the costs are shifted to volumetric charges. And so it is more reflective of how much energy you're using in general.
The chair recognizes Representative Callie Pitts for a question. Don't forget to unmute, Representative.
Luckily, I remember to get dressed. You asked for some additional things to be included in this. And I just wondered, you talked about battery charging, which I'm going to assume it's cars. What about storage batteries that are now coming online, becoming more effective? Would it affect storage batteries in residential and in commercial uses, the demand charge?
That's correct. I talked about both electric vehicle charging and energy storage battery charging. Okay. And in New Hampshire, thankfully, residential customers are not charged demand charges. So right. Battery charging in a residential application would not be affected by demand charges. However, larger battery energy storage installations that would interconnect to the grid would likely be put on a commercial industrial tariff, which would have a demand charge. And as I explained in my written testimony, these batteries specifically operate to charge at low load, low cost times and discharge at peak demand, high cost times. And so for them, for example, a peak coincident demand charge would make a lot more sense because by definition, they are operating to only charge at off-peak, low-cost times.
Thank you.
You need a follow-up, Representative?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no more raised hands, so I would like to ask if there are any members or any persons who want to speak who have not been so recognized, to recognize yourself, your desire right at this moment, please. Seeing none, I will close this public hearing. Whoops. I see that Krista Shute has asked to be recognized. So Krista Shute, you will be permitted to speak. Go ahead, please.
Thanks very much. This is Krista Shute on behalf of the Office of the Consumer Advocate. Mr. Crease had submitted some testimony, and I just wanted to follow up on the comment that in regards to, so Mr. Crease's testimony asks for an amendment for the ratepayer advocate to be represented on the board. And I wanted to point out that though residential ratepayers don't currently pay demand charges, there is both the potential for an impact from changes, but also because of batteries and EV, the potential for ratepayers to start paying those in the future. And so that is part of the reason that we are interested in supporting the committee and being on the committee, and also to make myself available for questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Ms. Shute. I will remind everyone that at the direction of the Speaker of the House, we have been requested to retain all study committee and study commission bills. So there will be adequate time to make adjustments to this bill when we take it up in the fall. So I'll just remind everyone of that. And I will now recognize recuperating member of the ST&E, Fred Plett, for a comment. Go ahead, Representative Plett.
I just wanted to say hello. It's good to be back in the saddle. I want to thank all of my friends at the ST&E who sent cards and otherwise contacted me, including Rep. Kat McKee, who forgot to put my name on the card, so they had to open it up to find out who it's for. But thank you all.
And it's great to have you back, Representative Plett. We'll monitor your recuperation and we'll welcome you back to the committee as a full participating member as soon as you're able. Yeah, sooner than later. Troy Murner wants you back soon, as it turns out. Representative Oxenham, did you have another question?
Yes, I do.
You're pretty nice to ask your question.
Thank you very much. It has to do with this issue of whether or not we can have study committees and study commissions. At a previous meeting, you told us that the president of the Senate had directed that bills would be ITL'd when they reached the Senate if they were passed out of the House with a component of a study committee or a study commission. Now, this morning, you're telling us it's the direction of the Speaker of the House. I spent a great deal of time tracking down this issue of the president of the Senate because I have several bills for very good reasons that contain study committees and study commissions. I'm very concerned about this issue. So could you elaborate, please, for us where it's coming from, whether it applies to every committee? Just the ramifications of this are really quite important. A lot of the legislation that we receive requires more substantive consideration and thought than we can give it, particularly with these truncated, compressed time periods we're allocated.
Okay, I understand your question. I'll do my best to answer it. The way it was explained to members of House leadership was that the president of the Senate, Senator Chuck Morris, approached the Speaker of the House and informed him that if the House sent to the Senate any study committee or a study commission bills, that they would be ITL'd. The Speaker of the House then informed House leadership, which included obviously the chairs of House committees, that the best strategy to use for study committee and study commission bills would be to retain them, because if you pass them, they'll just be ITL'd in the Senate. So that's my understanding of the progression of the communication between the leadership of the Senate and the leadership of the House. So with that, I'll recognize Representative Callie Pitts for a question.
Question of the chair, if we retain a bill, are we permitted to work on it over the summer? As we have in subcommittees or after committee work, or when we are not meeting?
Yes, the answer to that question is yes. Typically you do it in the fall, but I suppose we could do it in the summer, although You wouldn't be allowed to collect any mileage for going to a subcommittee meeting in the summer, but
I'm not collecting mileage for this one.
in the fall. Okay,
Chairman.
Representative one more question, Representative Homola.
No, sir, I was just going to say Representative Thomas has had his hand up.
All right, Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may just add to the explanation for the clarity for the entire group. My understanding is if a bill is retained on your own, you can do work on it during whatever time you have. You won't get paid mileage for coming in to do it because that bill will not be taken up until the next biennium year. The other reason for the retaining strategy is plain and simple. We don't have the space or the time to give to subcommittees or other committees to meet with our situation with the pandemic and the limitations we have. Leaderships of both houses felt that on both sides felt that you open up for one, we have it open up for everyone, and there's no space to put these committees. So that was part of the other rationale for the reasoning. So it wasn't just an arbitrary decision. There was reason for it. That's their reason. That's their rationale for it. That's what we've been instructed to do.
Thank you, Representative Thomas. This is not an issue for a debate. So I will recognize Representative McGee for a question, but only a question. We're not going to debate this issue.
I'm not here to debate the issue. My question is, I was looking at Senate bills the other day, and I noticed that they have an awful lot of study committees, and I'm wondering if the House is going to take the same position that the Senate has taken, because they actually have a lot of their work in study commissions as well. So I'm just curious, because a lot of the bills that they've put forward are also committees and commissions.
I can't comment on how the Senate conducts their business.
No, I'm saying, is the House going to treat their bills that way if they come over to us, if they don't retain their study? The way that we're approaching
at the moment would be that we would receive no study committee bills from the Senate.
Okay.
That they would retain their study committee bills the same way they've advised us to do to ours.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, so it appears that we have exhausted the speaker list and the questions for this bill. So I'm going to close the public hearing on HB. Oh, got to announce the blue sheet. I'm sorry.
Okay, we have 7 in support and 0 opposed.
Did everyone hear that?
7 in support, 0 opposed. Sorry for not speaking up.
Okay, so with that, we will close the public hearing on HB 382. And I will immediately open an exec session. And I will call on Representative Homola for a motion.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I make a motion to retain House Bill 382.
Representative Homola has made a motion to retain House Bill 382. Representative Bernardi.
I second that motion.
That motion has been seconded by Representative Bernardi. Is there any discussion on the motion to retain House Bill 382? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll and vote on House Bill 382 on the motion of retain.
Right, yes, that goes really quick. Okay, bill number 382. Okay. Representative Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington.
I'm sorry, I just noticed Representative Harrington was in.
Representative Harrington.
Representative Harrington was in the attendee list, so he's just been promoted and he's now on screen.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I vote yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Myrna. Yes. Representative Homola.
Yes.
Representative Bresney.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi.
Yes.
Representative Chambrose.
Yes.
Representative Close.
Clocher, yes.
Close. Yeah. Not that fancy. Representative White.
Yes.
Representative Somsich.
Don't forget to unmute yourself.
Yes.
Representative Callie Pitts.
Yes.
Representative Mann.
Yes.
Representative Oxenham.
No.
Representative Vincent.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative McWilliams.
Yes.
Representative Crichton.
It's Cretan.
Cretan.
Yes.
I'm doing it wrong all day.
Yes.
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 Representative Pimentel.
Yes.
Representative Paschal.
Yes.
And the chair.
Representative Vose votes yes.
Okay, the vote is 20 yeas and 1 nay.
So the motion to retain passes. Because we're going to retain the bill, it's my understanding that we do not need a majority or minority report, that we just keep the bill in committee and it doesn't go any farther. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't go before the House.
On the calendar.
It doesn't go before the House. Okay, so the bill passes and is retained. Since we have some more time, I'm going to call on Representative Nodder for a motion.
Are we starting another executive session?
For what?
Do we? Okay,
Hold on, we're going to do another vote.
Yes, we're going to do another bill.
well, I would like to move that we, ITL HB 80.
So Representative Nodder has moved ITL on HB 80. Representative Brezhny.
I second.
Representative Brezhny has seconded the motion of ITL on HB 80. Is there any discussion? Representative Nodder.
Yes, I had made a call to legislative services asking for the number of study committees and commissions that we already have. Finally came in this morning, so I didn't have time to read through them all, but it's a very, very long list. And all of these commissions and studies add up. It costs money. And I know it's only a little bit of money here, a little bit of money there, but it all adds up to a lot of money. And we just have too many. And a lot of these things can be studied without having to meet.
We're talking about HB 80, which is not a
Yes,
study commission bill.
Was it about the study? Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
It's not a study committee.
Where all these study committees that we're going through. Oh, the energy efficiency fund. Okay, Reggie, yes. Subsidies. Everyone knows I have an issue with the subsidies and taxes, and I know it's only a little bit, so again, this also applies a little bit here, a little bit there. It all adds up, and the only way to reduce taxes is to chip away a little bit at a time. So for that, and also, so I don't have to speak again, when we get to the studies, well, it's already been said. don't have to talk again. So.
Thank you,
sorry for the
Representative. Are there other representatives in the room that would like to express an opinion?
This is John Mann. I would like to, I would like to speak to it.
I don't see your hand raised.
I don't know how to raise my hand. I'm just, so I used my voice. You want me to wave, or is there a button?
There's a little button on the bottom of the screen.
Not with mine.
Mute,
stop video.
Representative Mann or anybody else on Zoom, I'm going to recognize Representative Homola for a comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The comment I wanted to make is, in a lot of the testimony and discussion and the questions that we had on this bill, my concern is that we talked about energy efficiency, which everyone agrees with energy efficiency, things are great. But that wasn't the focus of the bill. The focus of this bill is that this will take away money out of the New Hampshire Saves program. That residents can now, that all residents can now equally participate in. And things like 2 years ago, they offered $4,000 for insulation. And that was right off the top of your program. So if a homeowner had a $6,000 insulation project, New Hampshire Saves took $4,000 right off that. Last year, that was actually increased to about $8,000. So those things are really important. And those things, just to say that unless this money gets shifted, we're not doing energy efficiency is inaccurate, because we actually are, and homeowners now have the choice to do the projects that work best for them. And so my concern is by taking that away, that's actually a very big savings to homeowners, and allows them, people that just aren't in low incomes, but just below low incomes, it allows them to do some pretty amazing things to their homes. So that's my concern about this bill. Thank you.
Representative Somcich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to say that there is nobody taking away any money from New Hampshire Saves. I think we've heard the testimony from Mr. Fitzgerald that this bill actually gives New Hampshire Saves more money and will provide more help to the very cases that were just mentioned as needing more funding. So all the testimony we've heard on this bill has been saying that this is a very useful and very good bill, both for the ratepayers as well as for the state of New Hampshire. So I think we should go ahead and approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Chair Bose. I just wanted to reiterate that from the sign-ins that we received on this bill, there were 23 in support and 2 neutral. We have not heard any testimony against this bill, so I'm surprised that the first motion that was brought up was an ITL. That's all I have to say about this. Thank you.
Representative Callie Pitts.
Yes, as I'm looking out the window and the wind is picking up, I don't think there's anybody in the state of New Hampshire that would not give up a price of a cup of coffee and a muffin at Starbucks to provide $5 million more in insulation and energy efficiency for the rest of the state. That's all.
Thank you. Representative Harrington.
Never mind. It's not necessary.
Representative Oxenham.
Yes, thank you very much. I wanted to mention the exact figures that Mike Fitzgerald gave us. Currently, New Hampshire Saves is getting $2.9 million. This bill would raise that to $6.7 million. So in the interest of absolute clarity here, what we're talking about is taking away that one equivalent of $1 a month from the bill that people don't even notice is there, aggregating that money into a pool from which people competitively are chosen for their projects, and we get the most cost-effective use of that money. And another speaker said in general, for every $1 we spend on energy efficiency, we have a $4 gain. So they all have to pass cost benefit analysis. This is a very good use of our money. We should not be walking away from energy efficiency. It's the best thing we can do for air pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, lowering demand, lowering our prices across the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Partial.
Yes, as a new legislator, I'll be very uncomfortable in having to explain to my constituents why I'm not doing everything in my power to reduce property taxes through reducing our school expenses. I am all in favor of this bill.
Thank you, Representative Mann.
Yes, thank you. I just think after all the testimony that was given in favor of the bill, I'm not going to repeat myself, but I cannot believe anybody would even think of ITLing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this is very indicative of, in many ways, the government knows best. And I would like to say that we could take more money out of people's paychecks for child programs, for infrastructure, for anything we wanted, and say that it benefits everybody. And yet we're just taking money more away from people. I would suggest that instead of sending out the message that we don't care about our residents, ratepayers, we're going to take all that money and give it to where we think it works best. I suggest that we keep some type of a proportion to at least tell ratepayers, we understand your plight, and we, like to take some, but not all of your money to do some programs, not take it all. So I'm getting a little tired of people saying it's only the cost of a cup of coffee. You add up 10 of those programs and it becomes the cost of maybe a meal. So I suggest that we keep the program the way it is. I would be in favor of ITL, and at least we show some support for the residential ratepayers, and we understand that, we'll take some of your money, but we don't want to take it all the time. So that's what I feel about that.
Thank you, Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard two representatives talk about saving money on taxes. This has nothing to do with taxes. This has to do with energy efficiency. And let's face it, taxes never go down. They always go up. They never go down. In my history, I've never seen taxes go down. So this is about energy efficiency. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Nutter.
Well, you just made the point there, because it's not going to reduce property taxes, because you can't, they're going to spend it all and ask for more, because hashtag never enough. Redistribution of wealth is redistribution of wealth.
Representative Pimentel. Don't forget to unmute.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is going to save people money. This bill deserves our vote. We should vote no on ITLing this bill so that we can take a new motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, everyone,
one more to the floor.
Okay. Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I've listened to the testimony going back and forth, it's always this energy efficiency is going to save us money. It's going to save a very, very, very small number of people some money, because they're going to be the beneficiaries of the energy efficiency projects. It's going to take money from 450,000 citizens of households in the state. So it's a balancing question here, and it's not, as has been characterized, this is a great boon for energy efficiency. It's a very selected population that will benefit, and everybody else will suffer.
Thank you. I would remind the members in the room to speak loudly and clearly. Representative Bresnahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During the initial testimony, I heard that ratepayers are not going to save or are not benefiting from the small amount that they're saving, and that they would benefit a lot more if they were to invest in energy efficient light bulbs. But the price for an energy efficient light bulb is significantly covered by these rebates. So if you were to continue the rebates, ratepayers can use that money to buy energy efficient light bulbs and lower their bills.
Thank you. It appears that everyone now has had a chance to speak during
I
the
have not.
discussion period. Excuse me, did I hear someone say
Yeah.
something?
Yeah, it was Representative McGee.
Okay, Representative McGee, I thought you had spoken. but I
No.
think- Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard a whole bunch of different positions here, but the ITL motion from my fellow representative from District Hillsborough 27 stated that the bill does the opposite of what it does. And if that is the basis for the ITL, I think we need a clear understanding if there's going to be a motion to make this bill inexpedient to legislate, and that's going to be the recommendation of why it's being proposed that way, because this bill would support increased funding for energy efficiency, which does lower rates for everyone because it lowers our demand, right? It lowers the amount of energy that we're required to purchase. And so in my town, in our town, in Suhamola's and my town, we have that school that is looking to figure out how to make their investments in locally generated energy on the school buildings work for them. And those investments in energy efficiency are forever. It means that that those are the negawatts that consumer advocate Crease spoke about, which means we don't have to pay for that energy anymore, because once the efficiency is in place, they don't use as much energy. So this idea that it's somehow being transferred to ratepayers as a cost they will pick up, that's not true. That's why we're advocating for the bill, because the bill supports lowered energy costs. So you can look at it as property taxes that municipalities have to pay because their energy costs are going up and not down. But this is one way you can bring those energy costs down, and that's the reason it's being proposed. So when it's being presented here as this, that, and the other, or as a study committee, and none of those are relevant to what we heard in the testimony today. So I would really ask that people on this committee look at it for the benefits that it's going to bring to New Hampshire and not from an ideological standpoint.
Okay, thank you, Representative McGee. Representative Omola, did you want to respond?
Yes, Chair. All I was saying was that my statement wasn't the basis for an ITL. I did not mention ITL. One of the things that I was just trying to bring up was the fact that if this affects in any way, and the question I had originally was, does this change the New Hampshire Saves program? The answer I received in testimony was yes. And so my point just went to, why would we want to reduce the New Hampshire Saves program? Because it is still accomplishing what we wanted to accomplish for energy efficiency. I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Right. And the response was that it increases the New Hampshire Saves program. It does not reduce it.
Okay, thank you, Representative McGee. Okay, we're running short of time here, so I'm asking the clerk to call the roll on the motion of ITL for HB 80.
Okay, call the roll on HB 80. Okay. Representative Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Nada.
Yes.
Representative Myrna. Yes. Representative Homola.
Yes.
Representative Bresney.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi.
Yes.
Representative Kimbrels.
Yes.
Representative Plage.
Yes.
Getting better.
Yes.
Representative White.
Yes.
Representative Somsich.
No.
Representative Jackie Kelly Pitts.
No.
Representative Mann.
No.
It's stuck.
Representative Oxenham.
I'm sorry about the telephone ringing. I just, can someone
Say
possibly
yes or
handle
no.
that? I have to protest this. This is a charade, having a vote where people don't understand what they're voting on. This is the problem with rushing through this entire process. We're letting.
Yes or
safety
no?
take Over.
You have a vote, yes or no?
No.
Representative Vincent.
No, no.
Representative McGee.
No.
Representative McWilliams.
No.
Representative Chittenden.
It's Cretan. No.
Whisper in my ear, I keep getting it wrong.
I'm learning it too.
Representative Pimentel.
No.
Representative Paschal.
Most emphatic, no.
And the chair, Mr. Vose, Representative Vose.
Representative Vose votes no.
No.
Votes yes, I apologize.
Okay. The vote is 11 to 10 for ITL.
So the motion carries, and Representative Notter, we'd appreciate a majority report by next Tuesday. Representative Somsich, will there be a minority report?
Yeah.
I assume that Representative Mann will write the report. Is that correct? Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We would appreciate that report by next Tuesday, Representative Mann, no later than next Tuesday.
To whom? How is it sent?
You can send it to our House Committee researcher, Jen 4, via email.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And of course, I'd appreciate a copy there too, Representative Mann.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, no. No.
That's between you folks to work out. All right.
Kidding.
I would now like to call to order the public hearing on House Bill 169. And I would like to recognize the bill's prime sponsor, Jackie Grote. So Representative Grote, you are recognized to speak. Jennifer, do we have any anything about Representative Grote?
I do not see Representative Grote in the attendee list. It looks like Representative White has recognized Representative Cannon. Might she be a co-sponsor?
Yes.
169. She's the sponsor. It's Grote from Rockingham 24.
Cannon is close.
Anybody else?
I have Meg Diori. I have Murray.
Representative Cannon, she is co-sponsor?
Cannon is.
We have Cannon on for co-sponsor.
She's
Okay, so she may be available to introduce the bill for you.
Okay, the chair recognizes Representative Cannon to present this bill. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, excuse me, Mr. Chair and fellow members of the committee in the House. My name, for the record, my name is Representative Jerry Cannon. I represent Stratford County 18, which includes 4 of the 5 wards in Somersworth and the small town of Rollinsford. I have submitted my testimony. And instead of just reading it verbatim, I wanted to talk to this. Consider that you're a disabled person and your only way to get around town is through an electric wheelchair. As you go out on the street to go down to the local grocery store or to the market or to the pharmacy, you're traveling down a sidewalk for safety and you come across a double pole in the road, which crowds you between the pole and a brick wall, forcing you to back up and find a spot to ride your wheelchair on the street, putting your life at risk. So you get around that, you get down the street and you get to an intersection with a four-way stop. There's another double pole there. And you have to go around it to get to the crosswalk.
Who's that?
Across the walk is another car coming into the intersection. And as you proceed from behind the double pole, the driver doesn't see you and you may not see them. The potential for an accident exists. Other safety concerns with the city are that double poles are usually there to replace a damaged pole, either from an auto accident or from natural causes. These poles are lashed together and you never know when the pole that has been left for utilities to remove their equipment may collapse or parts may fall on someone in the community. The challenge we've had has been told to us from the Public Works Department is that a damaged pole may get many of its power components replaced immediately when the pole is replaced. However, all of the other utilities that utilize that pole and have been notified the pole is replaced, then we'll have to schedule time with the city to replace their hardware and their cables and all of that. The challenge is that many of these utilities don't replace their equipment or move their equipment for weeks, months, or even years. And we have many poles in the city that are in this condition. These poles detract from the character of our communities. They put our residents at risk. They also put property values at risk when a resident goes to sell their home. So I support adding a commission to take a look at this. Last year, House Bill 1111 was supposed to take a look at this particular issue. And as I attended a work session on it, it was determined that there was no formal ability for all of our utilities to coordinate to move all of their equipment onto a new pole. And it was recommended at that time that we form some form of commission so that all the parties could get together and work out an arrangement for how we do this in a coordinated fashion so that cities weren't left with what some utility just sort of ignores. And so I would vote in support of this bill so we can establish a commission to look into how these utilities will work together to provide our residents with the safety they deserve, as well as the city. It doesn't have to call on a regular basis to see if somebody is going to repair it and remove their equipment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Before we move to questions, let me just, I see that Jackie Grote is now here and has her hand raised and would like to speak. So I'm trying to debate, should I let her speak before we allow other people to ask questions? I think that probably is the best way to go. So I'm going to recognize, the chair is now going to recognize Jackie Grote to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And can the committee hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you're a little bit.
Is this better?
I can hear you.
All right. First of all, I apologize for my tardiness. And I wanted to ask you, and I want to thank Representative Thomas for the guidance that he gave to me before this hearing. I understand the difficulty of having a commission. Did Ms. Martin from the PUC speak to you yet? She had planned on speaking.
She's on the list.
No, she's on the list, but we recognized you first.
Okay, thank you. So the conversation that I had with Representative Thomas was to try to change this bill from a commission to something that could be more active and perhaps enforce the moving of these the moving of the telephone poles. And after several phone calls actually with the PUC, it was determined that this is a complicated issue in that we have telephone pole owners on one hand, and we have some of the people on the telephone pole, some of the companies on the telephone pole are under the jurisdiction of the PUC, such as electric companies. And then we have some carriers that are not under the jurisdiction of PUC, such as cable companies. And so to put together a enforcement RSA would make it difficult without the input from some of the individuals that are not part of the PUC. The thought was at first to give this responsibility to the PUC. However, they don't feel that they can do it as it is because of this component of the cable companies not being part of their jurisdiction. So I think it's well recognized that this is a problem throughout New Hampshire, and the PUC is recommending that we go through with the commission, even though this is a terrible year to do such a thing. And I know that the policy has been to reduce or eliminate any commissions. So I understand the position. I recognize the difficulty, and an attempt was made to give this authority to the PUC through RSA. However, they're unable to carry out with their task based on the way it's set up now. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Representative Thomas has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Thank you for the new information, I guess my question would be, number one, I'm in favor of whatever brings this to fruition. So are you therefore saying that by going forward with a commission that we can expect perhaps no action for the next at least 2 years because of the time we have to wait to get to the commission bill, and then the time for the commission to act, and then the time for whatever they want to actually be put into rules or act upon. So we're looking at maybe 2 or 3 years in the future before something actually happens. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any follow-up, Representative Thomas? Okay, the chair recognizes Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Chair Bose. I want to follow up on city and town authority for charging whoever is responsible for these polls. I'm curious if there's a way that we can come up with a solution to allow cities and towns to fine whoever owns the poll, give them that authority through legislation, which I think would then incentivize the owners of the polls to remove them. So I'm curious if that's something that has been discussed, researched, if you have any information on this, Representative Grody.
Oh, am I still, okay. There are towns that do that through their own ordinances, but there isn't a statewide law that gives them that authority.
Follow up, Chair Bose?
Yes, follow up.
Yeah, so since you're talking about potential revisions to this legislation, might I propose that perhaps a statewide authority some kind of statewide statute authority for cities and towns to fine for double poles, perhaps.
We could examine that, yes.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Oxenham for a question.
That was an error. I removed my hand, but not soon enough.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Representative Thomas, your hand is still up. Do you need to ask another
I
question?
just lowered it.
Okay. All right, there appear to be no further questions. The members online, are there any questions from members in the room? See, Representative Brezhny.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, do the electric companies have liability for what happens with somebody who is injured while trying to go around the poles?
And can you please, in what way going around the poles? What does that mean?
Like the story that was told earlier with somebody going around the pole and being hit by a vehicle, for example.
Okay, so this is one of the components that that I had a conversation with the PUC on, is that safety is an issue. And to answer, safety is an issue, and the other is that the culprit, if I could say that word loosely in this, is not the electric companies. In every case, the electric company, because of the danger involved in moving electrical lines, are always the first ones to move their lines from one pole to another. That step goes well, and that's the step that's being monitored by the PUC. The step that's not going well, and is the issue, is the transferring of the cable companies or private security companies that don't have an incentive to move their pole, to move one pole to the other. So that that's the crux of the problem. How do you incentivize those people? And safety of having two poles and people having to go around them, especially in the city, is a problem. Realize that these telephone poles are not all owned by the same entity.
Any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The chair now recognizes Representative Pimentel for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Grody, are the towns allowed to tax the unused poles?
Yes, and they do. At least I've checked with my town, and they do.
Thank you.
Any follow-up, Representative Pimentel?
No follow-up.
Chair recognizes Representative Callie Pitts for a question. Don't forget to turn on your mic, Representative.
Poles are owned, in some areas they're owned by the telephone company, in some areas they're owned by the electric company. So that's the difference. I know because I used to put poles in. That's all I wanted to clarify. And I don't know, and I think I don't know if you would agree, but if there's two poles standing, perhaps double taxation on the pole owner could be levied, and then there would be some pressure for the others to move their wires. So
this is part of the, so the poles are owned by, it's true, there are poles that are owned by cable companies and poles that are owned by electric companies, but there's several, for example, the New Hampshire Electric Co-op owns some poles, Eversource owns some poles. They're not, all owned by one entity or another. And there is no, this is why we have to have the conversation between these different services, because there is no enforcement mechanism to make one, there's no enforcement mechanism, for example, for someone who's getting the tax to make the other company move their line. There's no enforcement mechanism for any of this in New Hampshire, which is why this is why the PUC recommended the commission. We have to have an understanding and a conversation between many entities before we can move on.
Need a follow-up, Representative Callie Pitts? You need a follow-up, Representative Callie Pitts?
No, thank you.
And if I might add, although I understand the delay, but if the commission was allowed to do its work, then we would have legislation ready in 2 weeks. I mean, 2 years, as opposed to putting this off again in 2 years.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Somsich for a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Grody. This is just a comment, and I think it's not the highest priority for polls, but I would like to point out that this is pretty much scenic clutter.
Absolutely.
I mean, it detracts from everything around it. So, maybe shaming people might not be a bad idea.
Thank you, Representative Somsich. Representative McGee is recognized for a question.
I don't think shaming people generally is a good idea. My question is actually a little on the process side, because as your testimony opened, you acknowledged the fact that commissions and committees are being pushed off and retained, and that you might want to bring something more active in terms of not a commission, but maybe a fully baked amendment to this bill. So I'm wondering how you see the disposition of this going, because we may be execing it as soon as today. So I'm just curious, did you plan to have an amendment to this, or are you still looking for a committee that may or may not be retained?
Right. The conversation that I had with Representative Thomas of your committee was that I should try to bring forth an amendment today, which is what I tried to do this week. And after conversations with the PUC, it was decided that we really didn't have enough information or enough agreement between companies to put together an amendment. And if I may, I'll explain to you the difficulty. All the telephone poles, whether they be duplicate or not, are listed in a PUC database. There are hundreds of thousands of these telephone poles. And the electric companies are required to participate in this database. And so as any activity that's done on these telephone poles by the utility poles, let's call them, by the electric company is monitored through this PUC database. However, cable companies and telephone companies volunteer to participate. So some do, some don't. But there's no mandatory time for them to move their equipment from one pole to the other. So we have this sort of mishmash of, at that level, we have a mishmash of participation, which makes it very difficult. And the PUC has no jurisdiction to mandate anything to them. So that's what makes it difficult. The hope was to just give this to the PUC and let them be the company to the process in which to carry this out. But based on current RSAs, they're unable to. And they don't have they don't know, they need this commission. This is why they're proposing the commission, so they can have this conversation between all these entities, so they can actually take that on. So then the bill would be at the end to enact what the commission recommends when it's completed. Did that help?
To point out that the chair of the Public Utilities Commission is on the list of speakers, so that we can probably get additional information there. Did you have a follow-up, Representative McGee?
I just had a thought that would be a follow-up, yes, which is would it be possible that this could be something that could be a Public Utilities Commission docket? Because they do study commissions there all the time. And maybe in this type of year, it would be easier to authorize that through this motion rather than try and have it be something that's done in the House.
Right.
Just a thought. We can ask them when they come up, but
Okay, I'm gonna call her and find out where Ms. Martin is. When you've completed your questions for me.
I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Vincent for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I represent Somersworth, Award 2 in Somersworth. I'm very familiar with this. And my question is, in a 10 square mile area in Somersworth, would you believe there's over 200 duplicate poles? And statewide, more than 6,000 poles that are doubled in a state. Would you believe that, ma'am?
Yes, I would.
Thank you.
Representative Vincent, I will remind you that we do not accept would you believe questions for witnesses.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for that reminder. I'll keep it cognate. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. All right, seeing no more questions on the list, I'm now going to call the next presenter, who is Diane Martin, the chair of the Public Utilities Commission. So Ms. Martin, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good morning, Chairman Bowes, members of the committee. My name is Diane Martin. I'm the chairwoman of the Public Utilities Commission. It's nice to see you all again so soon. Representative Grota asked me to attend today to comment on the bill for you. And the issue of poles in the rights of way involves many interests, which I think the representative was just alluding to. It involves the cities and towns, the state, and different companies in addition to the public utilities. Some poles are owned by public utilities and some are not. There are issues specifically related to rights of way, and there are issues specifically related to utilities and the facilities attached to poles related to them. The jurisdiction for addressing those issues currently lies with different state agencies, with the municipalities and towns, and there's sort of a mishmash of existing statutes out there that need to be considered and taken into account when coming up with the best way to proceed to address these issues. The legislation appears to have been thoughtfully crafted to include the parties that really need to be part of that conversation and to get the right outcome from this. And so for those reasons, I would respectfully request that this bill remain a study commission bill and be permitted to proceed despite the pandemic. And I know that's something that is not happening routinely, but I will say that the PUC is happy to assist in any way it can to make that happen. We regularly do WebEx proceedings and can certainly facilitate that. And I've been participating in the Offshore Wind Commission, which has been meeting monthly remotely, and it's worked really well. So I think it is possible. And I think that if there's one bill that really should be able to proceed despite the pandemic, because of the significance of this issue and because of the multitude of interest parties and statutes that it involves, it would be this bill. Thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. I see we have a question. The chair recognizes Representative Callie Pitts for a question.
Thank you for taking my question. I fully agree that this is a problem, and I've been involved in a couple of them myself. But I wanted to ask you, do you believe that the PUC can take partial jurisdiction over a private company, and that's what in many cases we are dealing with. We deregulated the telephone company, we took them out of the jurisdiction. Cable companies are not under on the auspices of the PUC. Or do you believe that this commission would simply be to get them all at the table? And don't you believe that do you believe that that could be done without a study commission? It's loaded, I know.
There are a couple pieces to that. First, I think that the PUC has some jurisdiction already related to pole attachments, which you're all aware of. And that covers sort of the facilities related to utilities that are on the poles, which is sort of separate from the issue of poles themselves, particularly if they don't have utility facilities or other facilities on them. If you just have a pole in a right of way, that poses sort of a different issue. And the jurisdiction for that really is with whoever owns the right of way. And there are current statutes right now for towns and municipalities. In my prior role, I used to represent the Department of Transportation. We often encountered issues related to things in the right of way that shouldn't be there and took action. And that was generally in Superior Court and can be effective quickly. And so I think the point is that there are different interests here. There are already existing statutes to address them, but they are not really working well together. And so I think the commission would be well served to be created and bring those people together to address the bigger picture, but even more importantly, to make sure that the resulting statutes reflect each other in a way that makes sense, so that, you know, if it's a pole in a right of way, there's an action that can be taken that's fairly swift versus a process that's related to facilities on poles and moving those, which can sometimes tend to be lengthier and more cumbersome. And so I just think that the commission that you have before you brings the right people together, and that the PUC is just a piece of the puzzle, and the PUC alone would not cover the gamut of the issues that you guys are looking to address.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Thomas for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Does the PUC currently have any rules that sets a time limit for the agencies that they do have jurisdiction over to remove such poles? And if they do, have those time limitations been met? And if not, is there any enforcement mechanism that can be done?
Our current jurisdiction really is related to pole attachments. And so that's the things that the wires and the other things that you see on poles. And it really relates to how and when those attachments can be put onto poles. And the jurisdiction is actually pretty limited in that once there are supposed to be voluntary agreements. And so to the extent they can't be reached, then there is the ability to come to the commission and ask for sort of a resolution of the dispute if there can't be an agreement. And so it doesn't really get into all of the parts that you're looking at, which are more related, or at least as related to just the existence of poles in rights of way, which is, I think, traditionally a right of way issue.
Thank you.
No follow-up needed, apparently. Ms. Martin, I have a question. We heard in earlier testimony that towns can and frequently do tax these unused poles. Is it possible that the tax that the owner of the pole pays is less than the cost of removing the pole even over time?
Unfortunately, I don't know the answer to that. I don't have the expertise in that area. And so I can't really tell you the significance of the taxes and whether that has an impact.
Okay, I thank you for that answer. Seeing no more questions for Ms. Martin, I thank you, Ms. Martin, for being here this morning and testifying on this bill. I will now call on the next speaker, Mara Weston, who represents the New England Cable and Telecommunications Association. Ms. Weston, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
That's wonderful. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Maura Weston, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the New England Cable and Telecommunications Association in opposition to HB 169. My written testimony will be forthcoming. NECTA is a 5-state regional trade association representing substantially all private cable telecommunications companies in New Hampshire, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Vermont. In New Hampshire, NECTA represents Atlantic Broadband, Charter, and Comcast. Our members' communications networks are physically attached to the majority of poles in New Hampshire. Virtually all of them are owned either solely or jointly between the electric and telephone utilities. Collectively, our members serve more than 500,000 New Hampshire residential, commercial, and public sector customers with broadband, video, voice, mobile, home security, and automation services. To be clear, we don't oppose HB 169 because we view this as a non-issue or concern. Rather, we come to the table believing that the PUC does in fact have authority under the 1300 rules over pole attachments. We also believe that they have authority under New Hampshire RSA 374(1), which establishes that every public utility shall furnish such service and facilities as shall be reasonably safe and adequate, and in all other respects just and reasonable. So with all due respect to Commissioner Martin, I appreciate her perspective about the complexity of these issues. We were going to speak this morning to the fact that we actually believe the PUC has the statutory authority, the administrative processes, and the expertise to ensure a balanced, well-informed stakeholder process. In recent years, the Commission has undertaken investigations into utility pole safety, for example, as well as rulemakings regarding pole attachments and make-ready timelines. And we, in fact, were participants in the 1300 rulemaking process. And we recognize that the Commission continues to use its dispute resolution authority to resolve conflicts between pole owners and attachers, as well as municipalities and pole owners. We believe that given the complexity of these issues, that the PUC would be the most appropriate venue. And again, we welcome a conversation with the Commission and the stakeholders, and would welcome participation in any stakeholder process which results preferably within the Commission. So I appreciate your time today. We're happy to work with you. And again, we would urge that HB 69 be voted inexpedient to legislate. And we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weston, for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Weston? Seeing none, I will ask if there are
Mr. Chairman, he has my hand raised.
Sorry, I didn't see it.
Well, it's on my screen and
recognized to ask a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Weston, I understand your perspective here, but couldn't this be resolved in a less bureaucratic way? Couldn't your members or your companies voluntarily pledge that within a certain time interval, they will remove their things from those poles without having to have coercion or enforcement?
Certainly, Representative. In fact, our members participate in a system, and I'm not sure exactly what the acronym stands for, but it's known as ENGINES, which is a system, it's a computer system that is used to facilitate communications among and between companies, both the pole owners and the attachers, to facilitate the process and the most expedited process that's realistic and that can be managed. So we do rely on a process currently that we think actually should remain the process, and it has by and large worked, although we recognize that the dual pole issue, is there. But for our attachers, the ENGINES process has worked well. It is essentially an agreement among attachers and pole owners, and we'd be happy to provide you more information about that system, and perhaps ENGINES could provide some education as well.
Representative Son, follow up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, having heard what Representative Vincent just mentioned, where we're talking about thousands of double poles in a small area, and also that some of these are there for years, obviously your process is not working.
Well, I can't speak to those specific instances. Mike, I could certainly get information from my clients for you. My understanding is that ENGINES has by and large worked quite well over the years, and that yes, there are situations where there have been miscommunications or where notification hasn't happened through ENGINES as it should have, and therefore unfortunate circumstances have resulted. And so that is my limited knowledge of where we have had issues, that it has resulted from a miscommunication through that computer system, where the next attacher or the attacher hasn't notified the next attacher in line, and it was a communications breakdown. That's my understanding and my knowledge. And again, I'm happy to do more research for you and have my clients' input on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sancic. I'd remind you that we're here to gather information, not to debate with the presenters. Representative Bernardi is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Chairman Bose. So this is a question for I think two presenters here.
Speak loudly.
Because what I heard is the last presenter say that the 1300 rule series of the PUC provides jurisdiction for the PUC to take action. Yet I heard the commissioner say they don't have the ability. So can there be a reconciliation of that point of view? Do we actually need some action here in order to resolve this?
Mr. Chair, is that question directed at me, Maura Weston, or would you like me to respond?
Yes, that's a question for Ms. Weston.
Okay, thank you. It's my client's position that these issues could be addressed within the current context of the PUC's authority and jurisdiction and existing rules. Again, with respect to Commissioner Martin, as to the complexity of these issues, I certainly understand where she's coming from, but we believe that the PUC would be an appropriate venue for this conversation to unfold, and frankly, that this legislation is not necessary.
Do you need a follow-up? Go ahead.
Yes, Chairman. So then, Commissioner Martin, do you agree that you have the authority as it's not been referenced?
That question is directed at Commissioner Martin. Are you still there, Commissioner?
Hi there. Sorry, I had to be promoted again so I could speak. So the current authority for the commission relates to pole attachments. It's statutory authority in RSA 374-34A. And our rules rely on that authority. And the rules, the 1300 rules, also relate to pole attachments. And that's why my point was this is a multi-part issue. You have poles which are in rights of way, which may or may not have facilities on them. Our rules speak to pole attachments and give us authority within that realm. They are somewhat limited as well in the definition in the statute, which refers to poles owned by public utilities. And for example, Comcast is not a public utility. And so the poles would not be subject, their poles owned by them, wholly owned by them, would not be subject to the statute. And so I think that the statement related to our authority is overbroad, and I think that it does not cover the entire issue, which relates to rights of way as well.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, let me ask if there are any persons on this in this meeting who have not signed up to speak but would like to speak. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 169 and reward everybody on the committee with an extra 8 minutes on your lunch break. Representative Homola, did you have a question?
No, sir. I wanted to make some point for record.
Wanted to what?
I wanted to state something. I'm sorry if I don't know the correct words for it, but I wanted to state something for the record regarding House Bill 80.
Okay, certainly. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just wanted to state for the record that the basis for my decision to vote to ITL House Bill 80 really comes down to, I don't think that it's fair or appropriate for us to take money away and start another fund. I agree with some of the comments that Representative Thomas made. But one of the points I just wanted to state is that I acknowledge that I may have misunderstood the New Hampshire Saves program, but I do want to say that the majority of the testimony time that we had for questions, the hard part of that was that it was taken up really by kind of teed up questions that just appeared to validate the reason for the bill in the first place. And it really left no time for germane questions. I really wanted to talk about New Hampshire Saves a little bit more. And I had follow-up questions, and I would have loved to have been clarified on that. And I just wanted to kind of say that when there's a lot of questions that run out the clock that just validate the bill, it actually leaves far less time for germane questions to clarify the bill. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Representative Somschitz, you're recognized for a question. Remember the...
Yes, thank you.
169.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just a point of order here. As I mentioned to you previously, since I have to testify at another committee on a bill at 1 o'clock, you agreed to postpone my bill to 1:30. Is that correct?
I did agree to that, and I appreciate you reminding me of that.
Skipping 376.
I had forgotten that.
Okay, just want to know then our lunch break would go to 1:30, is that correct?
1:30.
No.
We'll take up that bill, yes, at 1:30.
Mr. Chairman, I think he's asking if we have an extended lunch and now we're not coming back until 1:30?
Yes.
What I originally stated was that we would open the hearing on your bill at 1 o'clock and then recess it until 1:30. So to do that, at least I need to be in the room. I don't know if anybody else needs to be in the room, but we need to have the recording going at 1 o'clock. so that we can recess the bill. Maybe we can
Perhaps,
pick up the 2 o'clock
perhaps
bill.
Representative, excuse me?
Who wants to speak?
Oh, I just wanted to clarify, did you need to have someone there at 1 o'clock to recess the hearing? Is that what you're saying? In which case, maybe Representative McGee could be there if you have to have more than one
You
person.
don't need to have,
I think we just need you there, Representative Somsich, to basically introduce the bill. And then
Yeah, but I can't do it at 1 o'clock.
Representative Vos, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I think it's okay. You can't open a bill early. You can't open a 2 o'clock bill at 1 o'clock, but if you need to open a bill late, that's okay.
you can open the bill at 1 o'clock, which is the way it's been done, and recess the hearing. You can open the hearing and recess the hearing. You don't need anyone there to do that.
Okay.
The chairman is the only one that, you can do that by yourself.
Okay.
But now we're going to have half the time for the hearing. Why can't we open the hearing and have the sponsor present his remarks at 1:30?
You can?
Yes, that's what we're going to do. But because it's
Why
booked,
have a recess?
we have to open it at 1 o'clock and then recess it until 1:30.
I don't understand the need for a recess. We have so little time. We just had an explanation from one member that she would have appreciated more time for clarification. And I don't think there's any, I think it's crazy. We're going to just go from 1:30 to 2 and then slam that hearing into even less time.
Doing this as a courtesy for Representative Somsich.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I have no objection to you opening the hearing at 1 o'clock and allowing me then to come back at 1:30 to testify.
We will definitely allow you to testify anytime you desire. So-
Okay. Well, then you don't need to recess the hearing, I'd say, right?
Okay. We'll let the other people who've signed up to testify, and that includes Representative Oxenham and
Yes, it does.
Muse. We'll let those two folks testify first, and people will ask them questions, and maybe by the time they're done, you'll be back and you can take over.
That sounds very good to me.
Okay. We're doing this, we're learning on the fly as we do this, so we'll do what we have to do to make it work. All right. So at this point, Representative Oxenham, did you need to say anything else, or did you make the point you wanted to make?
I think I made my points. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In that case, let's adjourn for lunch and return at 1 o'clock, at which time we will open the public hearing on HB 376. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate your patience.
Just a reminder to everyone to mute your audio and video.
The room mics.
Hi, Representative Vos. Just a reminder to the room, if Representative Brezhny could unmute the station by the television set when you guys are ready to be heard, that'll be great.
Hi, Representative Vincent.
Hello, Representative Kelly Pitts. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing okay. Hanging in there.
Is that a water dog that you had in your lap?
This is my right here. Hey, come here. Come here, Mom. She won't come over here. Come here.
Yeah, she's coming. I saw her.
Yeah, it's actually a Shih Tzu.
It's
Yeah, it's a Shih Tzu. It's a purebred. The dog only gets to be so big, and it's a very nice dog. They're bred to love people, and that's what she is. She's a little intimidated by my iPad.
I wish I was bred the same way. I could.
Oh, that's funny. That is actually that's good.
Jack, that's not a laughing matter.
Water and Kyle, this way, that way.
And then I went by so fast.
Testimonies, Representative Thomas. I unmuted.
Okay, thank you.
I hate doing this, but I do it.
Nice to see everybody.
Okay.
But we can't see you, Jackie. Where are you?
There she is.
Are we intimidating you, Representative Vincent?
No, just some people put words in my mouth and change them around. That's all.
Janine, that's all it is.
I got chocolate in my pocket. You can't have any. You're just a face on a screen.
And I can't hear. I'm deaf. I have hearing loss. So I'm going to plug this in.
So Kim had a list of 300 of these, and this is only 14, so I don't know what I'm missing. So she told me I was being put on one that has something to do with historical. There's one on monuments.
Okay, it's 1 o'clock. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to day one of public hearings for the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. We have 3 bills to look at this afternoon, or maybe 4. No, I've forgotten, but it is 3. Okay, 3 bills to look at this afternoon, and we're going to start by opening the public hearing on House Bill 376, which is a bill that establishes a committee to study the applications of microgrids in New Hampshire and changes in law necessary to allow for microgrids in electricity supply. Prime sponsor is Representative Peter Samstich. He will not be available to speak on the bill until approximately 1:30. So I'm going to ask Representative Lee Oxenham, who's also a sponsor on the bill, I believe, or maybe not. Anyway, she has signed up to speak. So I'm going to ask Representative Oxenham to take the floor and give us her best shot at explaining what this bill is all about. And I'd particularly appreciate, Representative Oxenham, if you could explain to us why we need a study committee for microgrids, since microgrids is a part of the Public Utilities Commission's docket on, what's the docket called? I've already forgotten. The docket on grid modernization. So help us understand why we need a study committee to study microgrids, and take it away. And don't forget to unmute yourself, please.
Thank you very much. And thank you for allowing me to go first. I had my hand up. I wanted to ask a question about the process before we began. And in particular, I wanted to know if anyone had provided written testimony on this bill. As I understood it, we were being compelled to keep our public hearings within 1 hour, but we were supposed to be getting written testimony on which we were supposed to rely for these proceedings. I've received no testimony as regards this bill and very little testimony on preceding bills.
I'm going to let Representative Thomas answer that question.
Yes, Representative Oxton, as far as I know, I received 3 written testimonies, at least as of 12 o'clock last night, on HB 376. One of them came from Representative Sausage. One comes from the New Hampshire Timber Association, Mr. Stock, and one comes from you. So that's all I have in my position right now.
So there was nothing from Consolidated Communications?
They're not even on the list.
Yeah, nothing that came to my email that I printed out anyway, and I tried my best to hold off, but I had to go to sleep. So.
Thank you for that clarification. If I could proceed then directly into a discussion of the bill. We ran into difficulties this morning with people not understanding the content of the bill. So I'm actually going to begin by quoting, it's a very, very short bill, and I'll take you to the duties section. The committee shall study the applications of microgrids in New Hampshire and changes in law necessary to allow for microgrids in electricity supply with a view to both near-term and long-term applications in the state. For this purpose, the committee shall consult with representatives of utility companies, companies involved with microgrid development, and members of the general public with specific knowledge regarding microgrids and their benefits, as well as obstacles to their deployment. Moving to my own testimony. Microgrids offer a crucial safeguard against emergency situations. I think I was relying on Peter to have gone first, so let me stop there and just give a brief definition of what a microgrid is. And the best example I can give is the one that I actually used in my testimony, which is Princeton University. During Superstorm Sandy, the electrical supply system in New Jersey was devastated. People went prolonged periods without electricity, which meant not only no lights, but no water supply, no ability to flush toilets. It was a major disaster for that state and surrounding states. However, ray of good light, Princeton University had a microgrid. They were able to run classes, provide meals, have dorms with air conditioning, and their students were able to pursue their studies. Scientists were able to pursue their work. Teachers were able to teach. So microgrids, in short, are subsets of the electrical system that can be isolated or islanded to preserve and protect the supply of electricity within the island. And when there's no need for islanding, they can be part of the larger grid. Okay. And Peter, in his testimony, provided a definition from the U.S. Department of Energy, which I imagine he will refer to when he comes back. So back to my testimony, where I described the delights of Princeton University's survival in the face of disaster, and support the notion that this would be a very good idea in New Hampshire, particularly for disasters, as with climate crisis impending. We're going to see more floods, we're going to see more wildfires, we're going to see more heavy precipitation events, which lead to communities being cut off, sometimes losing both their access to lights, water. In the wintertime, that can be heat. In the summertime, it can be air conditioning. For medical centers, loss of electricity can mean loss of lives. In the town of Plainfield, where I live, a microgrid could easily be established, which would connect our emergency services, our fire, police, our town offices with our elementary school, which could serve as an emergency shelter. We have one store in town. It could also be on a very small, isolated loop, no more than 5 miles in length. And as a result of that, we could have access to the solar array at the school. We also have Kimball Union Academy within that loop, which has wind power as well as solar power. We could be an access area for surrounding communities to come to in an emergency situation. So in short, microgrids can be life-saving. The military uses them extensively to cut off a base, to protect its supply, and also for cybersecurity reasons. And I think that's about, I know the question that you asked me, Chairman Bose, I knew there was something else I was supposed to get to. Why have a study committee when there's a grid mod? Well, grid mod's been going on for 5 years and we're not getting any closer. So I think that this is something that we can do in a short term, but it is complicated, as so many of the issues that come before this committee are. And having an opportunity for stakeholders to work together, to bring the utilities in. I'm sure there are reasons why in some areas it's difficult to island a segment of the grid. We need to understand what that means. Would there be a need for state investment? Would there be a need for other measures that could make it possible for towns to have access to this life-saving technology? And I'll take questions.
Thank you, Representative Oxenham. I thought I saw a hand up earlier, but now I don't see one. Representative Thomas is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. My only question is, I seem to have remembered that a bill like this was submitted before, not too long ago, maybe the last couple of years. Can you refresh my memory if this is the same type of bill, or is this something different because something didn't get done, or what was the impetus behind this particular committee bill?
Excellent question. I do recall that we had a prior bill on microgrids, and as I recall, I did not research this prior to our hearing. As I recall, it was merged with another bill that was on a somewhat related subject. And that's about as far as my memory is taking me. Does anyone else on the committee who was here in the last session recall what happened with that bill? Was it rolled into an omnibus, or perhaps the sponsor, when he does arrive, will recall, because I believe he may well have been the sponsor on that bill as well.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And can you also verify, it's kind of fuzzy, but I thought that bill did pass our committee at the time. Do you remember if it did and then it got maybe merged somewhere else?
I believe we merged it and it passed our committee, but that's my recollection and it's not based on research.
Thank you.
Thank you. My recollection is that the bill was merged with some omnibus bill from the Senate that got vetoed, and the veto was sustained. That's my memory, but it could be wrong. But I think that's the reason we see it again here today.
Well, if it got that far, it must have come out of our committee with a positive recommendation.
Yeah, I think it did.
I believe it did.
Okay, the chair recognizes Representative Bernardi for a question.
Thank you, Chairman. So, Representative Oxenham.
Remember to speak loudly.
I would like more detail on why this bill is necessary, given the grid modernization program. I mean, you mentioned that it's going on, but you didn't say what specifically this is going to do, what the timing of this is going to be as over the grid modernization. Are we duplicating efforts here?
So two questions. The first one is why go ahead with this while grid mod is still proceeding? And the second one was, are we duplicating efforts? Highly related. Yeah. So the problem with grid mod is that it's an enormous issue with, correct me if I'm wrong here, Kat, hundreds of interlocking, interwoven moving parts. And there are many actors who have a stake in not going forward with one element here or one element there, so that this particular technology is being held hostage, even though it has broad support. And that's really the point. This has broad support. It's being held hostage to other things which are much more controversial. And this was seen as a way to, there's no necessity for it to wait for everything to go forward. It can be islanded. It can be segregated from that entire revamping and re-understanding and recasting of how electricity is provided with grid mod.
You need a follow-up, Representative? Okay. I know we have one member of the public who would like to ask a question, and because her hand was raised.
Happy to try.
Because her hand was raised before some of the other hands that I see raised, I'm going to call on the Honorable Marge Shepherdson to ask a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I remember talking about this a few years ago, and everyone seems to agree that it's a good thing to have, that you should be able to have some place like Princeton or a small town center separate itself during times of crisis, especially, and that it can be a great asset to that town or that college or whatever entity has done this. It provides safety much in the same way that homeowners can have a generator in their garage. This would be a way to say, well, if we need to, we can separate ourselves from the grid and still provide power. I don't see why we would not go forward, knowing that, as Representative Oxenham said, it's part of a larger bill that has other more controversial pieces. It's not getting dealt with in a timely manner. Why would we not go forward with this? I strongly urge you to do this. Thank you.
I should point out to new members that former Representative Marge Shepherdson served with great distinction on science, technology, and energy for many years. And thank you very much for the call in, Marge. And I agree. Why not? This is an opportunity to do something, and we can really make a contribution to our communities that I think we can all take home and talk to our constituents and be proud of.
I thank you as well, former Representative Shepherdson, for calling in. It was nice to hear from you. Chair now recognizes Representative Jackie Pitts for a question.
I believe Mr. Lucius was ahead of me.
How can you tell that? I'm looking at.
Because his hand went up before mine did. So I will yield to him if you come back to me.
Okay.
I'm happy to yield to you, Jackie. Go ahead, Representative Pitts, please go ahead.
Marge, I just wanted to ask, do you believe that this microgrid system could be a cooperation between Homeland Security and what we want to do, and that it should move forward under even a federal administration? And I'm going to follow that with, do you remember the ice storm that we had where people were weeks without power. And that also means that I found out the hard way, you can't go to the gas pump if there's no electricity. So I just wondered if you felt maybe there could be a connection there between
Oh.
Homeland Security and planning.
Thank you for that other question. I certainly do remember the ice storm. It was difficult here too. We had people from all over town going down to Main Street to the community house, the only place around that had power, so they could charge their phones and get water to drink and so forth. So it was difficult. And I don't know about linking it in with Homeland Security. I would think it would be a logical discussion to have. It's certainly a safety issue in my mind.
If I could also try to answer a part of that with the very large-scale federal funding that's going to be coming available.
Oxenham, I didn't recognize you to speak.
The question.
You have a follow-up?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the question was originally for Lee. I didn't think we were asking questions with the public, so my fault.
Didn't think we were either, but I let you. I have great respect for you.
May I speak, Mr. Chairman?
Representative Oxenham, I'll get back to you in just a second. Representative Partial has been waiting to ask a question. I want to recognize him.
Well, again, I'll be glad to defer if this is following the line of questioning. I'm happy to do that.
I'm no.
Representative Oxenham, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm no expert on Homeland Security's jurisdiction. However, I do know that there are going to be substantial federal funds available if the bill currently before the Congress is indeed passed out. And they may well we here in New Hampshire, our towns and municipalities may well have an opportunity to have investments in things which relate to Homeland Security and disaster preparedness and recovery from disasters. If we have something that's, as they call it, shovel ready, to the extent that we would have a bill that we could get through and towns could be working on actual plans, when those monies are made available, they're looking for places to be put to work. When I was in Baltimore, I was working on dam removal, and we had a dam that we were all ready to go, but there was no funding. When 2008, 2009 happened and they were looking for shovel-ready projects, boom, that dam went to the front of the line and it was removed. So I think we have an opportunity here to do things that could save our taxpayers money by being available for the federal funding and by linking microgrids, as they well should be, to issues of disaster preparedness and Homeland Security.
Thank you, Lee.
Thank you, Representative Partial. You're now recognized for a question.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Chair. I am looking at a letter here, and we were speaking about letters of support before. And this is from the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association in support of this bill. I don't think I'm the only one to have received this, though. I just would like that included with the testimony.
I think that was one of the bills, testimonies that was directed at several different bills simultaneously.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, my error in not including it.
Okay. And I also have a observation, I guess you'd say. In New Hampshire, I don't believe we even have a legal definition of what constitutes a microgrid. And I can see where that could contribute to uncertainty about innovators who want to get into microgrid, who are fearful of what legislation may be enacted after the fact they're in it. So I would think that nothing else, a study group would allow us to establish what constitutes a microgrid in New Hampshire. This is why I support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. On the issue of written testimony, I have to let you all know that David Muse, who is about to be recognized to speak, did submit written testimony about a half hour ago, so that it should be in your inbox when you get a chance to peruse said inbox. So with that, I would like to now recognize Representative David Muse to speak. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm going to be brief because I realize the purpose of this hearing is to determine whether or not to form a study committee and not to actually start the study itself. I'm basically supporting this bill because, like the rest of us, I live in a state that doesn't have any oil wells. We don't have any coal mines. We don't have any natural gas fields. And for the most part, I think we find ourselves completely at the mercy of other states when it comes to our energy supplies, and especially the supplies of fossil fuels. We learned a very hard lesson back in the 1970s that supply shocks are not only possible, they're extremely probable in a world where much of our energy supply needs to travel very long distances to actually get here to New Hampshire. According to one of the better definitions that I've seen, microgrids are basically self-contained electrical grids that can operate as an island independent of a central power grid. In communities like mine, microgrids are intriguing. We have a downtown area that it would be wonderful if there was a way to essentially protect and preserve the ability of our businesses to operate in a natural disaster. That's where a lot of our downtown area fuels much of our economy and growth. We have a huge area of medical centers over near Portsmouth Hospital. Not only the hospital itself, but there are a slew of different medical office buildings, and it's extremely important that those facilities have an uninterrupted power supply. I think it's also extremely important because we don't have those coal mines and those gas fields and things like that. What we do have is a renewable energy business in New Hampshire. We have people who are in the business of providing wind energy and solar energy. And while microgrids can actually be made up completely of fossil fuel producers, much of the attraction is the fact that they can also be made up of folks who are producing renewable energy, which saves greenhouse gases and solves a bunch of other problems. They also help solve the issue of loss of power along long transmission lines. And I think Representative Parshall raised a great issue when he noted that we don't even have a legal definition of what a microgrid is in New Hampshire. According to the Center for Climate and Energy Solutions, there are other legal barriers that states like ours face, including laws that might limit or prohibit specific activities, laws that might increase the cost of doing business on for those trying to create microgrids. And also there's just the uncertainty that anyone who goes ahead and tries to implement one of these things might actually find restrictions imposed on them and additional costs imposed later once we get our act together and figure out exactly what we want to do with microgrids and how we want to regulate and how we promote them. So I think a study committee would be a great way to get the ball rolling, to educate the legislature and to also educate members of the public about how we can benefit from this solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I assume, Representative Somcich, that your raised hand is not to ask a question, but just to notify us that you are back in the meeting?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman, yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Representative Muse? Seeing none, I will turn the floor over to Representative Somcich so that he can give us his testimony on this bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, since I wasn't here to listen to what other people have said, I might be repeating a couple things, but I just have a few brief oral comments. You've already received a testimony from me, and you can take a look at that. But this is just very briefly. Just as a comment about the definition of microgrids, it is correct that we don't have one here in New Hampshire right now. However, military bases such as the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard have been microgrids for a long time. They can operate on their own even when the grid goes down. That's one of the requirements that they've hardened their energy supply. And right now, UNH is working together with Eversource and some other utilities to create a microgrid for the University of New Hampshire. So that's just two examples of what's going on right now in New Hampshire. So I think in addition to providing the larger municipalities in our town a way to incorporate some of their local energy generation into a system that provides local citizens with local power at an attractive cost, even smaller towns could be considered, can consider a cooperative microgrid with neighboring communities that would offer more economic opportunities for all the municipalities involved, a more resilient and a more reliable power system in the case of weather events, and a way to control the town's energy costs in the future. As was mentioned before, microgrid can contain both fossil fuel generation and renewable energy generation. So as that grid develops, one replaces equipment with another. And also adjacent communities can decide that they don't need all the backup power they have in case of an emergency, but they could help each other out if they need backup power by removing some redundancies. But both small and large communities would benefit if we could figure out what areas benefit a small versus a larger town and identify those, and that's the purpose of a study. And remember, microgrids are operating behind the meter. So basically, they are reducing demand on the primary grid, and therefore they're reducing the need for additional expensive transmission infrastructure. So these would be savings that all customers of a particular utility would benefit by, and even the whole state of New Hampshire. So thank you very much. Those are the only comments I have, and I'm glad to take any questions.
Questions for Representative Somcich? I have one. Representative Somcich, can you describe to us or explain to us what is the difference between a microgrid and a group net metering group?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that question. I think that's an outstanding question. And I think part of the problem with not defining what a microgrid is that you probably don't want to define it too rigorously. For example, in Brooklyn, New York, several streets got together to create a solar microgrid where some of the residents had solar installations on their roofs and others didn't. But that community got together to invest in putting those solar energy on the roofs. And now they're sharing both the benefits and the costs. So as far as net metering is concerned, I think that is exactly the kind of issues that need to be worked out with a utility, because the utilities have to be part of anything such as a microgrid. And in fact, maybe they are the ones on contract operating the microgrid for a community. So I think those are unresolved issues, but they are important ones. And that's exactly why I think a study committee would be useful.
Question, Representative Somcich.
Yes.
3 years ago, I believe it was, the STNE committee went to UNH to look at their facility, a power plant on the campus at UNH. Gas-fired power plant, I believe, and I guess it was just gas. But anyway, that's when we first learned about the the project to create a microgrid on the university campus. And at that meeting, we were told that part of the delay in making progress on creating that microgrid was the cost. It was extremely expensive to create a microgrid. Do you recall that discussion? And do you remember why it was reported to be costing so much to create that microgrid?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that question. I was also on that tour, as you mentioned, and I don't recall that specific discussion, at least not very clearly. And if you remember, the gas that they were getting at UNH was coming actually from the landfill. It was landfill gas, otherwise referred to often as renewable natural gas. And it's methane, but they came not from a pipeline somewhere, it came from their landfill. So in addition to that, I assume that they also planned other measures, including energy efficiency and perhaps other sources of energy generation. And to be honest, I haven't kept abreast of what the progress is there, so I can't really report to you on that. But I'm sure, anything like this, first of all, it's a novel idea in New Hampshire. And secondly, the upfront costs for something like this are not small. However, they do provide long-term benefits. So I think the idea with UNH is that if they can create such a microgrid, they will have more flexibility later on to integrate new sources and more efficient sources of energy that they can generate themselves in the form of solar or methane gas from landfill and so forth. So I think these are really interesting ideas that need to be fleshed out. And it's not, the model that's used for UNH is a different model than, let's say, would be used up in the North Country. If a couple of small towns got together, they would need other ways of doing things.
Thank you, Representative Somcich, for refreshing my memory that the UNH power plant gets regular natural gas from Unitil in addition to getting landfill gas from the big landfill up in Rochester. And they have two different burners in their power plant.
Yeah.
Because the methane they get from the landfill is actually cleaner and purer than the natural gas they get from Unitil. I remember that now. And I appreciate your memories of that trip. Unfortunately, it was long enough ago that I don't have real clear memories, but it does seem to me that what UNH is doing constitutes a research project on microgrids. And so that it would seem to me that there'd be a lot to learn from what they are doing and presumably discovering as they try to implement this. Okay, are there any additional questions for Representative Somcich? I see none here.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, one more comment. If you remember, one of the companies working on with UNH is TRC, a nationally renowned microgrid company that's actually has its headquarters here in Portsmouth. So that we have some local companies in New Hampshire that have already created microgrids in other states besides here.
Okay, thank you for that reminder. Chair recognizes Representative Ploget for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Somcich, for your presentation.
Speak loudly. Speak loudly.
I was just about to ask that question. Has any entities identified themselves in favor of the microgrid idea and opposed to it? Do you know of any to this idea of microgridding?
Is that a question for me?
Representative Somcich?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. in New Hampshire, like I said, we don't have really any good examples except UNH right now. As Chairman mentioned, it's more of a research project, and it's very appropriate to do it at a university that has a lot of research assets. So we don't have any good examples in this state. However, the company TRC that I mentioned is creating a microgrid on Long Island in New York for a town of 50,000 residents. And that's just one example of a project that they're working on nationwide. So there are many projects working, incidentally, the thing I mentioned before with the Brooklyn solar energy microgrid, they actually are using blockchain technology as a protection, so they can accurately charge and charge the price that they're gaining from solar to each shareholder on that. So this is a process that gives an opportunity to look at new technologies that can be incorporated. But in New Hampshire, we have very few examples. Yeah.
Representative Bourget, a follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that, would not the microgrid work in unison with the existing RSA 53E, the community power aggregates, if it makes its own power and can provide it? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I think you're right. I think there is a lot of synergy there, and I see a strong connection to that. So the part of the reason I suggested this study is to look at the elements we already have in the state as far as legislation, and to also see what opportunities there are in small and large communities, and to come up with some ideas where things seem appropriate and where they might work. So yeah, I think you're right.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Callie Pitts for a question.
My question was going to be the same. Or maybe a little tiny different. What's the difference between municipal energy, community energy, and microgrid? To me, they seem the same.
Thank you, Representative Callie Pitts. I agree with you. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Representative McGee is recognized for a question. Don't forget to unmute yourself, please.
Thanks again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the question of the differences, correct me if I'm wrong, Representative Somsich, but I think the concept of microgrids is around the concept of resiliency, which is why the issue of security came up when we were first discussing it. I'm not sure if you were back in the room at that time. My understanding of the community power piece is that people who want to invest individually will be able to pool their resources so that if they're all producing a little bit of energy, they can be in some way pulled together so that they can leverage the benefits of the sum total of the energy that they're creating. So that's my sort of layman's interpretation of the distinctions between the two. It wouldn't be that you wouldn't also have a bunch of small plants that would be aggregated together, but it's that the purpose and the design of the microgrid is that it be able to stand on its own if the utility grid was not available. And I think that that's a distinction, because I'm not sure that all the aggregators that are working in communities go into it with that particular end goal in mind. So that I would see that as the distinction between those two. And municipal just means that the aggregation is being done at the town level versus some other form of groupings. That's how I try to distinguish it. And I just want to know if that's correct or if there's something else I don't understand.
No, thank you, Representative McGee, for that question. And I think that's a good clarification. In community power projects, those could be projects that are dependent on the grid and cannot disconnect from the grid, but they're being operated as a separate entity. However, they can't really island themselves independently. So that's probably the main distinction, that you can be independent of the grid, or you have to depend on the grid.
Okay, thank you for that answer. The chair recognizes Representative Lee Oxenham for a question.
Yes, and on a similar line, asking for clarification, Peter, I think that notion of islanding is critical. So group net metering also has nothing to do with being islanded from the grid. It's dependent upon using the grid. Am I correct there?
Yeah, I totally agree.
Thank you.
I thought there was somebody else with their hand up, but that doesn't appear to be the case. So it appears we have no more questions. Let's see if there's any attendees with their hand up. Oh, no more hands up, so Representative Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Just for clarification, and I apologize for not having that particular bill in will this commission, part of its membership, include any of the utilities? And if not, I believe we heard testimony some years ago that one of the utilities are or know about microgrids and are working on some on their own. Can you extract that and how that would play into being on this commission?
Thank you, Representative Thomas, for the question. I just want to clarify, it's not a commission, it's a committee, study committee. As I wrote it initially, it does not specifically mention the utilities, but first of all, I totally would think that the utilities have to be part of this project. And I would be open to amending the membership to include them for sure, because we need them.
Okay.
Follow up, Representative Thomas?
Just a follow-up on, are you aware if they are or aren't acting on any microgrids at the present time at all? Are you aware if they are having plans at all?
I'm sorry, Representative Thomas, I didn't quite hear you.
I'm sorry, I said, are you aware if the utilities are knowledgeable and are perhaps working on some long-range plans for microgrids on their own?
I thank you, Representative, for the question. I must say, I don't know for sure. I've had conversations with several of them, and all of them seem to be interested in the idea, and I haven't heard any pushback against it, but I haven't heard also that they had any particular plan.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Representative Samsic. As we mentioned before, UNH is involved with Eversource in researching microgrids at the university. So, are there any more questions from any of the members here in the room? I see no more questions from those online, so I would like to read the blue sheet, and I have received a request that I not only list the numbers on the blue sheet, but read the names on the blue sheet. So I will attempt to do that. So for this bill, there were 7 who signed in support, 0 who signed in opposition, and 0 who signed in as neutral. The persons signing in support were Peter Samsic, Lee Oxenham, David Moose, Joan Hamblett, Jason Stock, Susan Richmond, and Eric Rathburn. The only one of those folks who was not representing him or herself was Jason Stock, who represents the New Hampshire Timberland Association. So with that reading of the blue sheet, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 376. And I would like to convene an executive session. And I would like to recognize Representative Nick White for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make the motion that we retain this bill.
Representative White moves that we retain House Bill 376. The chair recognizes Representative Cam Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to second that motion.
It has been moved and seconded that we retain House Bill 376. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
All right. Bill number 376. Representative Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington. Yes. Good man. Representative Nada.
Yes.
Representative Myrna. Yes. Representative Humala.
Yes.
Mr. Clerk, could you suspend for a moment? Yeah. Representative Harrington, could you turn on your video camera briefly so we can verify that that was you who voted yes?
Yeah, I see him.
Okay, thank you very much. You may resume.
Representative Bresney.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi.
Yes.
Representative Chambros.
Yes.
Representative Cloget.
Yes.
Representative White.
Yes.
Representative Somsich.
Yes.
Representative Kelly Pitts.
Yes.
Representative Meehan.
Yes.
Representative Oxenham.
Yes.
Representative Vincent.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
No.
Representative McWilliams.
No.
Here I go again. Say her name.
Creation, is that right?
Representative Cretion. Close.
That's good.
No.
No.
You didn't get it right or no? No, as a no.
Yes on the pronunciation, no on retain.
No, okay.
You said it right.
Representative Pimentel.
And thank
Yeah.
you.
Yes.
Yes on retain.
And Representative Paschal.
Oh,
What do you say?
No.
No? Okay.
Sure.
And the chairman, Representative Vos.
Yes, I'm retained.
Okay, 17-4 will be the vote.
So by a vote of 17-4, the bill is retained, and we will take it up later in the session year. So thanks to everyone for participating in this public hearing. We will now take a brief 9 or 10 minute recess, and then we'll start the new public hearing on House Bill 624. Thanks, everyone.
I'm gonna go upstairs and send you an email.
Phyllis, would you like me to mute the room?
Yes, please. Thank you.
For 14 hours, vacuum one hallway.
So we're no, it's not just refinance, sales. The house was up for sale, sold in an hour.
Mike, I sent you the email. I sent you an email. I sent you it, okay. And Sue, I looked at you to see if you got your, pronounced the name correctly. Yes.
Good afternoon and welcome back, everyone.
How do you say your name?
I would like to now open the public hearing on House Bill 624. And since I am the prime sponsor of that bill, I will introduce it to the committee. In 2020, Senator Ruth Ward and I co-sponsored a bill that was introduced to the Senate. That was essentially the substance of the bill you see before you here today. The Senate Energy and Resources Committee passed that bill with an amendment, and then the full Senate passed it on a voice vote. And they were about to send it to the House when COVID-19 interrupted the natural flow of legislative activity. That bill, which was called SB 626, was briefly added to one of the omnibus Senate bills, but at some point it got extracted from that bill and was eventually tabled. So I have reintroduced the bill this year as House Bill 624. Essentially what this bill does is it lowers the fee for a declaratory ruling from the Site Evaluation Committee from either $10,500 or $3,000, depending on whether it's heard by the full committee or a subcommittee, to $250. That was the dollar figure established by the Senate in their amendment to Senate Bill 626 last year. I decided to keep that dollar amount. The original bill actually lowered it to $100, but since the Senate thought it was $250 was a good number, we decided to keep that number. Now, the reason for lowering the price of a declaratory ruling was to make the Site Evaluation Committee process more accessible to the general public. At a price of either $10,000 or $3,000, getting a declaratory ruling from the commission was prohibitively expensive for the average person. And it was the belief of Senator Ward and myself and several other folks who you will hear from later today that in order to make the Site Evaluation Committee process transparent and to ensure that the public can trust the process, the public needs access to the process. And so lowering the price for a declaratory ruling was a way to make that happen. Now, what is a declaratory ruling? Basically, a declaratory ruling requests from the Site Evaluation Committee a judgment about some serious question about an energy siting certificate. The certificate comes with terms and conditions, and typically a question might arise about whether the terms and conditions are being followed and met by the owner of the certificate. And so, as you will hear in later testimony this morning or this afternoon, there are occasions when the certificate of a particular energy project is questioned as to whether or not its terms and conditions are being met. I took advantage of the opportunity of introducing this bill to also make a couple of clarifications to the language of the bill to indicate that it is the responsibility of the Site Evaluation Committee to judge whether or not an energy siting certificate's terms and conditions are being met and followed. The language of the statute prior led to some confusion about whether or not the administrator of the Site Evaluation Committee could make judgments about whether our terms and conditions were being followed. It is our belief that the administrator of the SEC can gather information about terms and conditions, can register or gather the complaints about any such terms or conditions, but can't pass judgment on whether or not those terms and conditions are being followed. That's something that only the full Site Evaluation Committee should do. So the bill makes a couple of small adjustments to the language in the bill or in the statute to clarify that it is the full Site Evaluation Committee that ensures the terms and conditions of the certificate are being met. So if you look at the bill on line 4, we added the words "the committee" to clarify in that sentence that it is the committee that does this work. And then on line 22, you'll see that we deleted the words "or the administrator as designee" from the sentence that talks about who can determine whether any term or condition of a certificate is being violated. So those changes to the statute language will clarify that it is in fact the Site Evaluation Committee who has the responsibility for determining if the terms and conditions of a site certificate are being met. Now there is a larger issue which I'm sure you will hear about in a moment, because the chair of the Site Evaluation Committee, who also happens to be the chair of the Public Utilities Commission, Diane Martin, will testify in just a few minutes on this bill. And in her testimony, you'll likely hear that the Site Evaluation Committee's funding situation is apparently not that sound. The way the Site Evaluation Committee gets its funding right now is when an application is made for a site certificate, the committee can impose substantial fees on the applicant to do the work that's necessary to determine if the certificate is a valid one. But once the certificate is awarded, there doesn't appear to be a lot of additional funding available to enforce the terms and conditions of the certificate. And the high price of declaratory rulings was one of the ways that the committee made up for that lack of funding. So it seems to me that further reform is needed of the Site Evaluation Committee process to provide for funding to deal with issues that arise after a certificate is issued. And I trust that Ms. Martin will elucidate on that issue. It was outside the scope and the purview of this bill. Possibly if we pass it here and it moves on to the Senate, that issue could be addressed there. But for now, all we address in this bill, in this legislation, is the issue of making the site evaluation process more trustworthy by allowing access of the public to the process. So that's my explanation of what this bill is all about, and I'll be happy to take questions from members of the committee. Representative Bernardi is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the past, how many declaratory rulings that have been requested, so that we have an understanding of how big this app is.
In testimony before the Senate last year, the then administrator, site administrator, administrator of the Site Evaluation Committee, Pamela Martin, or Pamela, I forgot her name now, but the then administrator testified that there had been 3 requests for declaratory rulings since 2015. Just 3.
Thank you.
Representative Resney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What was the original reason that the fee was set so high?
I've heard a couple of reasons for that. One of the reasons I heard was to discourage nuisance requests for a declaratory ruling, but there have been no nuisance requests made as of this date. Another reason I heard is because the Site Evaluation Committee needs the money to fund dealing with the aftermath of a awarded certificate. But maybe Ms. Martin can shed some light on that. Any other questions from within the room? Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question. Do you happen to know, or maybe we'll hear it from Ms. Martin, do you happen to know how much effort is involved in going through a declaratory ruling? Are we talking months and months of manpower, or something that's relatively simple administrative type of thing?
Well, I think it requires the committee to be convened and to hold at least one meeting, maybe multiple meetings, to come to some kind of a resolution. Sometimes the committee can also be required to hire an outside expert to evaluate the question being asked or the complaint being filed. So it could be a simple situation or it could be a complex one. Either way, nobody will be able to access, or few people will be able to access the committee if the fee stays at $10,000 or $3,000. Any further questions from folks in the room here? Seeing none, I will attempt to figure out who raised their hand first here. It looks like Representative Somcich is recognized for a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we just heard that that the number of requests since 2015 was 3. So that means you only get one of those things every 2 years. I can't see how that would be much funding if funding is an issue. Then I could see that, you know, lowering it to a price where people might be willing to take advantage of it more frequently, that would certainly give you more funding. So I'm a little perplexed about whether it is the funding issue or whether it's the nuisance issue. Do you have any idea what the primary motivator was for the higher fee? I mean, I don't know.
The first response I got when I asked that question was to discourage nuisance issues. So I'm sure Ms. Martin will help us with that when she testifies in just a few minutes.
Okay.
Representative Callie Pitts is recognized for a question. Don't forget to unmute.
I just don't want you to hear me breathing. The Site Evaluation Committee permit is akin, in my mind, simplistically to a building permit. And the people who follow these things, if they notice that they don't believe that the conditions of this building permit are being adhered to, is there anybody you can go to and complain about this without filing a $10,000 fee?
If I understand your question correctly, Representative, and thank you for that question, You're asking, is there a cheaper way to get a resolution of a question or a complaint? And
Right, is there an appeal process?
I believe the answer is no. Part of what a site certificate terms and conditions provide is guidance about the day-to-day operation of the energy facility. And as we'll hear in testimony that's coming up from some other folks, one of the energy facilities that has been causing some issues with some folks is the Antrim Wind facility. And as we'll hear in further testimony, there are some serious questions about whether they're violating. Oops, I turned off my mic, sorry. Keeping my finger on the button is probably a bad idea. So as I forgot exactly when I turned the button off, but as I was trying to say, we'll hear in testimony later this afternoon about some problems with the Antrim Wind facility that will maybe be illustrative of what can happen when a site certificate terms and conditions are not being, are suspected of not being followed. So I hope that answers your question.
Almost.
Do you want to elaborate?
Well, I just, you know, I can't believe that, or I'm having a hard time believing that there is no process by which these people, and I've been up to the Antrim Wind, why they can't, there's nobody that they can go to appeal this, either the PUC or there must be some oversight at the at the site evaluation committee. They issue these permits and then they go away and never come back again. I mean, I didn't think that that was the case through all the site evaluation committee hearings we've had. I thought there was somebody that's supposed to keep track of what's going on.
No, typically it's not that simple. Part of the terms and conditions of a certificate include, for example, in the case of Antrim Wind, regular quarterly or semi-yearly tests, sound tests of the facility. And if a question arises about whether those sound tests are accurate, whether they're being implemented correctly, then the public might want to ask questions of the site evaluation committee and have them investigate just exactly what's going on. We'll hear more about that later.
And that, if I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, and that costs $10,000 for them to ask questions?
Right now it does, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Next up is Representative Jacqueline Credian.
Thank you, Chairman Bose. Actually, one of my questions was already just answered. So I was wondering, would it be possible maybe to give an example of one of those requests that has come in over the last 3 years, just to give me a sense of the questions that are at that $10,000 level right now and how those were resolved?
Thank you for that question. I don't remember what the three previous declaratory ruling requests were all about. The most recent declaratory ruling request is about Antrim Wind, and you'll hear a lot about that in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
Is that awesome? Okay, next is Representative Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the financial notes, it indicates that this bill will leave essentially a money hole, which has to be made up by legislation or some other means. I mean, typically, these committees, they have to find the money using the fees or maybe by increasing rates. Yes, I'm wondering if we're taking the fees away and knowing that this won't come out of general funds, where else would they get the money to do their work?
Thank you for that question. As I indicated in my testimony, some reform of the funding of the site evaluation committee would definitely seem to be in order. But that was beyond the scope of my legislation. The question we're debating, or the question that this bill tries to address, is what's more important, the funding issue, which I'm sure we can find a solution for eventually, or trust in the site evaluation committee process by giving the public access to that process. So that's the essence of what we have to decide as we decide whether or not to go forward with this bill. Next up is Representative Michael Harrington, recognized for a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by saying that I'm familiar with the site evaluation committee because I believe I'm probably the only member of the committee that's actually served on it. I served on, I don't know, 8, 10 of them, whatever, quite a few. So to get back to Representative Kelly Pitt's question, there is options, meaning that if someone who is an aggrieved individual citizen called up the administrator or called up the general counsel, was I believe is still Mike Icopino, or a member of the site evaluation committee, and they expressed concern that something wasn't being followed by their conditions, that I would hope those people would follow up on that. But there's no official process for doing that without actually filing the formal request, which is the $10,000 one. So I think that's the big reason we're looking at this. So if someone's discouraged, if they discuss it with the administrator or the council or a member of the site evaluation committee, and those people say, well, we believe it's being done, and the person, the individual, doesn't believe it, they then have the option of just going home and going away or spending $10,000. And I think this is what this bill is going up to do. And like I agree with the chairman on the funding issue. That's something that's going to have to be looked at. But we really need to make sure that people believe in the process, because this is sort of a David and Goliath. Most of these projects are in the tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. And if you're an individual landowner who happens to abut one of these projects, you are at a huge disadvantage if you have to spend $10,000 to get a declaratory judgment. So I hope that clarifies a few things for people.
Thank you, Representative Harrington. So I see no more questions, no more hands raised, except for Representative Somsich, who's already had his 2 questions, I believe. So
No, Mr. Chairman, I had one question.
all right, you get one more. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I'm glad that Representative Harrington is on this call as well, because is there not already, and maybe I'm confusing the two, I think when the site evaluation committee looks at a project, there is public input in that project process, I believe, and people who have objections can bring them up. And I heard in the past that there is also some kind of attorney for the public, part of this process, that can basically champion residents or affected individuals in bringing up their issues. Is that not the case?
Yes, the site evaluation committee process is a public process. That's not a question that this bill tries to address. Essentially, this bill tries to address what happens when the terms and conditions of a certificate that's been issued are no longer being met. How does the public gain access to address that question? So thank you for your question.
Thank you.
And now I would like to call on the chair of the site evaluation committee, Ms. Diane Martin, to take the floor and to speak to us on behalf of this bill. Thank you.
She has written testimony, right?
I'm not sure.
I can check.
Ms. Martin, did you submit written testimony on this bill?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Good afternoon,
Chairman Vose, members of the committee. I am returning this afternoon with my other hat on, which is as the chair of the Site Evaluation Committee. And no, I did not submit written testimony. My plan was just to give you some background on the funding after having spoken with Chairman Vose. So if that works, I'll do that, and then I can answer any questions.
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, and I think Chairman Vose, you already covered a good deal of this, but I will just lay it out quickly so that everyone has an understanding. RSA 162H21 creates a special non-lapsing Site Evaluation Committee fund that's known as the Site Evaluation Committee Fund. All application and filing fees, like the ones we're talking about today, that are received by the SEC are to be deposited into that SEC fund. The law limits, though, how that money within the SEC fund may be used. Specifically, it can only be used to pay for compensation and reimbursements made under 162H22 for energy facility time and expenses. That includes the compensation of the public members who are on the committee, compensation of state agencies or their representatives on the committee, and compensation to the Department of Justice, as was just mentioned, for its role as counsel for the public before the Site Evaluation Committee. This provision does not provide for funding of an SEC administrator position or any other committee support costs from the SEC fund. Instead, RSA 162H21-2 provides that all other operating costs of the committee, including but not limited to the administrator and other committee costs and public member compensation and reimbursements that are not paid from the Site Evaluation Committee fund, are to be funded through appropriations from the general fund. And so that would mean that in a scenario where you have no filing fee or a very small filing fee, you would have to have general fund money available to support the proceedings related to that. The legislature provided appropriations in this biennium for anticipated filing fees during the biennium, but it did not provide any general fund appropriation for any costs of the committee or for proceedings that occur without a filing fee or with a small filing fee. And so that brings us to this bill and its implications for the operations of the committee. The decision about what is an appropriate fee for a particular proceeding is a policy decision that is wholly within the purview of the legislature. I am not here to take a position on whether a fee is appropriate or not from a policy perspective, and I certainly understand the policy reasons for having a low or no filing fee to make access to the SEC process easier. What I am here to explain is the implication of the current funding scheme and how the language before you may impact committee operations. When there are proceedings that do not have filing fees or have very small fees, like what's proposed here related to the declaratory ruling proceeding, and there has been no appropriation of general funds, the committee is still required by the law to hold the related proceedings, but has little or no funding to do so. And the same thing applies to what Chairman Vose was just talking about in scenarios where we have substantial post-certificate issues. Those proceedings don't come with any fee at all. And so, frankly, operation of the committee without funding is difficult or impossible, particularly in light of RSA 9:19, which prohibits me from spending money that hasn't been appropriated. The committee cannot meet without public members pursuant to the statute, and they are required by statute to be paid for all of their time on any project. The committee also has training requirements that are not related to any particular project. And what I just mentioned, which has been an even larger funding issue, is the post-certificate proceedings related to compliance and complaints. Those don't have any related fee that can fund the related proceedings, but do take up a lot of time. This is a long way of saying the committee has significant and important responsibilities, but without fees or without fees that cover the costs of those proceedings or general funds, it has no way to support those operations. And lastly, I wanted to point out, this is just a technical issue. The legislation strikes the reference to the 3-member subcommittees related to these types of petitions. Initially, this was understood to be intended to remove the 3-member subcommittee as an option for such petitions, which would potentially exacerbate the funding issue because you would have to have a full committee or a larger committee for these type of proceedings. Upon further review, it appears that the existing statute for establishing subcommittees would still permit the use of 3-member subcommittees for such petitions, even with the language stricken in the fees section. I raise that point as a point of clarity just to determine whether the legislation was intended to eliminate the ability to use 3-member subcommittees, and if so, to point out that further amendment of the statute would be necessary, I believe, if that were the intent. I'm happy to take any questions on any of the topics.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. We appreciate that testimony. The chair recognizes Representative Thomas for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. It's a related question to what we've been talking about. I was going to, part of it is, what has been your yearly budget for the SEC, and what are your expectations for your future requests for next year's budget?
Well, what was appropriated in the biennium is very different from what we have actually spent, and in large part, that is related to the number of proceedings that have been filed, which have not been very many. And so the fees that have come in have been minor. So the original appropriation for fiscal year 20 was $500,000, and I believe that we spent under $250,000 with a proceeding that went on, and with, at the time, we had a full-time administrator. The administrator recently took a position in another state agency, and so we don't have an administrator, so those costs have been reduced. For this year, I expect that we're going to be even lower than that in what's actually expended, but I'm in the process of going to the fiscal committee to attempt to get some funding in order to continue to hold proceedings.
Okay.
Do you need any follow-up?
No, but you mentioned in fiscal year 20 and 21, if I was to ask you about fiscal year 19 or 18, would those figures be affected by, I believe those were years where you had a lot of meetings involving Northern Pass and those types of sites. Could you give us some insight as to what maybe those years cost?
I don't have the budgets for those in front of me, and I actually joined the Public Utilities Commission and the Site Evaluation Committee at the end of 2019. But what I can tell you is that in the biennium, the prior biennium, the legislature provided for $480,000 from the Renewable Energy Fund to be used by the SEC. And I believe that approximately $380,000 of those funds were actually used by the SEC to accomplish its tasks. So in addition to what it got for what I understand were significantly more proceedings during those years, the fees related to those, there was also almost $400,000 in other funding sources that was used to keep this process going. And so in this biennium, we did not have that access to the Renewable Energy Fund. I did go to fiscal earlier or at the end of the last fiscal year to get some funding for the administrator position because there was no funding for that. And so the costs are greatly reduced, obviously, because we have not as many filings. That makes sense. But what I will say is, as the chair pointed out, there has been a lot of post-certificate work related to existing projects, and those do not come with a fee. And I do want to point to follow up on someone else's question about enforcement. The statute RSA 162H12, which is entitled enforcement, specifically provides for a process whereby someone can come forward about a violation of a certificate, and the committee or the administrator as designee historically can determine whether the term or condition of the certificate is being violated. Then there's an adjudicative process related to that must follow, and that process does not have a fee. And so I think part of the concern there was that can be designated to the administrator. We don't currently have an administrator, but the discussions with the committee most recently were that they similarly felt that the committee should be making those decisions.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Callie Pitts for a question.
About something you just said, that you have no administrator. So what happens to these complaints? Does someone else handle them? These complaints about non-certificate compliance.
Yes, so we did have an administrator for most of the last calendar year, but without an administrator, it is definitely a struggle because that really leaves only the chair of the site evaluation committee as the sole remaining member of the agency, so to speak. And that chair, as you have seen today, has lots of responsibilities related to the Public Utilities Commission. But no, we continue to schedule meetings and hold those. I think the funding issue is really the biggest problem because that impairs the ability to hold proceedings if you don't have funding. I will say it is a strain for sure to not have staff or a consultant or anything, but again, those require funding.
May I follow up?
I think you asked 2 questions, didn't you?
No.
Okay, follow up.
Follow up would be, as things are now, this adjudicative process that you talked about, that costs nothing. When does the declaratory judgment kick in? Is that a second appeal of that adjudicative process?
So they're really 2 different things. A declaratory ruling is a specific request to determine whether the committee's rules are applicable or an order is applicable. And so arguably you could speak to a certificate through that process, a specific request as to applicability. The enforcement provisions are really related to, are you complying with your obligations under the certificate? And when we say no cost, I want to clarify that there is a cost because we have to pay for all of the costs relating to the proceeding. There's a stenographer. I think the last time we had a meeting that was hundreds and hundreds of dollars, and then the public members and amongst other things. So there's a cost, it's just there's no fee. And that's the same for all of the post-certificate processes. This statute does not contemplate a fee related to those or really any post-certificate compliance.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Pomola is recognized for a question.
Yes, Chairman, thank you. And thank you for providing your testimony. I just wanted to understand, when somebody makes a petition for a declaratory ruling, on your end, do you have one person, multiple people? Can you give any kind of explanation of what kind of man hours it takes you all to attend to that petition, just so we can understand what the work is on your end?
I think it really depends upon what the petition is. We haven't had one since I joined, but I did dig into the history, and one of the ones that I found, the total cost for the proceeding was $6,000. So I'm not sure exactly what made that up, but most of these things take, staff time if you have staff. If you don't have staff, obviously there's no additional cost because the chair is paid through the salary. But you have to set up the proceeding. You have to have a stenographer present. Those are not employees. Those are people that we have to hire to bring in. And then the public members get paid for all of their time for preparation and attendance. And agency members get paid for a certain amount of their time depending on the length of the proceeding. So it sounds like there have not historically been a lot of petitions for declaratory ruling, but that they have been not inconsequential, certainly not as significant in cost as some of the large applications for certificate.
You need a follow-up?
Just if I could.
Okay, thank you. Representative Samschitz just is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Martin, for taking our questions. So I have, can you explain to us a little bit about, since this bill is partially about access by the public to this procedure after the license has been awarded, can you give us a little bit of an insight about what is the public's role in that whole process before and after the license is released? And what is the role of the counsel for the public?
That's a good question. So counsel for the public in these post-certificate filing type of scenarios generally is not involved. The counsel for the public plays a significant role in the application and certificate review process and sort of serves as an advocate for the public and brings up issues that are important and might not otherwise be brought up. But generally their role kind of drops out after the certificate is issued. Access by the public, so it depends upon whether you're in an adjudicative phase or if you're holding a public meeting. All of those should be accessible to the public and are supposed to be posted consistent with RSA 91A. And so the public can always attend any of those things. And we are required by rule and do hear public comment at any proceeding. And so it varies depending upon where we are in the process and what exactly is before the committee.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Okay, follow up.
Just briefly, on the question of funding, if I heard correctly that we've had only like 3 such declaratory judgments since 2015. If I look at the amount of money that would be raised, that maybe compromises, comes up to about 2% of your annual budget. I can't believe that would be significant impact on your budget if that were lowered. However, maybe I'm getting this wrong.
Well, the fees are really supposed to be a function of the cost related to a particular proceeding. And I was not involved. As I said, I'm new to this scene, but they're supposed to be reflective of the actual cost. And as I just told you, the $6,000 for the one that I dug up, so less than the current statutory fee. But the issue isn't really how little the fee is versus how much it costs. It's that if we have no funding, then I don't have any means by which to legally and lawfully establish any proceeding. And so, I really am struggling with my ability to establish proceedings that comply with the law, yet I don't have any funding for them. It's a difficult position to be in, I think, particularly for someone like me who is well aware of the statutes that prohibit public employees from spending money that has not been appropriated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. We have kept Ms. Martin now for a full 20 minutes. We have 4 additional speakers who want to speak at this public hearing. So I'm going to ask the 3 people who have their hands raised if you can hold your questions until after the next series of speakers. Would that be okay? Okay, in that case, I will now call on Lisa Lenoz, a member of the public who wants to testify in support of this bill. Ms. Lenoz, you're on.
She has written testimony. Too.
Ms. Lenoz has submitted written testimony for members of the committee.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I was muted. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Oh, good. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I have been involved with the SEC process as a member of the public for many years, dating back to 2006. So before SB 245 was passed, at which time there were no fees, and now after the fees. So I have some responses to some of the questions that might differ from what you've heard so far. It is my firm belief that when the legislature introduced the fees to the SEC process, it never intended for non-corporate entities to face a financial barrier. And this is evidenced by the language in RSA 162H8A that explicitly removes the fee of $10,500 when the petitioners for committee jurisdiction are municipalities, registered voters, or abutting communities. So in essence, in the scenario where the legislature understood the petitioner to be a member of the public, no fees applied. It's also my belief that at the time when the fees were adopted, there was no consideration or thought that a declaratory ruling would be a petition that would be filed by members of the public. And frankly, when I went through the process, when I watched and participated in the 245 deliberations, I didn't think of it either and didn't think it would come up. And let me explain why really the motivation, in my opinion, behind HB 624. And it dates back to 2018. In that case, the SEC administrator was in place. He had made a determination about a condition of approval. There was a certificate granted for Antrim Wind project in Antrim, New Hampshire. There was a question by members of the public as to whether or not one of the conditions had been properly met. They filed a complaint with the SEC. The administrator had responded to the complaint. And in her response, she stated that, and if you bear with me for 1 second, I'll get the exact wording. I'm sorry, I had to have to close one window. And in fact, she stated that her determination was final, I'm sorry. So that what she wrote was that her determination was final, and that according to the SEC committee, it will not hold a hearing on the complaint, and to the extent you seek additional relief from the site evaluation committee, you should file for a declaratory ruling. In other words, we had the only way we could get relief from the administrator's decision was to pay $3,000 or $10,500 to get before the site evaluation committee. We were shocked by that decision because it was never our understanding or expectation that an administrator would have the authority, the single authority to make a determination on that, and that we would have to pay money to appeal a decision of the administrator. So that is the hope is that the fee would be eliminated if that is going to be the process we follow into the future. So in general, a petition for a declaratory ruling is filed when a party has a specific question regarding how a committee interprets provisions of RSA 162H or any of the SEC rules, introducing the lower fee as which was stated today and apply it uniformly. I don't think anyone should pay significant quantities of money in order to get access to their government, especially when the question is arising as to confusion over what the rules say, what the actions of the committee are, or its administrator. We should have ready access. And that was the expectation with 245. I do not foresee a regular pattern of harassing declaratory rulings. I do not think that was not the case before there were no fees. And then after there are fees, there was, as we heard, there were only 3 cases that came up since 2015. And one of them was the one regarding Antrim Wynn. And then secondly, that I would like to speak to the question of the powers of the administrator, because that's one of the other clarifying language that Chairman Bose spoke of. On the matter of the SEC administrator's powers, when the public went to the committee and requested relief, the committee issued an order that stated, as a matter of procedure, seeking rehearing of a decision by the administrator is not proper under the committee's statutes and rules. In effect, the order stated, this is the SEC's own ruling, that the administrator's decisions can be made unilaterally without public deliberation or apparent opportunity for appeal. When we brought this to the attention of Senator Bradley, who was intimately involved in SB 245 passing, he was surprised by this and said that the level of authority that appears to be conferred to the administrator is, in his mind, unprecedented in the state and contrary to the legislative intent of 245. We believe if you look at the language that is written, even the current language of RSA 162H, wherein now it explicitly states the committee has to make a determination regarding whether the terms and conditions are met on a certificate. If you look at the language as it stands today, and even the language as it stood before RSA 162H was changed by 245, there's a discrepancy between what the SEC rules say and what and how the SEC is operating in terms of conferring this level of power to the administrator than what the language of the statute actually says. So I believe it was a mistake by the SEC. It would cost us a fortune to go to court over it. There'd be deference to the SEC. So in general, so it was we found it a losing battle. So that's why we're hopeful that this bill will pass and clarify the authority of the administrator or the powers of the administrator to the SEC, and also reduce the cost of access. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Minoz. Are there questions for Ms. Minoz? I see one from Representative Samsich.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Minoz, would you think that it might be an improvement to this bill if instead of saying $250, we would say $250 for all for non-corporate or non-business entities?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh. Did you
I'm
hear?
sorry, you broke up. Can you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. So would you think it might be an improvement to this bill if instead of just saying flat out $250 for a declaratory judgment, it would read $250 for non-corporate or business entities?
That would be fine. I have no problem with that at all. In fact, I'm quite certain that all of the other fees that are in there would only apply to corporates as well. So yes, that would, I'd be very comfortable with that. And if I may ask, I would like to see that right now RSA 162H does allow for the committee, to the SEC, to increase its fees 20% every year. I would like to see that 250 remain flat, so not increased. So, but thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have a question from Representative Kat McGee.
Chairman. My question is, it sounded to me when Chairwoman Martin was speaking that she's the only person currently involved on the SEC. And so I would like an understanding if there's a statutory requirement as to how many people serve on the SEC, because it says that a subcommittee is 3 people. So I'd like to understand what the structure is.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. There is, I believe it's I can't remember now if it's 7 or 9 people, but there is a statutory size of the committee, and it also designates the agencies from which people of the SEC, what roles they play in the state and who sits on the SEC. The odd thing about the SEC is that it does not exist except when it is meeting per se. You have, so the chair has the authority to take certain actions as it apparently, we would like to see this change, but the admin has authorities as well when the committee is not in force or seated. However, to the question, to your question, what happened before 245 was passed? The public would file either motions or complaints or something to the site evaluation committee. The site evaluation committee would act on it in its entirety. So for instance, there was a compliance problem with Groton Wynn, which is down near Plymouth. And when that was filed, the committee convened and dealt with the issue. I think ultimately in that case, there was definitely a compliance issue and Groton Wynn paid for the cost. As generally is the case, the applicant picks up the cost for the SEC's activities. And so that's how it did work. I'm very confused now about how the admin and the chair operate.
Well, it sounds very much like a chicken and egg thing, the way it was described by Chairwoman Martin, because it sounded as though statutorily they're not allowed to do work that isn't funded. And if there isn't funding, so, that's what I'm trying to understand, because I want to make sure it's not an unfunded mandate that we're requiring under the guise of being able to provide people access, because that's how I understand what's going on, is we're saying we want regular people to be able to have access to voice their objections and to be able to be heard and to have a part in that process. And I think that that's all a great idea. I've been involved myself with Ned in my town hall years ago, up in the site evaluation committee rooms. But I am concerned that what we're doing may not be fixing that. It may be causing another problem in terms of the sort of gutting of the ability of the SEC to operate. And that's what I want to get at, basically. I'm not sure who can answer that for me, but
yes.
my concern.
Can you hear me okay? My internet is unstable. As I understand it, the members that sit on the committee are paid as part of their regular job. So when they do seat, when they are seated, their salary covers their costs. So it comes out of their respective divisions or agencies. But when there's additional work to be done, that is, if it's not paid by the applicant or the owner of the energy facility, I don't know where the money comes from. General fund, presumably.
Thank you, Representative McGee, for the questions, and Ms. Linois for those answers. We have no more hands raised, so I would like to move on to our next presenter. I would like to call to the forefront Ms. Lori Lerner, who is representing herself as a member of the public. And Ms. Lerner, the floor is now yours.
Good afternoon, Chairman Vos and committee members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this bill. I hope that everybody can hear me.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. I do have written testimony that I submitted. Hopefully everybody has seen it. I will not go through it word for word, given that we've discussed many of the points that are contained in it, but I would recommend that you do read it. I reinforce everything that Lisa has said. I got involved with the site evaluation committee process and all the legislative activities that were happening from 2012 on. So I was very closely involved in SB 245 and SB 281, which set the wind siting guidelines. And it's my firm belief that these were unintended consequences that came out of such a large-scale change that was enacted with SB 245. I don't think anybody in the legislature, the public, or probably at the SEC ever anticipated us to find ourselves in this position. back in 2012, as Lisa referred to, there were some issues with Groton Wind. There were grievances filed by the citizens, and almost instantly the SEC came together and had an adjudicative process to find their way through both the public citizens' grievances as well. The state fire marshal had some concerns with the project at the time, and everything was handled to a point where the parties that were aggrieved had some closure to that. As it stands right now, as we're seeing with Antrim Wind, when there are serious issues, when they had Pam Monroe as the SEC administrator in place, she was making the decisions without input from the committee or giving the opportunity for the public to work with the SEC committee to understand their concerns. She was making, as Lisa said, unilateral decisions. And when we brought that through a declaratory ruling, it became very obvious through Commissioner Honigberg that that was now the new norm for the SEC process, that the administrator has the unilateral decision-making authority, which, again, in speaking with Senator Bradley and being involved in SB 245 and SB 99 back years ago, that was never the intent. The intent was to include or incorporate public trust into the process, give greater participation to the public. The public back in 2012 and on timeframe had a lot of distrust and were very concerned with where the state was heading. And that's why all of these large changes came about. Unfortunately, nobody caught these other underlying issues that have since come about. And so we're asking now for this committee to help us in making some corrective actions to remedy it so that the people that are living in the shadows of these energy facilities have an avenue when there's such a grievance without having to spend a lot of their own personal money to make that happen. I'll speak directly to the particular declaratory ruling that we had. It was determined to have a 3-person subcommittee to hear the grievance. And I will say the subcommittee came together, and it was probably within 15 to 20 minutes, as I recall, that a decision was made to not hear the case. And therefore, the public had just spent $3,000 plus legal fees for something that they didn't even have an opportunity to voice their concerns. With that, are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Lerner. Before we open the floor to questions, I am going to open the public hearing on HB 614 and recess that public hearing so that we can continue this public hearing. Thank you. Now, Representative Jackie Kelly-Pitts is recognized for a question.
Ms. Lerner, thank you very much for testifying today. I was around during 245, and I'm trying to get this straight in my mind. I don't believe anybody. I believe everything should be able to be appealed. But did you or the individuals who took the case on Groton have to pay? You said $3,000, and I thought the fee was $10,500. So was it a group or was it an individual?
Okay, so there's a couple different things. So when I mentioned Groton Wind, that was before SB 245.
Right.
So the public filed their grievance. There was no fee at the time. At that time, there was no SEC administrator. So the full committee came together to hear it. Now, with the passing of SB 245, there was a concern with Antrim Wind, and the option was to pay the $10,500 or the $3,000. And because of the limitations on finances, there were a couple of residents within Antrim Wind that decided to go forward with the declaratory ruling, but only could afford to spend the $3,000. So they got a subcommittee hearing out of that. So that raises a good point. Prior to SB 245, not only was there not a fee, but they had a full committee. Now there's a exorbitant fee even to just get a small subcommittee of members.
So
you need a Representative Kelly-Pitts?
Yes, I guess I'm really bewildered about this. So what I heard you say, or what my brain interpreted, please correct me because I want to get this straight, that you could buy a full committee for $10,500 you could take a subcommittee for 3?
Correct.
And that is a correct interpretation on my part?
That's the way that currently works.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Okay, we have two more. No, just one more hand raised. So I recognize Representative Somsich for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Lerner, to taking my question. I'd like to ask you, do you think that this current bill would be improved upon if we just charge the $250 to entities that are not corporate or business interests?
I agree with that change. Yes. I also believe the other component of the bill, which clarifies the authority of the SEC administrator versus the committee, is also very important.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more hands raised, I thank you, Ms. Lerner, for your testimony. We have two more people who would like to speak, and because we're running against a time constraint, I'm going to restrict each of the next two speakers to 2 minutes each. The first of those speakers is Joseph Kwasnick. Mr. Kwasnick, the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Chairman, this time I will not provide oral testimony. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I next call on Barbara Berwick to testify. Ms. Berwick, you have the floor for 2 minutes. She's a member of the public representing herself.
And she submitted written testimony.
And she submitted written testimony. So go ahead, Ms. Berwick.
Hi, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, so I am a butter. My husband and I are butters. I just feel like with $3,000 or $10,000, $5,000, I mean, there is no point. We filed a complaint back in January about a sound exceedance of decibels. I recorded it on my phone. It had a graph and everything. I didn't know what to do because it was, I sent it to, I think, our selectman, and to Antrim Wind. Antrim Wind basically said, we are required 4 times a year to monitor the sound, and that's basically what they were going to do. Okay, I got to make it quick because I only have 2 minutes. But basically, if we want to, the long story with that January thing is nothing has ever been done yet. Nothing. When they did come and do this sound study in the spring, they were there for, I think, 9-10 days, and they got 9 hours of usable sound data. The rest of it they considered unusable. So one place that they were there for 8 days, they had 1 hour of usable sound data. And we just feel like, we want to question that they're not following the laws that were written by the SEC regarding sound data. And we never said they could not come to our property. We said we want to make sure that they're following the laws that are written before they're allowed to come back after that springtime one. But we can't afford $3,000. That's just it. We just basically feel like it doesn't matter anymore. We don't matter. We're not important. We're not big business, and we have no voice. So if we have to pay $3,000 to have 3 people hear our case, or $10,500, we just can't. There's no way we can. It's not something within the means of most normal people. And I just feel like the SEC is supposed to be somewhat of a intermediary between the public and the big business, and that they're supposed to be there to help represent and make sure that the big business doesn't just run over the little people. And if this bill passes, it will help a lot.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Are there any? Ms. Berwick.
I have one.
Representative Notter, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Did you submit some written testimony?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions for Ms. Berwick? Representative Michael Harrington, you're recognized for a question.
Yes, I just want to say, Barbara, I was on the Antrim Site Evaluation Committee, and I was responsible for putting a lot of those sound issues in the testing. And I'm really sorry to hear that's not working out as it's supposed to. And I understand your frustrations, and hopefully we can change something so you have some options rather than just to say you got to spend a lot of money or just listen to stuff that you don't want to hear.
I really appreciate that. Just all we really want is that the laws be followed. That's all we really want, but it does get to feeling like we don't matter.
Thank you. Representative Jackie Callie Pitts is recognized for a question. Don't forget to unmute yourself.
Jackie.
I know, I'm bad. Ms. Berwick, just a yes or a no. Did you have or do you have access to that sound data? Is that data that was collected?
In the spring, you mean?
Right, to show whether they're within the levels that they're supposed to be. Do you have access to that? Can you get that data?
I probably do. It's probably on the SEC website. We normally have access to everything that's on the SEC website. Like they did just have a meeting, which they did not inform us about, but usually everything is available through the SEC website. I think that I can get access to it. So,
okay. Thank you for that answer. Just to clarify for you, Representative Callie Pitts, there is a serious question about whether the methodology used to gather that data
That's correct.
Oh, you mean the methodology? I don't think I do have access to that. No, I have access to what they reported, but we actually asked when they were going to do a sound study that, if one of the people that was a specialist with the sound could just meet with the person that was going to do it. We were going to have a phone meeting and everything. This was through Pam Monroe, and she was fine with it, and she was setting it up. And then suddenly,
he's gone.
It didn't happen. And I'm sorry, I know I'm going over time, but it didn't happen, and we never did find out why. And now we're talking about like having to pay a lot of money to get experts involved. And this was going to be absolutely no cost to anybody just to have this phone conversation. I don't know what happened.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would remind all members to keep yourself muted when you're not speaking. We have no more hands raised, so do we have any more questions for Ms. Berwick? Ms. Berwick, we appreciate you testifying here today.
You're welcome.
Look forward to reading your.
The teachers and the kids in my class appreciate the time out. So, okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, having.
Mr. Chairman, you're muted right now. We can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so thank you, Ms. Berwick. We appreciate your testimony. So we have no more hands raised. We have no more folks who want to testify. So I'm going to declare that this public hearing will be over as soon as I read the blue sheet. Unfortunately, the blue sheet for this bill is huge. We've got 22 people in support of the bill, 17 people who oppose the bill, 2 people neutral. Reading all the names would substantially lengthen this public hearing, so I'm going to defer that. This information is available to anybody who wants to look at it, so feel free to avail yourself of that at your earliest opportunity. Representative Thomas.
Yes, Mr. Chair. In the past, when we've had a long list like this, I believe the norm was to at least read the names of either leadership or the elected officials, which in this case is a short list.
Yes, that's probably a conventional practice, so we can do that. Senator Bob Guida supported the bill. Senator Ruth Ward supported the bill. I think that was it. So those were the significant elected officials who supported the bill. So with that, now we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 624. And we will reopen the public hearing on House Bill 614. And since I am the prime sponsor of that bill, I will now introduce it to the committee. During this past election campaign, the 2020 election campaign, as I went around my district, I heard a lot of talk from people about lowering property taxes. And that's kind of a perennial question, but I would always respond to them by saying, well, your local property taxes are based more on your municipal and school budget than anything else. And so you need to deal with that by participating in the local budgeting process. But I would still get a lot of people saying, well, can't the state provide more relief for property taxes? And so I thought about that a little bit, and I decided to submit House Bill 614, which is a bill that exempts the state and its political subdivisions, meaning municipalities, towns, cities, school districts, counties, from paying the renewable portfolio standard fees that are part of the electric bill. And part of the reason for doing that is because every citizen of every town pays for the RPS on their own personal electric bill. But then when they go to pay their property taxes, they essentially pay for it again when they pay for their municipal or school district or county tax bill. So that seemed like double jeopardy to me. So I decided to submit this bill to allow cities, towns, and other political subdivisions to lower property taxes by not having to pay the renewable portfolio standard fees that are part of the electric bill that every city, town, etc. receives every month. And these fees can be considerable. According to the PUC, the state of New Hampshire actually bought over 105 million kilowatt hours of electricity in 2020. And based on the reconciled RPS rate of the state's largest utility, the reconciled rate for 2019, that would mean that the state spent over $500,000, almost $510,000 on the RPS in 2020. Just as an aside, it spent over $700,000 on the system benefits charge. I even looked at cities like Manchester and Nashua and determined that they spend tens of thousands of dollars to satisfy the RPS portion of their electricity bill. And even my little town of Epping spends a couple of $1,000s a year to satisfy the RPS as part of their electric bill. So by exempting those fees, those portions of the electricity bill from all these municipal and other government entities, we can lower property tax rates and save people money. In the case of the state of New Hampshire, that $500,000 that we would save could be used for education funding or health and human services or any of a dozen or more other things that you can think of in the state budget. So the reason I submitted this bill was to provide that relief. And the way the bill is worded, and I have, or I will be submitting an amendment to the bill. The amendment number I should give to you. I sent it all to you to your legislative email yesterday, last evening. The amendment to the bill is 2021-0156H. And it just clarifies some of the language. The original bill, which was written by OLS, made a good stab at trying to do what I wanted to do, but it didn't actually work out. And in conjunction with some folks from the Public Utilities Commission, I came up with some, or we came up with some better language that implements the bill as I wanted it to be implemented. And section B in particular, which says providers of electricity shall not be subject to compliance under RSA 362F3 for electricity sales that have been exempted pursuant to subparagraph A, specifically provides that there will be no cost shifting as a result of this bill. So the RPS charges that would have been levied on cities and towns and other political subdivisions, but are exempted, will not be shifted to other people to pay. They will instead not even be required to be paid. I also added some language in the amendment to deal with the issue of contracts that the state or political subdivisions might negotiate with competitive electricity suppliers. As it turns out, the state gets almost all of its electricity from competitive electricity suppliers. And those suppliers are not regulated by the PUC. So I added language to the bill that requires those competitive suppliers to negotiate contracts with any political subdivision that exclude the cost of compliance with the renewable portfolio standard, and also to report yearly to the commission on all of those contracts. And finally, there's a provision in the bill that if any particular political subdivision, like a city or a town, wanted to continue paying the RPS, they could do so with a majority vote of the governing body of that political subdivision. So that's the essence of the vote, of the bill rather. It's a way to save some money. It will deprive the renewable portfolio standard of maybe a few $1 million a year, but it's not a huge amount of money. But that money will be directly applicable to property tax relief should the cities and towns choose to use it that way. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about the bill, and I thank you for hearing me out. Okay, so the first person I see is
Next to you, Chairman. I was just trying to.
Representative Thomas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Would this bill, if it was enacted, will it have a more direct effect on a political entities, town, city, whatever? Will it have a more direct effect on the people that live there, on their direct property taxes, as opposed to in the future, maybe, possibly having a lower electric bill where the money could be used to like lower or have more efficiency of carbon emissions? Do you think does this bill have a more direct effect on people's pocketbook if it was passed?
Well, this bill will lower the electricity bills of all cities, towns, school districts, the county government, and the state government. How the governing body of those individual political subdivisions decides to use those savings is up to them. So property tax relief is one of the possibilities. Other possibilities are they could just spend that money on something else. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Yeah, have a follow-up?
Follow-up is that this bill would give towns and cities the opportunity to lower property taxes even directly, as opposed to future lowering the electric bill because of some future savings elsewhere.
Yes, that's correct. Okay, next up is Representative Michael Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I understand this correctly, what you're saying is that the cities and towns can make this decision for themselves. So if they feel it's worth it to pay the extra money to support renewable energy, then they can do that. But if they think they'd rather save the money and use it on something else, whether it's relief for taxpayers or more money for their schools or whatever, they have that option. So in other words, this is a bill about freedom, it sounds like to me. Freedom to make a decision on what you think is the best way to go forward with your electric purchases. Is that correct?
Yes, that is definitely correct. And freedom was on my mind when I drafted this bill. Absolutely. You have a follow-up question?
Oh.
No follow-up. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I unmuted. No follow-up.
Oh, okay. No follow-up. Thank you. Next up is Representative Ken Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really looking for a definition. I keep hearing everybody talk about lowering taxes. And I brought this up earlier. When I think of lowering taxes, I think of they're going to go from what they are down. When you say lower taxes, does your definition mean they're not going to go up as high? Because I never seen taxes lowered.
What's that old cliche? And nothing ever goes away except death.
Yeah. So you just mean that they're not going to go as high. They're not going to increase as much as if they normally would.
Have the freedom to choose how they want to deal with the savings they're going to realize on their electricity bills. They can use it to lower property taxes, which, as you point out, hardly ever happens, or they can choose it to, spend it on the fire department or the police department or some other town government entity.
And I respect that, but the word is not increase them as higher as high, because we're not going to lower. They're not going to send everybody a check for the taxes went backwards. Am I correct? It's not going to increase size. So if you didn't have this and you say your taxes went up 50 cents per thousand, they might go up 49 cents per thousand. That's what I'm trying to find out, because the wording that people are using is lowering taxes. They're just not going to go up as high. Am I right? Because I have a hard time understanding this definition.
Yes, we're giving.
Thank you.
The freedom to choose whether they lower property taxes. That's what this is all about.
Not going up as high. Thank you.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Next up is Representative Somsich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concern about this bill is that, in fact, when we exempt the state and the political subdivisions from paying these portion for the renewable energy standards, what we're really doing is we're reducing the amount of money available for energy efficiency and renewable energy projects. And the idea that somehow that will give people a break on the impacts of their taxes is kind of wishful thinking, because those very same entities, even though they're not paying those fees into that fund, are now coming in and saying, we'd like to ask for funding for our renewable energy project in our town. So if you were to exclude them from those processes, if they're not going to pay their own way, why should they have the benefit of getting these projects in their own town and municipalities? So instead of freedom, I call it freeloading, really, because if I in my town, we decide we want to be good people, we want to pay that because we support renewable energy projects, and a neighboring town says, we're not going to pay that, but we want to have the benefit of getting those projects in our town using the same funds that we didn't pay into, I say that's freeloading. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Somsich. I would remind you that during public hearings, we don't debate issues. We ask questions to gather information. Next up is Representative Kat McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually have some testimony in front of me here that I wanted to cite because I think that the information that's being presented is giving a very sort of high-level picture to people of what the implications of the bill are. It's freedom, it's allowing people to lower their costs if they choose, which of course we always will choose to lower our costs. But there is kind of a flaw in the thinking in that the way that the RPS is structured, it's a REC system, which we're not talking about, which is another level of complexity. And I'm not going to go into the details of the REC system because I really am not even qualified to do that. But if someone doesn't have sufficient number of RECs to meet their RPS, they would then have to pay the ACP, the alternative compliance payments. And what this bill apparently
You have a question, Representative McGee?
yes, I'm going to ask you how you can square this hole, because it appears, if I can give you enough detail for people to understand what I'm saying. So the RECs are the most cost-effective way to comply with the RPS at this point, and the alternative compliance payments are the most expensive form of compliance. So I guess in a class 4 REC, the discount from ACP is about 30% if you go with a REC. So it's always better for ratepayers when the RPS compliance is achieved through the REC purchase. So if HB 614 goes through and it doesn't address what happens if a provider's ACP payments are low or even zero. So the bill could create a reverse incentive for providers that would increase their ACP payments, which would then be more costly for New Hampshire ratepayers. So my question is, you're presenting the bill as one thing, but you haven't answered this scenario whereby it would actually increase costs for people because the alternative compliance payments would be more expensive for the towns to support if the REC piece falls away.
Thank you for that question. I guess maybe you haven't had a chance to look at the amendment. The amendment removes
I read the amendment.
section about alternative compliance payments because it's no longer necessary to make sure that there's no cost shifting in the bill. So the chair now recognizes Representative Brezhnev for a question.
If I get 2 questions, can you point to me where that is? Because I do have the amendment here. Can you point us to that language, please?
Yes, section B of the amended version of the bill says that providers of electricity shall not be subject to compliance under RSA 362 F3 for electricity sales that have been exempted. So basically, the way the RPS works, if you're a utility and you sell 10 million kilowatt hours or 10 million megawatt hours of electricity, you're obligated to purchase a certain number of RECs based on that load. If some number of kilowatt hours are exempted, then they don't become that part of that load. And so the utility buys RECs based on what the adjusted load is. So that's how that particular provision makes sure that there's no cost shifting in the bill.
So it undermines RPS, is that what it does? The RPS program?
I didn't hear that.
So it undermines the RPS program that we currently have in statute?
I wouldn't say that it undermines it. It simply gives cities and towns a way to save some money. That's all it does. Representative Brezhnev, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If this bill passes and if towns choose to pass the savings to the taxpayers, when could the taxpayers potentially see a reduction in their property taxes?
Probably when a new town budget goes into effect. You have a follow-up?
No follow-up.
Representative Ploshay, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the town of Epping, for example, you used the $1,000 they would spend on the RPSs or send in. It would go to help efficiency. I'm saying it's in the grant for reuse elsewhere through UNIDA with the 450,000 residents. If the 1,000, am I correct on that?
No, the Renewable Portfolio Standard actually provides subsidies to vendors of renewable energy projects.
That dilution over the state, now that $1,000 would stay in Epping. If 50% of the vote wants to use it for renewable efficiency in the town, wouldn't that be a greater use of that money for the town, their own money?
Well, that's up to the town to decide, right? The bill provides for a way that the town can make that choice. Some towns would, some towns wouldn't. Any other questions from folks in the room? Representative Jackie Callie Pitts. Don't forget to unmute yourself.
I wanted to ask if the sponsor of the bill has the breakdown town by town of what each town would save, because when I heard that the taxes would be lowered for $1,000 of savings, that to me is like a drop in the bucket in Epping. And I shop in Epping quite a bit, but I'd just like to know, do we have a breakdown? And I'm disappointed that no members of the utilities or the PUC or anybody is here to ask that question. Can we have a town by town breakdown of what would be saved?
That would be relatively easy, but time consuming to produce, because you would have to go to all 234 towns and ask how many kilowatt hours of electricity they purchased in the previous year, and then use the rate, the PSA rate, RSA rate, not RSA, RPS rate for the utility in that town to compute what their town's savings would be. I didn't do that for all 234 towns. I did it for a couple of representative towns just to provide some context and some numbers for the committee. It would be possible to do that work, but I have chosen not to do so at this time.
I would like to follow up.
Yes, go ahead, follow up.
The other question would be, the state of New Hampshire paid $510,000 for the RPS. Is that for all state properties and state-owned properties? Or is that for the entire state? Were you talking about state-owned properties?
Thank you for that question. That's actually an interesting question, because the Public Utilities Commission gave me the figure of 105 million kilowatt hours that the state used, but the state energy manager gave me a different number. It was more like 80,000 or 80 million kilowatt hours. I used the Public Utilities Commission number because I figured that they really ought to know, but the state energy manager probably ought to know too. So I'm not entirely certain how to reconcile the difference between those two numbers. But yeah, that information is out there and available.
Thank you.
I'm told that in response to the question you asked Jackie Callie Pitts a minute ago, that Eversource is online and is willing and available to answer questions if anybody has one. Next up for a question is Representative Jacqueline Credian.
Thank you, Chair. I do have two questions. So one, just as a very practical matter, after this amended bill comes into effect, would the immediate effect be for this number to disappear from the state and municipal bills, or exactly how would that? Am I making sense? So if this applies, will that line item still be on the bills? Will it disappear? How will that work?
If I understand your question correctly, you're asking how would the city or town know that that their bill had been reduced by the amount that they would have ordinarily paid for the RPS? I don't
Yes,
believe.
I guess I'm asking if it's an opt-in or opt-out sort of situation.
Basically, this is an opt-out bill, but it provides a provision for the political subdivision to opt in with a majority vote of its governing body.
So the default will be for it to come off the bill. And then...
Yes, so the RPS charges would just not appear on the bill. They're just part of the bill anyway. You don't see them broken out separately. So the bill would just be reduced by that amount.
Thank you. And my second question, if I may,
Go ahead.
just what would be the net amount, I guess, that would be taken out of the renewable portfolio standard if no municipality elected to keep going with this?
Without getting data from all 234 towns, plus all the school districts and the counties in the state, it would be hard to put an exact number on that. But I would guess, based on how much the state is paying for the RPS and the cities of Manchester and Nashua, that the total for the entire state would probably be $5 million or less. Okay, next up would be Representative Oxenham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, we have not had the opportunity, as in previous years, during our orientation, to be briefed on the Renewable Portfolio Standard, or RGGI. As a result, many of the people who are going to be asked to vote on this bill have no background in what the public policy of the state of New Hampshire is with reference to these programs. And we don't have the PUC here, and we don't have DES because many available staff is being pushed to the pandemic and helping with COVID. So they can't be here to cover every opportunity. And it's much more cost effective to have a period of time where they present to us and explain to us and let us ask them the questions that would tell us, why do we have these programs? We are part of a regional grid that is moving to clean energy. We are part of a national entity that is moving to clean energy. Investments in renewable energy are what are going to get us on the road to making. We talked about, oh, gee, grid mod's taking 5 years. Why don't they get off the stick and get it done? These are complex issues, but they're also issues that take money. We're investing in a New Hampshire business. Our renewable energy businesses are jobs. These are companies in our state. Taking money away from the Renewable Energy Fund is gutting a program which is going to result in larger transmission, regional transmission charges. It's going to cost the ratepayer more money. It's bait and switch. You're calling it lowering taxes, and you're going to run for that in an election, and you're doing no such thing. And I think it's really not a good thing. And I'm sorry that wasn't phrased as a question because I just couldn't find a question in it. Oh, here's the question. Why didn't we have the briefings that would enable us to make the decisions we need to make in a responsible way?
We're having a public hearing. That's the way we always make policy decisions. We have public hearings. We hear from all members of the public and from agency heads who choose to participate, and then we make a decision.
I know of an agency head who asked to be able to make a presentation and was told that we were going to rely on written testimony because of the time constraints. Again and again, we're being curtailed in our ability to function appropriately as legislators because of this emphasis on time constraints.
Well, the time constraints are real, and so we have to deal with them. It's unfortunate, and we hope that that situation will change at some point in the future. But we have to deal with it now, and so we will deal with it now. And we'll deal with it as effectively as we can. Is it a perfect process? No. But we'll do the best job we can. We'll do the job we've been elected to do. And we'll accept the results that we get. That's all I can tell you. Okay, next up would be Representative Penman-Tell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If this bill were to pass, we know that this would end up decreasing the energy efficiency fund, which of course pays for energy efficiency work done throughout the state, but it also pays the 90 cents I get back on my electric bill every month. I'm wondering if you could tell me how much that 90 cents is going to be reduced.
This bill has nothing to do with energy efficiency. It's about the renewable portfolio standard, and there's no 90-cent figure that applies to this bill. Do you have a follow-up?
Follow-up question. The money that goes, I guess I must have misunderstood it, but the amount of money that goes, that's paid out to meet the RPS, I thought that goes into the funds for the energy efficiency fund. Am I incorrect there?
Yes, you are incorrect. And the original version of the bill did talk about the alternative compliance payments, which go into the renewable energy fund. But that language has been removed by the amendment that I will file on the bill, which I sent to your legislative email last evening. Thank you for that question. Next up is Representative Michael.
Yeah, always make sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, okay, great. I just want to clarify a couple of things. I think what we were hearing here, we were talking about this, and maybe you can tell me if I'm correct. The cost of the RPS, at least on my electric bill, came out in December because we passed the bill a couple of years ago, and we can only get it to be charged once a year. So if you look really close in your electric bill in December, you would find that it's about 8% of the cost of the energy cost, not your total bill. So it's about 3.5% cost of your total bill, which no one's going to notice much one way or the other. But on the other hand, it is an actual savings that adds up over the course of the year. And the towns and the municipalities would then save this money. And again, go back to the freedom idea, they could choose to spend it or to rebate it to the taxpayers or do whatever they want with it. Is that correct?
Yes, you are correct. And the number you mentioned of about 3.5% is also correct. You have a follow-up?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Chair Vose. I just want to ask a procedural question on how this works. I hadn't read the amendment until just now, and I'm just wondering what the next step is for reviewing this bill. It seems to me like it would be a perfect bill to have some kind of a subcommittee and bring in some testimony from some of our state agencies, because I think it is worth looking at and understanding before we spend some time actually passing it. I think some of us have a lot of questions about it. So I want to understand, since this is a new amendment, what the next step is.
The amendment that I will offer would have to be offered during an executive session. And if and when we have such a session, I will offer that amendment.
So follow up, is it possible to have some kind of a working committee before we do an exec session on this?
It is possible. I don't know if we'll have the time or the space to do that, but I'll give that some serious consideration.
Thank you.
Next up would be Representative Mann and Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, would you put your hand down, please? Unless you have another question. Go ahead, Representative Mann. And don't forget to unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of think of this as somewhat, maybe I'm wrong, somewhat less important issue to deal with, the little bits of money that people have to pay for taxes and stuff. But I'm wondering why, of all ways to save money, we're going to choose one that reduces our response to climate change, given that our children and our grandchildren have to live in the future.
Was there a question there?
Yes. Why is this important enough for a bill? Why is this way of doing it?
From my perspective, we as legislators have a public policy obligation to the people who elected us. And in my district, I'm getting a lot of people asking me for the state to provide a way to reduce their property taxes. And so I'm trying to respond to that. And in addition to that, I believe that giving people choices is an important public policy issue, and one that we should always err on the side of giving people more choices rather than fewer choices.
Well,
follow up?
Follow up. Thank you. Can I follow up?
Yes.
You know, one way the state, for example, could lower property taxes would be to come up with an income tax. One of the benefits of an income tax is when we do things that make the economy better, the government notices an increase in the collections of
Whoa. This.
Yes. So
Whoa.
why, I'm just saying, why one of our priorities is to deal with the future of climate change. Why pick this way rather than all sorts of other ways to reduce taxes? I mean, why shouldn't, for example, I'd be very happy to pay an income tax if I knew most of it was going to education for anybody in the state. I don't care. I don't have kids. My kids are 50 years old.
Can't afford an income
Well,
tax.
Representative Mann, I can tell you that in every state where that's been tried, imposing an income tax in an effort to lower property taxes, it has not worked.
Never worked.
It has never worked.
Hashtag never enough.
Who's banging on the table?
I'm sorry.
Were you banging on the table?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Oh, thank you.
I thought somebody was trying to get my attention. I apologize, Representative Mann, for interrupting.
No, I'm finished. I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Callie Pitts.
You said the utilities were on the line. I can't see who's on the line and who's not. But I would like to ask for the usage, at least for my town, Portsmouth, and what their RPS payment is. And if they had that as a breakdown by town, I would like to do that, but I don't know if they're still here. Are they still on the line?
I see Donna Gamache on the line.
Well, I'll put Donna on the spot and ask Donna for that breakdown about how much money we're really going to save and how much, you know, and if how much is in the RPS fund right now. But I would like to know town by town, because when we say lower taxes, you know, if you give somebody 20 cents, the town's going to spend it. They're not going to lower the taxes. That's the tax rate. So I just want to know how much each town is going to, how much each town has spent, knowing that this year, 2019, is probably a high year because people have been home more, but I don't know. So I would like to see that if possible. Email it, maybe email it to the committee. Is that possible, Donna?
I will do my best. I don't know that, can I just say, I don't know if it's possible. I have gotten some feedback on this language, and I know that they felt that that it may be difficult for us to kind of separate some of this information out, but I will double check to see, if it's something we can do to be able to tell you about Portsmouth. And I cannot answer off the top of my head. I have to admit that I have not been allowed back in my office since March 13th, and all of my files are still there. I know, like everybody else, right? And so I don't have at my fingertips what, on average, all of our customers jointly have been paying for the RPS. Maybe the PUC has that information. They may be able to get it sooner than me, but at the very same time, I will check to see if I can get that information for you, and I will make sure that whatever I get, I share with all of you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Gamache. Do you have a copy of the amendment that I filed for this bill?
I do not.
I do not either.
I'll make sure you get a copy. I think that
would help
answer some of your questions.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up is Representative McGee.
Are we going to hear from other people? Are there other people waiting to testify? That's one question. And then I have one for you as well. Are there other people who are planning to testify in this hearing?
Yes, there are.
There are, okay.
Other people who are waiting to testify.
Okay, great. Then I'll just make this quick. I would just like to pose the question to the committee as well about at what cost? Because I think, did you say that it was 1,000 or 2,000 that Epping would save in your calculation at the beginning of your testimony, your written testimony? Wasn't it 2,000 in your written testimony? Because I read it last night.
Yes, I believe it was, the number was 2,000, yes.
And what's the number of people in Epping?
A little over 7,000.
So 7,000 divided by 2,000 divided by 7. It's like a, I don't know, it's a very low amount, like $1.40 or something. I mean, I'm questioning at what cost we're going to disrupt
the funds that you guys want to spend for energy efficiency.
Right, but I think that the value in that is that you're giving back, again, a very, very small amount that people won't really notice. And the idea is that in the cumulative, the amount of good that that does is the reason we put the RPS standard in the first place. So I guess what I want people to consider as we go forward is at what cost? Like, what is this bill gaining us? It's not really lowering people's property taxes to the points that were made earlier. And so I'm trying to figure out what the intent of the bill is so disruptive to a policy that really was hard won in the first place. There's no proof that it isn't working as intended. So,
thank you for your opinion. I remind you that we're here to ask questions.
Hearing, so I think we should
issue. I would also remind you that the money belongs to the people who earn it. It's not ours. And we should allow them to choose how they want to spend it. Next up is Representative Partial. Do you have a question?
I do. Thank you for taking my question, Chair. Now, first, I have to say that I'm not fully up to speed on RPS, and I would certainly benefit from more tutorials and more access to the various committees that could educate me on this. I'm doing my best. But I'm wondering why we can't earmark the funds that would be saved directly to public education. You can have these if you reduce your property taxes within your town. That's one question.
Okay. Well, the answer to that question is it's up to the cities and towns to decide how to spend their money.
Okay. And another second question. this bill sounds like a potentially, it could be a billing nightmare for finding out the cost for every municipality in town. And I'm just worried that any potential savings that might be made would be offset by the utilities billing procedures. Do you have any guarantee that will not be happening?
What billing features specifically are you referring to?
That's the calculation for every municipality of what their contribution would be, then dividing up among the individual utility bills. Maybe I don't understand, as I said, maybe I don't understand the entire situation, but that's what occurs to me. That any potential cost could just be offset immediately by utilities having to readjust their billing procedures.
I think I get your point now. The way the bill is worded, providers of electricity shall not be subject to compliance under RSA 362F3 for electricity sales that have been exempted pursuant to subparagraph A. That basically means that when they calculate the number of kilowatt hours on which they have to base their electricity sales, they just reduce it by the amount of the electricity from all these political subdivisions. And the accounting for that should be fairly straightforward once it's set up. Okay, since we don't have any further questions at the moment, but we do have 3 people who would like to testify on this bill, I would like to now call on Joseph Kwasnick, who is a member of the public, represented himself. And Mr. Kwasnick, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to provide oral testimony. And this is in opposition to House Bill 614-FN. I'd like to remind the committee that the compliance fees and costs incurred by state and political subdivisions under the RPS are invested in renewable energy projects. And these investments result in lower electricity bills and electricity use within the state of New Hampshire. And it's my belief that they more than compensate for the cost of the RPS. As we heard this morning on House Bill 80, when we're able to reduce the amount of energy that's coming in from out-of-state sources, it benefits every ratepayer and bill payer in the state of New Hampshire. We have reduced transmission costs, reduced demand costs. These projects will actually provide jobs, very high-paying jobs to people in the New Hampshire area. I also want to say that state and subdivisions should be providing an example to other regulated bill payers in New Hampshire of compliance with the RPS by providing ACPs and RECs. Exempting the state and the subdivisions perverts the statutory intent and purpose of the RPS to require all electricity users in the state to contribute to these incentives for renewable energy projects. It's kind of a do as we say, not as we do. House Bill 614 should not pass, as its intent to exempt the state and subdivisions from compliance with the RPS is inconsistent with the original intent of the RPS legislation. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide this testimony. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kwasnick. Do we have anybody who would like to ask a question of Mr. Kwasnick? Representative Harrington, you're recognized for a question.
Yeah, I'm just curious. You talk about leading from the towns and the states and telling other people what to do. Where else should we do this in? Should we, in other words, you can't trust the individual towns to make their own decisions, so the state government has to tell them what to do? And what else should we tell them what to do? Tell them how to vote, how to do other things? I mean, where do you draw the lines? Is it just electricity, or do you want to have the state control everything?
I'm going to speak up. I think this is argumentative, and I'm going to speak up in favor of the public. I don't think that's in order. Mr. Chairman?
No way to treat the public.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry, I was distracted by
well, I wasn't, and I think that Mr. Harrington's not question, but statements to the public, to Mr. Kwasnick, I'm sorry if I mispronounce it, were inappropriate.
Yes, I'd like to answer that question if I could.
Who?
Yeah.
Mr. Klosniak?
Yes.
Well, this isn't a debate on what the,
It's
this is not a debate on what the government can tell you to do and what the government can't tell you to do. And I think we need to stick to the bill. So
Yes, that was
that's my point.
that was
That's
my
all.
that was
Yes.
my-
That's to the chair.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear Representative Harrington's statement. It may have been out of bounds, but thank you for acknowledging that, Representative Callie Pitts.
Well, if I can, my statement was directly what she said. It's all about what the government can tell us to do and what the government can't tell us to do. That's the whole issue here.
Did you ask a question, Representative Harrington?
He did. I asked him what his thoughts were on other issues, if they thought that the government should tell us to do everything, not just how we buy electricity.
And not just quite that tone or that verbiage.
I think, yeah, I mean, let's talk about what the government should do. Is there no public good involved here?
Do you respond, Mr. Kwasnick, or did you want to?
I'll respond.
Says he wants to.
I'm responding with my comments is that the legislature in previous sessions has passed the bill enacting the renewable portfolio standard. And in their wisdom, they thought this was an appropriate legislation incorporating contributions to the RPS by all electricity users in the state. And I stand by that. And I think it's the right decision to make. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Donna Gamache has her hand raised. I don't know if that means she wants to ask a question or if she has a response. Ms. Gamache, I'll give you the floor.
I'm sorry, that was raised from the last question that was asked of me of Representative Jackie Callie Pitts.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. Okay, so seeing no more questions for Representative Kwasnick, we thank you, Representative Kwasnick, or Mr. Kwasnick, I should say, for your testimony. And I would like now to call on Heidi Kroll, who represents the Granite State Hydropower Association, to testify on this bill. Ms. Kroll?
Time to go to Jeopardy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Good afternoon. My name is Heidi Kroll. I work at Gallagher, Callahan, and Gartrell, and I'm here today on behalf of the Granite State Hydropower Association in opposition to the bill, and respectfully urge this committee to find it inexpedient to legislate. I don't have the benefit of the amendment that was that has been discussed, so I apologize. My written testimony that I did submit a few days earlier is based on the bill as introduced. I think I just wanted to really hit on 2 points. One reason for our opposition is because we believe this bill will undermine the Renewable Portfolio Standards program. And I think there has been some discussion that the fund really serves a key role in the market-based design of the state's RPS program. So essentially, the qualifying renewable facilities produce renewable energy certificates every time they produce a megawatt hour of power. The electricity providers can meet their RPS requirements by buying RECs, or if there are not enough RECs available in the marketplace, then they can meet their compliance obligations, at least partially or in whole, by making alternative compliance payments. And so the money that's deposited into the Renewable Energy Fund is used to leverage private investment in renewable generation. That investment boosts the supply of renewable generation and the supply of renewable energy certificates, and thereby making the REC markets more competitive and robust and helping to minimize RPS compliance costs for all ratepayers. And so that is our concern with kind of undercutting the role of the Renewable Energy Fund. And as I think was discussed earlier, the renewable energy certificates are a much more cost-effective way to comply with the RPS requirements than making ACP payments. And so the more we can do to encourage compliance through the rec markets, the better that's going to be, the more cost effective that's going to be for New Hampshire ratepayers. The other thing I would simply note is that another reason for our opposition is that we feel like this introduces a slippery slope to more and more exemptions. Obviously, if the state and political entities are granted an exemption, other groups will most certainly come to the legislature seeking exemptions as well. And of course, the more exemptions that you grant, the more the RPS program will be undermined. So those are the 2 points that I wanted to make. I know you have a time limit, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I do appreciate your time and consideration this afternoon and listening to my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Kroll. I would just respond by assuring you that ACPs have been removed from the bill altogether. There's a different approach in the amendment, so that would alleviate your concern over ACPs.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes.
How would I go about getting a copy of that amendment?
Since you sent us a written copy of your testimony, I have your email address, and so I will send you a copy. How's that?
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Does any member of the committee have a question for Ms. Kroll? Anybody online have a question for Ms. Kroll? Representative Harrington, you still have your hand up. Do you have a question?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, Ms. Kroll, since you're testifying against the bill, I assuming it's going to cost your clients money. Could you give us an estimate of how much money your clients would lose if this passed?
I don't have an estimate of that, Representative. There might have been some information given earlier, but I don't have data about how much each town and each political subdivision and the state, I think there are a myriad of scenarios where all or none or some portion of folks could remain I guess the default here is that you opt out and then you might be able to opt back into the RPS program. But so first of all, I'm not sure how, and unless there's a new fiscal note, I haven't seen data. So without more information, I would not be able to answer that question. I'm sorry.
A follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, so I understand that's very difficult to get down to brass tacks on that, but is it safe to assume that your clients will lose money if this bill was passed?
Well, I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, the compliance with respect to the RPS requirement for class 4, the requirement is a 1.5% requirement, which is fairly low requirement among the classes. And different entities have a different mix of compliance approaches. So some predominantly buy renewable energy certificates to meet that requirement. Others do a mix of RECs and ACPs. And so, if there's some sort of reduction, I guess, in what the requirement is in terms of, meeting the overall requirement, that could simply come off the ACP side of the ledger, or it could come off the REC side of the ledger. So I'm not trying to be evasive. I just don't have enough information. Certainly if the number of RECs that are purchased declines, then that would mean less revenue from selling RECs. Or it could be that just the REC prices decline. So it's kind of tricky for me to answer that.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you for the question. Next up is Representative Somcich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on Representative Harrington's question, and I don't want to be too specific, Ms. Kroll, but I think his question is similar to what I'm wondering. In general, if we look at the bill as written right now, and I don't have the amended version in front of me either, right now, but if you look at that, can you give us some idea of how your clients perceive a potential impact to their businesses, their New Hampshire hydro facilities here in New Hampshire, how they perceive, what type of impact they perceive that could happen to them?
Sure. So there's two different ways I think that there would be impacts. One is that, New Hampshire's small scale hydro facilities, they're local businesses, they employ local residents, they try their best to use local vendors and service providers, whether it's, from the machinery side of things to, accountants and that sort of thing. So, and they make, their revenue stream is what allows them to pay for services and also to pay for the maintenance and any sort of upgrades to their facilities. A lot of those are mandated by FERC and other regulatory agencies. So there's certainly the impact that there could be a great deal of instability introduced into the revenue stream that comes from selling renewable energy certificates. And that, as you know, businesses do not like uncertainty. And so that could have an impact on how they run their businesses, scaling back on staff, scaling back on the services, and obviously they're not going to skimp on maintenance, but they may put off other things that should be done and maybe they could delay. So there's that piece. And then the other piece is there have been several small scale hydro facilities in New Hampshire that have participated in the competitive RFP that the Public Utilities puts out every year, where projects that are not solar related and kind of, rebate based programs. The PUC also runs out of the Renewable Energy Fund a competitive grant program. And you have to compete, you have to demonstrate that your project is worthy in terms of what investment you're going to make with the grant money, how much you're going to leverage that with your own investment and in-kind contributions, and how many additional renewable energy certificates your project will yield. And I'm happy to say that a number of hydro facilities have won those competitive grants and made those investments in New Hampshire's small scale hydro facilities. And so if there is a loss of money going into the Renewable Energy Fund, then presumably that could have an impact on the competitive grant program as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up would be Representative Oxenham.
Yes, I almost feel like I got the answer that time, but just to nail it down, Ms. Kroll, could you said something about twice about the leveraging of private investment. I mean, this Renewable Energy Fund money doesn't pay for a dam upgrade or, projects get a proportion, and then you go into the private market and I'm asking the question. I'm trying to give you the answer instead of asking you the question. How does that work? This notion of leveraging private investment money through fund money.
Yeah, so the grants that the small scale hydro folks have gotten, I think, have ranged in the $150,000 to maybe $250,000 range. I don't have specific numbers right here in front of me, but that's the order of magnitude of a grant that we're talking about. We're not talking about $500,000 or $1 million or anything of that order of magnitude. And I believe that actually one of the ways that the PUC has a set of criteria that it uses to assess who's a winner and who's not a winner. And I believe that one of those criteria is in fact how much leverage you're offering. So, for every dollar in the grant, how much is the project putting in either of their own money or in-kind contribution, which obviously has some value. A lot of the hydro folks do their own work themselves. They're out there with the backhoe or whatever it might be. So I believe that ratio on average is about a 1-to-6 ratio. So for every dollar of grant money that's invested in a project in that competitive program, you get about $6 other worth of investment that comes from the private sector. I believe that's the average. I don't want to say that that's specific to each hydro facility, but that's my understanding about the average.
And to follow up, if I may.
Follow up.
And that money is invested, that 6-to-1, that increase in market economy is happening here in New Hampshire. That money is not part of the $3 to $4 billion being shipped out of the state. Am I correct?
Oh, no, these are all, you have to be an in-state renewable energy facility to even qualify for any of the money in the Renewable Energy Fund. So those projects are all taking place right here in New Hampshire, in communities throughout the state. And the other thing I will just emphasize is that those projects are graded or ranked, if you will, in terms of how many additional new renewable energy certificates will the project generate. And so that is one of the criteria that's used to determine who is a winner. So these are all projects that at the end of the day, when the project is complete, will be generating more renewable energy certificates, in this example with hydro in class 4. And those are more renewable energy certificates that are out there in the market for the suppliers to buy. And as I indicated in the testimony, at least last year on average, class 4 RECs were selling at about 30% below. The market prices for class 4 RECs were around 30% below the ACP price. So, and obviously basic supply and demand tells you that the more renewable energy certificates that are out there, that will bring the price down even more. And as I indicated too, class 4 requirement in terms of on the purchasing, the obligation that the suppliers have it's a 1.5%. That's flat. There is no increasing of that over time like there are, I think, at least for class 1.
Thank you, Ms. Kroll, for that answer. We have one final question from Representative McGee.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted,
Representative McGee, would you get a microphone if possible? Thank you.
I'm sorry?
Yeah. Louder.
Louder? Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I have a desk in front of me, so I'm not near my mic. I'll move up. I just wanted to say, while the hearing is still going, and before I ask my question of Ms. Kroll, since people have not seen or everyone doesn't have the amendment, the two changes that I'm reading here, which are B and C, letter B says providers of electricity shall not be subject to compliance under RSA 362-F:3 for electricity sales that have been exempted pursuant to paragraph A. So providers of electricity, that is, get the exemption. And then C says all competitive electricity suppliers shall, 1, negotiate with any serviced political subdivision or state agency a contract that provides a rate that excludes costs of compliance with the renewable portfolio standard under RSA 362-F. So it's doing multiple things here. It's not just giving freedom to towns, in my estimation. So I'm wondering, Ms. Kroll, if you could comment, since you're now hearing that you mentioned the stability of the REC market, the stability of the business of energy, I guess, for the small energy producers. Could you comment on that? The fact that it's going to say that electric providers will not be subject to compliance anymore for electric sales. And then competitive electricity suppliers, which is usually what we call the smaller people that are contributing, right? They will also be excluded. They'll have to negotiate contracts that no longer include those charges. So it's basically, it is undermining the program completely. So people need to understand that.
Yes, thank you for reading that to me, Representative. Yes, so the percentages, the percentage requirements in the RPS, for example, in class 4, the 1.5%, is kind of keys off of whatever the sales are. And of course, sales go up and sales go down depending on a variety of factors, weather, the economy, energy efficiency, usage patterns, whether everybody's in the single office building or all spread out back at their homes, that sort of thing. So, but at any rate, it sounds like this approach is simply just taking a deduction off of the sales so that.
I think it's appropriate for you to be speculating and commenting on an amendment that you haven't even seen. And we shouldn't be debating an amendment that is unapproved and unofficial at this point. So I think we'll end it right there. And I see that we have no other questions. So I want to thank you, Ms. Kroll, for your testimony today. We have one more person who would like to testify here this afternoon, and that's Madeline Minot, who represents Clean Energy New Hampshire. Ms. Minot, you are authorized to present.
Thank you, Chairman Vose and members of the committee for the opportunity to speak on this bill today. Clean Energy New Hampshire opposes House Bill 614, and I also have not had the opportunity to see the amendment, so I'll be speaking about the bill itself mostly, but I'm looking forward to reviewing that proposed amendment. I will echo everything that Ms. Kroll has said, so I won't provide duplicate information, but the Renewable Portfolio Standard is really New Hampshire's only policy that promotes renewable energy in the state, to us making it a crucial policy for growing our clean tech economy, creating new high-paying jobs, increasing energy independence, and protecting the environment. We really do feel that this bill would undermine the Renewable Portfolio Standard. It sounds like with the amendment, what we would be saying is that currently we're looking to have 25% of all the energy in New Hampshire come from renewable sources by 2025. Now we'd be saying we're looking to have 25% of some of the energy in New Hampshire come from renewable sources, but we're not going to count any of the energy that the state or any town or municipality uses. So really that is reducing our renewable energy goals for the state. I also agree that it is a slippery slope. Once we start exempting certain customers, certainly we expect that other customers will get in line and ask for an exemption, further reducing our renewable energy goals. I do think that Representative Parshall actually had a very good argument. That is a concern that we share, that implementing this in the utilities billing systems will be a significant cost. We hear this from the utilities all the time. The slightest change to their billing systems, which is not state of the art, costs millions of dollars. So identifying every customer that's eligible, every account that's eligible, and creating a new credit and add that to the bill. And then if a town decides to opt out of the credit, then adding the cost back onto those bills in those accounts is not going to be something that comes at no cost, certainly. And it does reduce it would reduce funding to the Renewable Energy Fund, which funds a lot of grant and rebate programs. Finally, the state and municipalities, many of them participate in the Renewable Portfolio Standard by obtaining rebates from the Renewable Energy Fund, by selling RECs for the renewable energy projects that they own. So they are already participating in the program. It's only fair that they pay into the program. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Minot. I see we have a question from Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It sounds like from the information that you just finished at the end about how municipalities are currently using the RPS program, that they might actually lose significant money from this, from the funding being diminished. Is that a correct assumption?
Yes, if we're talking about a hypothetical town that may have just, approved a large solar array at their wastewater treatment plant, for example, they're planning on getting a rebate from the state, the C&I solar rebate, probably. The funding for that may not be available if there's reduced funding in the Renewable Energy Fund. And then they're in all likelihood have calculated into the economic payback of the project, marketing the renewable energy certificates. And so if there's a decrease in the obligations or decrease in demand for RECs, the value of RECs will go down, and therefore their payback on their system will likely be much longer than they had anticipated, which could end up costing the town more than they would be saving. The cost of compliance is $0.0061 per kilowatt hours, or a fraction of a cent per kilowatt hour, according to the last Renewable Energy Fund report from the Public Utilities Commission, which came out October 1st. And if you all have not seen it, I'm happy to share that with you, but it's on the commission's webpage.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions for Ms. Minot? Any questions from it within the room here? Yes, Representative Partial, you're recognized for a question.
Yes, I'm not sure if you can answer this or not, but I am, earlier speaker spoke of the economic impact of our local producers of water, hydro energy in that case. Are you aware of what the economic impact of our local energy production is and what a loss of that impact would be to the rest of the state?
I don't have exact numbers. We, before the pandemic, had a jobs report that I'm also happy to share with you. The renewable energy and energy efficiency sectors in New Hampshire are growing. Before the pandemic, we're growing rapidly, much faster than the rest of the economy or other job sectors. And it is extremely good employment. And any of our energy spending that we can keep in state benefits our local economy. We're reinvesting that in local businesses. And I don't have an exact number on the effect on the whole economy, but it is significant.
Do you need a follow-up, Representative?
No, but I would love to see that information if you could share it at some point. I will be in contact with you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I recognize Representative Callie Pitts for a question.
Just a quickie. The municipally owned renewable energy projects, will they, if they're exempt, will they still be entitled to take money out of the fund?
According to this bill, yes. Nothing, it tells them they don't have to pay in anymore, but they can still get the rebates. So it is a little bit like Representative Sansich was saying, it would be a free rider system.
Follow-up, Representative Callie?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you.
That appears to satisfy all the questions that the committee has. So I thank you, Ms. Minot, for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Signed up to speak. So before closing this public hearing, I will read to you the blue sheet information, which indicates that there were 7 people in support of this legislation, 29 opposed, and 1 person neutral. Some of the notables who responded to this legislation were Representative Jason Osborne of the House Republican Office, the House Majority Office, who signed in support of the bill. Representative Bob Green, who signed in support of the bill. Representative John Podacek, who signed in support of the bill. Representative Jeffrey Greason, who signed in support of the bill. Representative Herschel Nunez, who signed in support of the bill. And Representative Jonathan Smith, who signed in as a supporter of the bill. I don't see any other elected officials who, oh yes, there's one more. Richard Littlefield signed in support of the bill. So I don't see any other elected officials who signed in support of the bill, but all this information is or will be available to members of the committee after the public hearing. So with that, we will close the public hearing at 4:35, and we will open executive session. And I will call on Representative Bresney for a motion on House Bill 169.
I make a motion to retain House Bill 169.
Okay, Representative Bresney has moved that we retain House Bill 169. Representative Homola?
I second it.
It's been moved and seconded that we retain House Bill 169. Is there discussion? Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion of retain for House Bill 169.
Second. Okay. Okay. Okay, the motion is to retain Bill 169. Representative Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Nota.
Yes.
Representative Murna, yes. Representative Hobola.
Yes.
Representative Bresney.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi.
Yes.
Representative Cambrose.
Yes.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative White.
Yes.
Representative Somsich.
Yes.
Representative Callie Pitts.
Yes.
Representative Mann.
Unmute, John.
Representative Mann.
Sorry, what a mess. I don't know what bill we're voting on.
169.
The utility poles.
Yes.
Representative Oxenham.
Yes.
Representative Vincent.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative McWilliams.
No.
Representative, oh, here we go again.
Oh, Creason?
Creason.
Thank you. Yes.
Excited I got it right.
Representative Pimentel,
Yes.
Representative Paschal,
Yes.
and the chairman, Representative Vose.
Yes.
It's 20-1.
With a vote of 20-1, the motion passes to retain House Bill 169.
Grecian rhymes with Grecian.
No majority or minority vote necessary for a retained bill. Representative Thomas.
Mr. Chair, there was a vote taken earlier, and was there a question as to whether or not there was going to be a minority report? And did we get that resolved?
It's resolved
Yes.
because it's a retained bill.
Oh, that was the review, okay.
It's a retained bill. I questioned it because it was a 17-4 vote.
Okay, yeah. Right.
Okay, I recognize Representative Thomas for a motion.
Okay, on HB 624, I motion to pass OTP.
What?
Representative Notter is recognized.
I second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we pass judgment on House Bill 624 as ought to pass. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak on this, please.
Representative Harrington.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I'm the only person, I believe, maybe I'm wrong, but is served on site evaluation committee meetings, hearings, quite a few of them. And I've seen that there's very, very few of these things of declarative judgment. So I don't think there's a big loss of revenue there, but there is a loss of frustration to the people. Because, I mean, I had people call me up in fact, on the one we've been talking about, the interim wind thing, after I was no longer on the committee, and all I could do was refer them back to the general counsel. There is a counsel for the public appointed by the Attorney General, but those people come and go too, just like the members of the committee does. So there's really not a good place where people can go and say, now, I don't like the service I'm getting here and I want to appeal it. And they shouldn't have to pay $10,000 or $3,000, depending on the size of it, to do that. $250 is more than enough money. So I hope we will all get together on this one and vote yes. Ought to pass.
Representative Oxton.
Yes, I have a question. We discussed the possibility of an amendment that would make it clear that this was something that was being made available to the public, not to businesses, not to corporate entities. I propose that we put this motion off until a time when an amendment can be brought forward through OLS.
It's a motion.
Thank you for that comment, but that's out of order since we have a motion on the floor. I would suggest you just in response to that.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mic on. I apologize. Let's see, where was I? Oh, I would respond to you by saying that this is an early bill, and we've been instructed by the House leadership to get the early bills out as quickly as possible. So if this bill needs an amendment, I suggest that we suggest that the Senate amend it when it gets to the Senate, should it get that far. I don't need to deal with that now. That would simply delay the process, and we're working with very tight schedules to get these early bills assigned to the second committee so that they can be evaluated there.
And what second committee will this go to?
What will it be? I think it'll be finance. I'm not 100% sure. It's a -FN on the end of the bill. So I don't think it'll go anywhere else but finance, but I could be wrong about that. It'll be a second committee, but I don't know which one.
This is just one more way that we're not doing our work here in this committee. Finance committee does not deal with content. That's our responsibility.
Okay, Representative Samsic.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to echo what Representative Oxenham said. I have to say, in the beginning, I was a little skeptical about this bill, but I got to say, I've been won over by the arguments of having more access for the public. And I agree with Representative Harrington on this as well. This is a real issue that we should deal with. And it seems to me a minor change in this bill, which says that $250 is the fee for non-corporate and non-businesses. That small change is easy enough to make. It's not a big deal. And I think we would have unanimous support for that.
Thank you for that comment. Representative Vincent.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I have to agree. I mean, you know, the last 2 terms that I've served, we have people, representatives, that move things out that have been logical, that have been thought about. We've been able to leave the meeting and go do our own homework to find out, you know, this and that. You know, I just think that this is being rushed, and not paying attention to detail doesn't make us as proficient as we should be. What else can I say? I mean, if there's a fee for $10,000, there's something else that's hidden. It just seems like if it's too good to be true, it is. I might be in favor of this or not, but I would be able to go and find out more information, which we've had in the past 2 terms. I understand the virus. I understand the pandemic. I get it. But to rush and to be not as proficient as the professionals that we are being voted in and hired to do doesn't do us or anybody any justice. And I understand it. I get it. We're pulled this way and that way. But I just don't think we're doing our voters and the people of New Hampshire a justice. And I really appreciate you letting me say that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Representative. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To my question. This is one of the simpler bills we've had today. And because it is a second committee bill, I'm positive that we can suggest strongly that any minor tweak can be done in the second committee to move it on to the House. If we do otherwise, we would have to actually vote to say no on this bill and then reintroduce an amendment and come back. It takes up more time and it'd be very risky. And so my recommendation is that we proceed with the vote, that we're in the voting mode, and then we strongly recommend and provide the simple amendment that we may want to go through as second committee. It's been done before in the past.
Thank you, Representative Harrington.
Yeah, in deference to the chair and the vice chair, I understand what they're up against here for scheduling and so forth, but I will say to Representative Somich and Representative Oxenham that we take this to the Senate, I will go with you and I will talk about the need to change this because the intent of this bill is only to protect the little guy. It's not to protect some multi-million-dollar corporate so they don't have to pay $10,000. They get the money. I will work with you to make sure it's clear that this is for individuals or municipalities or small entities, but not big companies. And that's the best I can do.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like clarification on a question. I took notes when Chairperson Martin was explaining to us how this would affect the situation with the Site Evaluation Committee. And she specifically drew my attention to a problem with going from the 10,000 that Representative Vincent was talking about being too good to be true. If you could just cut it to 250, how great. She said that the specific uses of that money by statute had to go into a fund that allowed operating costs for the SEC, and those would be used to fund public members. I'm assuming it's like for, travel expenses or that kind of thing, and compensation to the Department of Justice. So there were specific statutory expenses of the SEC that were provided for only by money that's in that fund. And so even though there are not a lot of people paying that fund, I think it was that large for a reason. I don't disagree with anyone's argument about having the public have access and having it be a lower fee for them. But I think if it doesn't have that specificity in the bill, and I understand Representative Harrington saying he'll go over to the Senate and help make sure we have that, what we're doing is we're taking away monies that will have to be made up in the general fund, because that's what her testimony told us. So I just want to know if you heard that same thing that I heard, that by statute, that money is in a dedicated fund, which would now basically be unfunded. So
There are several other.
the reason I'm bringing this up is the unintended consequences, right? It sounds really good, but I'm just wondering if we're paying enough attention to what we're doing. And other people were making that point as well.
So there are several other fees in statute, you may have noticed, that go to that same fund. So there isn't going to be much impact by decreasing the funding of declaratory rulings. So I wouldn't worry about that if I were you.
Thank you.
Next up would be, let's see, Representative Callie Pitts.
Oh, I had two questions, one for the chair. I got a flow chart that said every bill was due March 11th. What is the early reporting date?
Could you repeat the question?
I'll get it.
Could you repeat the question?
I got a flow chart March 11th. What is the early reporting date for this bill?
February 18th.
Yeah, last day to report on House bills going to the second committee is February 18th.
February 18th.
18th. So my question to the chair would be, we're meeting Monday, 48 hours. In 4 hours, OLS could put through an amendment that would say this, and by the end of our session on Monday, we could have the amendment. It would be not out of order to ask that the person who made the motion withdraw it and the second withdraw it till Monday afternoon, till we could get that amendment that says, you know, for not for corporations or to exempt corporations. And they can do that in 5 minutes on the computer. I don't know how you get a paper official amendment over, but I think if they send it over by email, it's official. I don't know. Can you tell me? And that's 48 hours.
Thank you for that idea, Representative Callie Pitts, but I'm a little bit nervous about putting this off, because if we try to put it off till next Monday, that's February 1st. If we couldn't get it done on that day, then we'd have to put it off to the following Monday, which would be February 8th. And then if we can't do it, if for some reason we don't get it done that day, it just seems to me it's cutting it too close. So I think we can do this now. We have a strategy in place to add the additional language, either in the second committee or in the Senate. So I don't see any reason to hold up the process now just because of that small change. Okay, next up would be, because everybody has had a chance to speak on this already. So since it is 5 minutes before 5, I think we should ask the clerk to call the vote.
On Bill 624, the motion ought to pass. Representative Vaughn.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Where is it?
Representative Harrington.
Representative Harrington, don't
It's
forget.
on mute.
Yeah, we have to see your face.
He has to be on video to vote.
Lost him.
Yeah, I don't know, where is DC?
He's just on.
Maybe he left the room for a minute.
Yeah.
That's it. If he's out of the room.
Commit yourself to a vote. Let's have a vote.
Not here to
Vote's been called.
Is he still listed as being on?
Representative Harrington, please turn on your video.
Two on the top frozen.
It's frozen.
See the very top one? With the blue?
That's Nick.
That's
Right.
it. Oh, it is?
Is his name up there?
If people aren't here, you have to keep the vote going, don't you? Isn't that point of order?
Wasn't he required to be in the room when the motion was read?
That's correct.
That is
That's
correct.
parliamentary. You have to be in your seat.
He verified if he lost power. All right. Let's skip Representative Nada.
Yes.
Representative Myrna, yes. Representative Homola.
Yes.
Representative Bresnay.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi.
Yes.
Representative Cambrose.
Yes.
Representative Plozay.
Yes.
Representative White.
Yes.
Representative Somsich.
No.
Representative Callie Pitts.
No.
Representative Meehan.
Unmute, John.
No.
Representative Oxenham.
No.
Representative Vincent.
Nope.
Representative McGee.
No.
Representative McWilliams.
No.
Representative
Oh, Grecian.
Representative Kitchen.
Grecian.
Grecian.
My husband's home now. I can have him come in and apologize to you for this last name if you want. No.
Representative Pimentel.
No.
Yes. Representative Paschal.
No.
They got us. And the chairman, Rose.
Chair votes yes. Is Representative Harrington there yet?
He wasn't in the room for the motion to be read.
We don't know that. He can-
We don't know that anybody's in the room.
The Hampshire Supreme Court has answered that question. We are present.
You can't leave.
Because if somebody gets dropped on their service, it doesn't matter either party, Democrat, Republican.
Mr. Chairman, if it's a tie, then it goes to the floor with no motion, no recommendation, and there's both times ought to pass and ITL are both
Right.
listed in the calendar. And we decided on the House floor.
So
Well, it
what,
goes to the second committee, doesn't it, before it goes to the floor?
Representative Murder, what was the final vote?
The final vote is 10-10.
Okay, so the motion
Oh, shit.
fails.
Excuse me?
With no,
Harrington's there.
The one time he's,
He just talked back and forth.
Get that phone and stop that thing. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
yes, Representative Harrington. Go ahead, Representative Harrington.
He's muted again.
he's muted.
Don't think he really wanted to speak to us.
You are muted, Representative.
So I think, Mr. Chairman, we've had a vote and it's 10-10. Seems like we need to keep it at that. But we'd like to, I think most of our members would like to see that amendment and could support it.
I believe so.
Will we need a minority and a majority report?
So if we did a floor amendment on the House floor, would the members of this committee support it?
Yes.
I think that would be a great idea.
Okay,
Yes.
go to the floor the next session.
This will go to the floor with no recommendation, so I need a report from the yes side and the no side.
Mr.
And
I'm sorry.
Representative Nodder.
I just texted Paul Smith, our clerk. I asked if, I told him we had a rep miss a vote. We don't know why, technical difficulties or whatever, and can we vote again? He said, yes, if you adopt the motion to reconsider, and the bill hasn't been transmitted to his office.
And that's by 2/3, right?
Let me ask, I don't think so. I think someone.
I think so.
I'll ask him, he's there. Do we have Mike Harrington back?
Has he made any explanation that there's a difficulty? He might have just not been in the room. In which case, the vote is the vote.
Yeah, no, Paul says majority, but.
Paul said in answer to a question about technical difficulties. We don't know that there were technical difficulties.
I don't know either.
No. I asked him if we could reconsider the vote and vote again. And he said yes, by majority.
Okay, that's immaterial because we've just been in communication with Mr. Harrington and he said he left the room.
Okay.
So the vote is valid at 10 to 10. We will go to the House floor with no recommendation. We need a report from each side supporting your position on the bill. And Representative Samsic and I will create a floor amendment that we will introduce at the time of the introduction of the bill.
So thank you for that, Mr. Chairman, that clarification. Thank you. Appreciate that.
No problem. I think it's a relatively trivial matter that we could have handled better.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
If you guys want to insist on going through this process, we can do that.
Mr. Chairman, you need a.
Further.
We don't need a.
Excuse me, was somebody
trying? You need a report. Yes, it's Representative Samsic. Do you need a report from me on this bill or, I mean?
Somebody from your side.
Well, I can do that if that's what you want.
Right. There has to be a report in the House calendar. So please write a report next Tuesday.
The minority report is identical to the majority report in this case. Because there is no minority. It was a 10 to 10 vote. Or you just want our side.
I think the House clerk is going to require a vote for each side. A report.
Okay, well, I will then submit a report saying that we like the bill with an amendment, and we would support that.
Okay, Representative Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If memory serves, and I don't know if the researcher is on here to substantiate this, but I think there was one case last year where there was no recommendation, and I think they just gave a general report. Was there not? It's not a major minor.
Yeah.
Yes.
I need him to call in.
Representative Nodder.
As I recall, it's the ought to pass motion goes first, and then the ITL motion goes second.
That's a different.
Bill comes out without recommendation at a tie.
Correct.
Check with Paul.
Yeah,
correct.
You're right. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll work that out with Representative Samsic, and we'll work with the clerk to get the appropriate report into the calendar at the appropriate time.
I just put your two names down.
So I would like to thank everybody. We'll officially close the exec session, and I would like to thank everybody for what has been a long and difficult day. It was a terrific learning experience for all of us. We now know how this hybrid session is going to work, and it is indeed time consuming. So we have a lot of work to do over the coming days to make sure that we get all our bills done. So I will see you all again on Monday, and we'll do the whole thing all over again. Make sure to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Be safe.
Mr. Chair.
Everyone.
Thank you very much.
Everybody have a good weekend. Stay safe.
Good weekend.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Everybody stay safe.